What's good, everyone? Welcome in to the Sus Edwards and Friends Fantasy Football Show. Special Drafters Edition, pre-draft edition. We got everything for you folks. Here joining me, number one Discord GOAT, my friend ZeroFuhks. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. I would have man like number one Discord goat is like a moniker I'm trying to not lead into. If that's my legacy, then fuck it, man.
By the way, everyone, we've hopped us into a draft. We're already on the clock. Shout out drafters. Who do you like here on drafters? You're a little more experienced here than I am.
I like pulling up Genti or just taking Puka's fine. I mean, there's nothing wrong with Puka.
Sounds good.
Oh shit! It
I
put you on
absolutely
auto. You gotta click to. Yeah.
it was glitching out on me for a second. Technical difficulties. Gotta love starting off the show right. But we are doing it. Yeah, can't go wrong with Puka. Does part of you consider JSN at all there, or are you locked in on a top four?
I'm not. I'm locked into on a top three in general, and that's why like once you're at four, and I think on drafters you can justify pulling players up and down more just because like you're competing against all these teams at the same time. So getting unique matters more. Like, dude, you get unique and you're against 15 other teams in a BBM pod, like it doesn't really help that much. But you do it against like 5,000, 10,000 plus teams, then it's like
Right.
I think you can justify pulling it up.
So, what are the primary differences between this format and underdog? We got full PPR, right, as opposed to the half.
Yeah.
We
Yeah, that's
got
probably the smallest difference. The biggest
sorry,
difference is
counting
that
stats as opposed to a pod structure. But what are you looking to do differently here? As
mm, I think it's actually good to bring like the things from
sorry,
underdog to here and vice versa. I think you're
let me
lagging a
start
little
again.
bit. Stas, can you hear me? Oh no. Stas.
Sorry, it keeps glitching out on me. Not sure what that's about, folks, but I'm sure Zero gave very good arguments for drafters. You had a top 10
I,
finisher.
w- I had well, it wasn't in the main, it was in the mini, but it was like I think it was out of 49,000 people, I had two teams in the top 10. But honestly, like I looked and I fucked up on my main because I had a team in 300th place, and that was the team I took Bowers over JT in the second round, which was like I never did that. I never took Bowers over JT. I had two teams in the top 10. So honestly, like that was a mistake. I fucked up on my main JT in the second round, which was like I never did that. I never took Bowers over JT. Two teams in the top 10. So I don't know if I made a compelling that was a mistake, but I don't know if I made a compelling mistake, but can you hear me, Sus?
Okay, we are just about. I could not at all. Absolute agony on my end, but now I can. Who do you like here in round two? My bad. We're working
I
through
think
it all.
Hampton. I think Hampton's fine here.
Hampton's cool. All right. And what do you
Yeah,
like about Hampton? We'll lock that in.
I don't like much about Hampton, but I like at this cost I'm fine with him because I kind of view him like a Chase Brown in the sense of like I don't think his single game ceiling will ever be like JT or Gibbs or like even Derrick Henry. So like you're just like, yeah, it's cool right here. Like I think drafters is all about single game ceiling, and especially if you can get a few game ceilings. That's why like JT and Gibbs were league winners on drafters, even though they tailed off, is because they gave you like three or four like 35 pluses. So that kind of carries you throughout a year because those points are locked in. And even if they're scoring 15, like JT was scoring 15 and other running backs are scoring 30 finally, but they've already given you that lead in the full, full thing.
That makes sense.
But yeah, here you can't go wrong with Nico, I think.
We got Nico and Olave here.
Yeah, you can't go
Do you
wrong.
like an
You can't
AJ
go wrong
Brown
with those.
pull up potentially?
I don't like an AJ Brown pull up, but
my bad. I glitched out there yet again. My bad. But I assumed you'd want to go Olave there. I'm not sure what's going on my end. I won't keep. But I went Olave. I felt I couldn't go wrong on the Olave click there.
I mean, I said Nico or Olave is cool. I'm not against pulling up AJ Brown, but I don't really feel like, I guess that's strongly. I don't know if his outlook like changes that much. Like, it's probably like, you could argue for him pulled up, I guess. I don't know. I just really like those other two guys, so it's just hard.
Do you think the Saints end up going wide receiver in round one, or do you feel like it's a toss up? They have a bunch of different needs, so they could go a number of ways. I like them a lot as a Tyson team or a Tate team if either happen to fall. I don't think Tate falls that far, but if the Rams don't trade up for Tyson and if the Giants don't grab him, I feel like they could grab a second wide receiver, but I don't even really think that hurts Olave so much because there's so little target competition. Like, someone's got to catch passes there.
Yeah, I'm not too worried. I mean, I like if Tate was there at their pick, I think it would be cool for them. I think they have so many needs that if they're smart, they probably won't force it unless they get a value. And I don't know if Tyson at 7 or what is their pick at 8. I don't think at 8 is a value necessarily. So I'm not sure. I don't think it really hurts them though.
No, he's clearly the alpha no matter what, and like it couldn't hurt to. Their wide receiver 2 is so bad right now in Devon Bailey. Like, I like him as a round 20 click, but like he's not like creating value over expectation.
No,
you got to get another guy who can help sustain some drives there, I think, and a Tyson would do that.
I mean, a Tate would do that. If they got a Tate, I would be really happy about Olave.
Tate would be. All right. Coming up on it here. Worst click on the board, Bucky Irving, perhaps? Or do you want to go a different direction? DJ Moore, Jalen Waddle. A couple interesting names here at running back and receiver.
Yeah. I mean, in this range, I really like, Montgomery. I like DJ Moore. I like Henderson. It's hard to go wrong with those guys. I don't think I think Bucky's better on underdog where his lack of ceiling won't really matter because he could still go for like 25 in a certain week and then it won't matter. I have a hard time seeing him being relevant on drafters. I don't think he'll kill you, or like I doubt that he'll help you, and I doubt that he'll kill you if you fade him. So I just like if that's the case, like I'm just cool fading someone because like he's not gonna. I doubt that he separates from this range. Look at this range. There's so many good clicks here. How could he separate? I just don't see it.
Yeah, and if I'm looking at a guy who can, like, I do think Bucky's a bit more of a PPR scam than people think. But if you're looking at like taking down this whole tournament, when you said Bucky's kind of like the Hendo bet, but with less upside, I kind of see the vision on that. Now, you could argue he's got the clear path to being the one, but if Hendo just flips Ramondre as many expect him to, as implied by the ADP, Hendo's ceiling is unmatched.
I would argue he doesn't even have to. I mean, I personally like Judkins. I know you don't
We got
really
these
like
guys in
Judkins.
Rome.
I'm cool with like Mike
Would I be able to talk you into
Terry.
one of these receivers? Mike?
You can tuck me
Sounds
into
good.
it. I think the receivers later just the problem is that the receivers like a little bit later are so good compared to the running backs that's kind of like
Right.
the problem we run into a lot.
That's valid. I just can't do the Judkins thing right now on a full PPR site. I know that might not be like everything, but he doesn't get a ton of the passing work. And I'm really worried about that combo of the quarterback offensive line play. I know like you can't always predict exactly how offensive line play is going to go. I have a little more hope for the offensive line than the quarterbacks. But like Deshaun
Yeah.
Watson, I'm very certain that shoulder shot. Shador, maybe he could be a mystery box, get up to like 24th, 25th best. But I'm just kind of worried about that offensive environment and if we're going to get enough touchdowns to justify Judkins, who's
Well,
otherwise a very fine talent.
last year he had 7 touchdowns as he walked in without even going to training camp or anything. He just walked into the team and had 7 touchdowns in 14 games, which is a 0.5% or 0.5 touchdown, per game. And that offense was historically bad. They don't have to improve by a lot for it to be better than last year. They're gonna have the easiest schedule, and also like just if you look at like the draft capital talent and historical, just even if you care about that, like historical players who walked in without training camp, but even with training camp, people who walk into 17 plus touches as a rookie turn out to be really good. Like he was good too. So like they usually turn out really good in year 2 and beyond. So like I'd rather bet on I'm okay with Evans because like I think him and Shanahan could be just sick as fuck and Ricky could be a little bitch. So like we don't really know. So like you could talk me into Evans for sure. You kind of did talk me into Evans.
Yeah, the thing when I look at it with Judkins, I mean, yeah, I kind of led us to Evans by clicking him there. Accidentally, absolutely meant to do it. No, the thing with Judkins is like I don't doubt the talent at all. I think if they go offensive line at 6, that'll make me feel a bit cozier. And I know they don't have to get a lot better for his like yards per rush efficiency outlook to improve, but they could also be worse.
Yeah,
Like I think
well,
Kevin's
they
like
get
a good offensive mind. I know Monken is too, but he's kind of like a boomer.
That's good for running game. So
yeah.
Here can I?
I just don't know if
my one selling point is that he faces the NFC South, and he has the easiest schedule, and he faces the NFC South, and we target the NFC South religiously. So, can I sell you on that NFC South?
Yeah, I like that. He could bust a couple long runs against some weaker competition. I see the single game upside. I don't see he is the guy you need. And I know like a 5th round pick running back, sometimes you just want points. It doesn't have to be like the guy you need. But I feel like, especially now, maybe they work more on the pass game this year, but I feel like I can arbitrage it on a PPR site. Now, I know you might not feel the same about Jalen Warren. I think if they bring back Aaron Rodgers, he's going to get that Gainwell PPR scam. Maybe Rico catches a lot of passes, but like the Chubas, I don't know. What are some of the running backs? I think here? It definitely dries up, but
when you go running back and you can go if you can bet on talent with a good workload, I'm willing to overlook the offense. But if you're only getting one of the 3, then I'm not. So I think with Judkins, you're getting 2 of the 3, and then it's like we can kind of hope for the 3rd, right? If the 3rd happens by a little bit, then it's like okay, like we can see a really good. Plus, he caught 2 catches per game in his 14 games. So like that's not even nothing. He had 2 receptions per game.
Yeah, it's not terrible. So coming up on it here, we got Tyler Warren, Alec Pierce. I think Ramondre is not a question. With the Hendo click, Chuba Hubbard is like maybe the last of.
Yeah.
What do you think about like the Mekhi Lemon, Brian Thomas, Jordan Tyson? Tyson's a riser. BTJ is kind of nice. What do you think about?
I probably I like Alec Pierce and BTJ the most, but honestly, like BTJ comes back and Lemon comes back a lot. I know we get a discount on Pierce, but unless you want Hurts, I'm cool with Hurts. I don't mind Hurts. I don't think it really matters. We will get a slight discount because he had
I
a
like what
ankle procedure for Alec Pierce. I
that's
don't
what I
think
was
anything
thinking. Like maybe we
changes.
try to push it. Maybe these.
No, but I've
No,
been
probably
getting
not.
Brian
I'm
Thomas.
thinking maybe.
I mean, I've been getting Brian Thomas falling to like mid 70s, even like early 80s lately. So like people are just not feeling good about him either.
That's so crazy to me. I I know that like the role. It's a very. There's a lot of tough competition in that room. Don't get me wrong, but I think if they didn't have a plan for him, a man who had 1,200 yards as a rookie, they would have traded him. Chuba
I think we kind
Hubbard,
of need
Makai
Chuba. Yeah,
Lemon,
we kind of need
Michael
Chuba.
Wilson,
I
Harold
think.
Shannon. You want to do
Yeah,
Chuba? Sounds good.
we need him. We need
Lock
him
it
really
in.
badly.
Because yeah, I guess
We
like
need him. I
because
think okay.
I
So
guess
like
total
here,
points like you can't do the yeah.
I
Go
think
ahead.
okay. Hear me out. I think we lost the 2v2 and the 3v3 by not taking Judkins. You could if you're saying like Evans has a for sure better year, like then it's whatever. But like if you look at we took Judkins at 52 and then we take like we could have taken BTJ plus Lemon or something or Lemon plus wait did Lemon still there? I mean we could have went like BTJ and Lemon and like I like Chuba but like dude like he got a shit snatched by Rico. What is Brooks gonna possibly do? Can they tap a running back in like round 3? For sure they can. They've kept tapping
I
every year with the Panthers. So like
I think
I don't
Chuba has less job security than Judkins, but I know like Bryce Young's not like the best quarterback in the world, but that Canales system is so right for whoever ends up being the RB1, and Chuba's
yeah.
got the lead for that. I think Brooks has got a chance. I'm a little skeptical with the double ACL tear, but
It's not like I don't think it's super lopsided, but it's just like we're betting on like a 33-year-old and like a running back with not job security over like a age 23 running back plus like a rookie first round Makai Lemon. And I think like that for me is just like it's not even that you need rookies on you don't need like the late season upside on drafters because a week 150-point spike is the same as week 17. But I still think like this is still pretty fragile, even if you don't like the Browns. Like you have to admit, this is still kind of fragile. So that's what kind of led me more like I'm just gonna lean in on Judkins. If I have to settle for Chuba, like this is I don't really feel that much better. And then
I think
that's where we're at.
who do you think projects for more? Let's say Chuba wins the job. I think we agree it's not 100%, but certainly more likely than not. Like a decent. I don't think they're going to add a true
Yeah.
contender for his work during the draft. Points per game, Chuba or Judkins? Who do you like?
Oh, Judkins for sure.
Interesting. I might be on the Chuba side of things. I think he takes it back somewhere closer to 2 years ago. I know he got the chain snatch left, but he had the injury, and he kind of snatched the chain back at the end of the year. Coming up on it here, so we got Purdy.
I just know like yeah. Oh man, if Kraft is there, that's a smash, right?
Kraft is he's a decent bet. If he goes, would you go Purdy for the stack or one of these receivers?
I would go Godwin.
Kraft.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's like
so we hammer Kraft here.
Yeah, I mean, first of all,
sounds good.
If you saw what he was doing last year, and now there's like less target competition, and I don't want to say like LaFleur's on the hot seat, but I think he puts himself on the hot seat because he's kind of, I think he's holding himself to a higher standard because that was embarrassing last year. I don't think he's actually on the hot seat like from the franchise, but he let it, bro. That was bad, man. Like to be up so big on the Bears and then to just like, so.
Nah, to go out like that's pretty sad. And he has too many games where like he takes his foot off the gas and he's like playing not to lose, but then you lose. It's like just stay aggressive enough. You don't need to like go to this like super conservative 3-yard passes, 4-yard passes crap.
I don't blame him necessarily because like dude, like there was a lot of injuries going on, but not ideal.
You want to go Purdy for a stack here?
Yeah, I think if Godwin was there, you could definitely make an argument to keep pushing, and then you can go for like a Shuck plus like you could do like I do like Chuba with like you grab Bryce and now you just have like okay Panthers are better, and now we just soaking up points. But honestly,
That's
like
bad.
Purdy's soaking up a lot of points too. So
I'm saying like Purdy, he was showing that elite ceiling week 16, 17 last year. I think you add Mike Evans to that. I know Kittle's hurt, but he'll come back by October. He'll ramp up. If you get like healthy Ricky Pearsall, they could add in the draft too. Like he might have some of the better weapons of his career, or if it's not as good as Ayuk Debo, I think this combo could be better than Ayuk Debo. If you had a first round receiver to that group, it's kind of nutted, honestly, for him to have that top 5 season.
So before any mocks came out, I was like, dude, like Boston would cook on the 49ers. This was before Evans went there. But I was like, dude, if
Right.
they add like a Boston now, well, first of all, Kirk can just say goodbye and they're just gonna dude, if they had Evans, Boston, and I know it's just I'm just saying a player that they could reasonably, that could fall. I don't want to say like, oh, if they get Tate, bro, they're gonna cook. But like, if they grab a Boston, the versatile bigger guy, and then they have Evans and Boston and Ricky, I think that would be so nutted, but like they don't have to go wide receiver either.
And I think a sneaky guy that could be there for them without them having to like trade up or do anything too implausible. I think Concepcion would be a decent fit. I know he overlaps with some things with Ricky, but Concepcion has more of that like pure speed profile too, like out of the slot. I think it wouldn't be good for Ricky's fantasy value, of course, but he can win routes outside. Like he doesn't have to be a slot guy. He could be kind of more sacrificial, get
Yeah.
open, but like it lets Mike and Concepcion cook. And I think if Purdy had that, it would just absolutely print. I think he's
The
set up for
reason
a
the
huge.
reason I was leaning I was kind of leaning Boston is because he's actually really good as a blocker. So that would just be like another way of like Shanahan having another way to facilitate things. Because first of all, they're not gonna have Kittle potentially at first, but imagine like you have Kittle and you have another good blocker out there. I don't know like Evans at this age like what he's gonna be asked to do, but I don't know. Like Debo was a dog, like that's a big loss for them. Like from a couple of years ago, I just don't know. Like because yeah, they have what they brought back their tackle, but like dude, their offensive line is not good. I
Yeah,
don't.
it's not.
CMC was not efficient, but that line was garbage last year, dude. It was not a good line at all. And Shanahan likes having a like he doesn't prioritize line, but like okay, but now you have an old running back with a shitty line, so.
Exactly. And I don't know, CMC did not really pass the eye test. It was weird. He passed the eye test when he was catching the ball, like in space, and he did not really have it between the tackles. And you could attribute that to the offensive line for sure. Definitely doesn't help
But he
him. He
never
also
he
just
never
looked a
was
little.
a he
He
never
looked a
was like
little
that kind of
slower.
runner, anyways. But
Exactly. So we
he's
coming
old.
up here. I mean, Jadarian Price would be crazy to me. I think he's pretty live to go to Seattle and just like be the guy. Would you be
Yeah,
down with Jadarian here?
I'd probably take another receiver, probably one of those two.
Do you think we would
Um,
be able to push one of those two, or
I think on drafters, I don't know. I mean, Price is fine if you want to go Price. I'm not against Price. I do mix him in. I think with the Golden, like, just feels like a good with the. I feel like the price isn't really catching up to what he's about to walk into, and like, I think the thing that I'm kind of coming around to that I've come around to for a while is just Um, like Price, I like Price. He's really good. Like the gap between him and like the RB 3 and 4 and 5 in this class is not as big as the ADP is. So if I'm going for rookies, I don't think like rookies on drafters. Like if you get the right ones, they smash. But like you don't need rookies, and like
right?
there's still outs to him getting like fucking horrible spot. Like if he doesn't go to
That's true.
Seattle, then like okay, like what now? Because now like he's like an overpriced rookie, and I can get Singleton later that's just gonna do the same thing.
That's fair. It's a bit of a gamble where it's like you could get totally fucked, like you said, but if we get that recent buzz, okay, receiver.
Yeah.
There's nothing really at quarterback.
I like
Receiver,
Seabrod. I like Shakir. Shakir's cool. I mean, McMillan's
Shakir.
cool. I think Shakir in this format's really underrated for what he gives you.
Shakir's cool. Yeah, Shakir. The next 5 receivers are Shakir, McMillan, Coker, Omar Cooper, Higgins, Denzel Boston.
Yeah.
Shakir.
I mean, oh, for
All right,
sure, Shakir, man. I think on
sounds
like
good.
it's not just PPR, but you still want touchdowns. You still want good
I think
offenses.
Price. I think we're drawing pretty live on Price being a Seahawk. It's not like a slam dunk, but I'm starting to feel it more and more. Where I'm like, man, they really need a running back, and they don't have like a ton of holes. Where it's like, I don't want to say like they have a luxury pick in the first round, but like it's a pretty good roster. They don't need anything else on offense. I
I
guess they
think
could
they can. I
replace one
think
of the
they
guys
should
who
keep
left on
going.
defense.
No, they should keep building defense. I think with a defensive coach, like you kind of, I mean, so running back for a defensive coach isn't like out of the question either. But I mean, it's not going to be like Ben Johnson with like, oh yeah, let's get Loveland and Bird and let's just go all in on offense. So like, yeah,
Right.
I think probably they're going to focus on defense because they have some turnaround. But I think they probably like Charbonnet like long term fine enough to kind of like try to get through the season. If they bring in a Najee for like and he kind of holds you over or like what there's plenty of running backs that could hold you over, and like I think that they like Charbonnet enough because look at how they treated Walker. They gave Charbonnet more valuable touches than Walker. So like I'm not saying like that's guaranteed that Charbonnet's the guy, but it's like even if he comes back towards the end of the year and they're fighting for a playoff spot, and then like they probably feel good enough with Charbonnet is my take on it. So I don't know if they go like round one running back basically.
Yeah, no, it's far from a lock. I would put it at like a 30%. Is it the best pick? Is Jadarian Price objectively worth a first round pick? No, but
Yeah,
there's a lot of smoke there on it to the point where I'm like, if that let's say in the scenario, and I think it's more likely he probably falls around 2, but
yeah.
where would you have him ranked if he did go first round? Price.
It depends where he goes. So like
Let's say for the Seattle hypothetical.
Seattle, on drafters, I would have him ranked more. Well, let's see. What do we get? Oh shit, you want to stack him up with Darnold since he's going to the Seahawks?
Let's do it. I'm down to run it.
Yeah,
Making sure we don't get sniped here.
I think Juwan's super good value on drafters too.
Agony.
I mean, we could do
Do you want to lock
We could do Bryce Young thing.
with Chuba?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Well, not even just with Chuba. I mean, we're running out of quarterbacks. I do like doing like 2 of the late ones, but usually I don't like to do it with Purdy as the first one. Not that he's not good, but it's just like I don't really feel like the floor is there like with a May or a Jaden, that the floor is kind of
right.
But where would I put Price if he went to the Seahawks? I would put him higher on drafters than underdog because like in the money weeks when Chuba comes back and it's going to get messy, I might not have him ranked that high. But on drafters, on drafters I would probably move him up to kind of where Chuba is at least maybe
because he's getting you that early season.
Yeah. Well, it'd be a speculation, but then like if I saw him in training camp and beyond, and he's like working in ahead of everyone, then I would move him up maybe higher. But I think, yeah, I mean, there's a limit of how high I can move him on underdog just because in the money week, Charbonnet's going to be back. So,
yeah, I worry what that looks like for Charbonnet though. Like so the best time. Okay, I guess we'll look at our pick here and then I'll vamp on Charbonnet. What are you thinking structurally here? Do we have no? Okay, we got Kraft. We're rocking a 2, 4, 5. I love Juwan. You're a Juwan guy. I'm into that. Seeing if.
Oh, okay. So like he's still with Kellen Moore, and Kellen Moore lets like the primary tight end cook so hard, and he's not even. He shouldn't be an 85% snap share guy, but he literally was allowed to be. Like he should not be getting so many snaps, and Kellen doesn't care. He's just okay, like this. He doesn't care.
He can hoop, and he is a PPR scam.
No,
honestly, I don't even know if it's a scam. He's actually just good.
Dude, he had almost 900 yards with like a rookie quarterback in Rattler. So I'm not saying he has to run that back, crazy. But like at this cost, like
he had to deal with half of your Rattler.
Yeah.
His splits with Shuck seemed to be much better. Just the offense was humming more, so I'm with it. I'm down with
Yeah.
it. Um, Honestly, I don't know why Jawan Johnson is not like. I think it's just a name equity thing, but like he should be in like the 110s, honestly, 120s.
That's what I was saying. That
Like
if
I
he
would
was
take
ahead
him
of
if he was pick
Gadsden,
120.
if he was ahead of Gadsden when the contest opened this season, and I didn't see that he was in the 150s, I'd be like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, Juwan Johnson had a good year. He's primed for another big role. Like 110s ahead of Gadsden, okay, or whatever he's at. But it's like 150s. Like, what are we
Yeah,
doing, bro? Like, are we tripping? Like, he had almost 900 yards, and his role isn't really changing. Like, what are they gonna draft a tight end? Even if they do, like,
it's
who?
like we're like
I don't know.
underrating the yardage of some of these tight ends in this range. Like Hunter Henry, Joel Johnson, like even Dalton Schultz, like
Yeah.
770 yards, 880 yards. It's like they're like dusting the wide receivers that go around them in the yardage department a lot of the time.
Not even yardage, but Dalton Schultz and Juwan Johnson were two of the tight ends. I think there's only like 6 or 7 or 8 tight ends that had 100+ targets, and there are two of them. So we're getting high target share on their offense with little competition positionally on like decent offenses. Like I think the Texans could have been a better offense if their defense wasn't like historically great. It was like really great last year. So they weren't really pushed at all until like at the end. And yeah, Stroud folded in the playoffs, so we're getting a discount.
Get a little bit of discount. Speaking of someone who folded last year, how do you feel about Geno Smith potentially as a third quarterback here? Just to have a warm body.
Um, I like him more on drafters than on underdog. Um,
The money
you
week
know, because like,
benching angle.
well, like if he gives you a few 25-point weeks before he gets benched, that's the same as if he gives you 25 during week 15 or 16, 17. So
Right. And he might have a lot of garbage time opportunities.
maybe
Um,
I, yeah. I'm also like at this point, I'm also cool just waiting for a Tua. It's gonna start the year most likely. I mean, unless you go like the Penix route, but
yeah. Um, hmm. We go we genuinely go the Deshaun Watson route. Um, I think because Bryce is like he's fine or whatever as a QB2. I don't know. What are you feeling here? What would you do?
what would I do? I would click Woody Marks if I was by myself. I mean, I'm open to Gino. I just like if Gino comes back at the next turn, I'll take him. Kind of usually where I don't know. It's just like about spike weeks and like Gino is fine, but I just don't see like him giving spike weeks necessarily. Where I mean, maybe he does. I don't know. I would kind of hope
Sounds
like
good.
if I have like a Garrett Wilson, like I'm grabbing Gino for sure because like he's gonna give spike weeks together, right? But
Yeah.
then just a naked Gino, it's like okay, like you
He
know,
can run a little bit, right? A smidge.
yeah. But then I'd rather
Yeah.
go for Mendoza and just backstack Mendoza at that point. Like that just like I would
Okay.
just rather take Mendoza over Gino, but like I'm cool with Gino also. Like I'm not anti Gino.
I've
If you want to go Gino, I'm very happy with Gino. I think on this team, like we could
how do you
argue
feel
either way.
how do you feel about Judy here?
Oh, yeah. Lock it in.
All right.
Fuck these quarterbacks, dude. When you don't feel comfortable or if you don't feel that confident, just go for the player you feel better about. First of all, even if Tay goes to the Browns, does Judy not smash this price on a better offense?
He literally has to. He cannot not smash this price.
Let me ask you a question. So last year, Tillman was literally going in the 130s as the wide receiver 2 on the Browns. When we knew
Yep.
it was going to be a bottom 2 offense, and it was literally the worst offense. And now we're
Yep.
getting Judy, even if he's the wide receiver 2, which he has outs to being the 1 still. But we're getting him cheaper, 40 picks cheaper than where the wide receiver 2 was going last year. I don't know. It doesn't make sense.
And we don't have to do the Dylan Gabriel thing this year. Thank God.
I actually
I
didn't
don't
mind
have them
Gabriel.
agony. I don't have the most faith in either Browns quarterback, but I think they can both pepper Judy enough. I know there were like some weird disconnects between Shadur and Judy, but like they're gonna work that out. Again, Shadur had like no like to the bull case, the potential bull case of the Browns offense, Shador didn't get any reps with the ones. Like they gave him no shot, Stefanski. So he'll get to rep a little bit more with Judy. And again, even if they take Tate, this is like where a wide receiver 2 goes on the worst teams. So, and I
mean, I love Tate, and like, would I be shocked if Judy's like, out targeting him to start the year? Oh, like it's not like it's not that I think Tate is not good. I think Judy's still really good. He's young. He's like 27. He's a good prospect. Right. He's a good talent. Like there's a lot of weird stuff, but he's been on weird teams, man. Like I don't even know what. Like he's been on the Russell Wilson Broncos, getting trolled by Sean Payton, and then he was on this team. Like this team was even worse than that team.
So I don't know. A little rundown of the team right now. We got Brock Purdy, Bryce Young, running back, Hendo, Hampton, Chuba Hubbard, Jadarian Price, Woody Marks. That feels pretty sturdy. I feel like we're getting our projectable points there. Wide receiver, Puka Nacua, Olave, Mike Evans, BTJ, Khalil Shakir, Jerry Jeudy. Solid. We can tack a couple names on. And then Tucker Kraft, Juwan Johnson. This feels like a well-rounded team. And we'll, quarterback's a little thin, but we'll pick up a body who can get some points.
No, I mean, you could go Tua here. I mean, these tight ends are so fucking nice that it would be hard to pass these tight ends. For me, it would be hard to pass Trey Tucker. I know like Tua probably fits the team better. It's also fine to go like, Tua plus Kirk and just go for, if you think Kirk is going to start enough. So like that kind of, I guess that depends, I mean, I think Kirk is live to give you at least 5 or 6 plus games. So now, does he give you a score that matters? That's the question. So
that is the question. Would you ever go 4 quarterback on this build?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it depends. Like if I went Bryce Young and then I went like Cam Ward right after him, probably not. But like if my third is Tua, I don't know how you feel about Tua, but I'm cool with Tua.
I'm cool with Tua. He's like not my favorite, but he's going to start week 1. I'm very confident in that, and so it's like, how down could I be?
So last round, Austin Hooper?
I was thinking last round Deshaun Watson, but what do I know?
That's fair. That's fair.
With the Judy stack or Shador. Are you Watson or Shador?
Neither.
Agony. That's true. That's fair.
I just like every time that I've learned stuff where it's like, I think the Russ versus Dart was different because like one of them was going to have more upside than either of Shador or Watson, in my opinion. And we saw that like Russ had a 31-point spike and then he got benched. And Dart came in and started spiking. So like it was just different profiles of like, and in pre-draft last year I did the A-Rich and then I was like, okay, Daniel Dimes, like in Eliminator, I did like that Daniel Dimes in Eliminator worked. But I'm just saying like, I don't like in post-draft, I didn't do any of the A-Rich or Dimes. I was like, fuck this shit. I've learned my lesson. I'm not doing this shit.
You're good on all that shit.
Yeah, like I'll just take Drake. I'll take Drake May and Brock Purdy and just be fine. There you go.
You're chilling straight off that. How do you feel about these tight ends? I feel like it's the end of a tier for me. Barner, Ferguson, Ott, and Freiermuth.
Yeah. I like
Barner.
Yeah, I like Barner stacked up with. Look, it's fine to let's just take him. But I think it's fine. I wouldn't just build a full portfolio of like prices going to the Seahawks. I think, but it's like okay, like this team, you made the claim that Price is a Seahawk. Okay, now we have a little Seahawks I think like the stacks on drafters without the quarterback are just so much more powerful because like one of my best teams that didn't have Daniel Jones, it had like 4 Colts and that team cooked all year. Even with the Daniel Jones injury, it was still doing solid. So
because the quarterback could get hurt, but you're still getting the points,
Even if the quarterback doesn't get hurt, other quarterbacks can just still match him. So I think Barner at 196 is a gift from above, like
especially when it's this cheap, like an expensive stack without the quarterback. Sure, can work too. But when they're this cheap and we know they're good players and it's a good team that scores points, it's like, what am I like? How does Barner ever fall to 196? I don't really get it.
Well, you know what virgins are going to say? Virgins are going to be like, well, I have the same team with Barner at 189 and 2 at 196, bro. So,
fuck. It's over for me, dude. I didn't get the cool CLV.
Yeah.
Well, I looking ahead here to some of these picks, not the most promising group at receiver, I'll tell you that much. What are you doing with Darnell Mooney with the
I like him. I
are
like
you
him.
kind of you getting this OBJ hype going? Did you see? I know you're not really on Twitter like that. You see the buzz that OBJ might go to the Giants. He's doing a physical.
Yeah, I'm not worried about OBJ. I'm also like I'm more worried about Slayton, to be honest. Where I think
Hmm.
like Slayton, we hyped him up last year and he wasn't a league winner, but dude, he literally had Jaden Higgins production, and he was hurt for like half the year. So like I think like yeah, like I like Mooney, but like first of all, I don't even think Mooney's gonna necessarily beat out Slayton. So he's just kind of like yeah, like I think he could spike though. So like I like Mooney. I like Mooney back with Nagy. I think that's a fun narrative for
That's
sure.
valid. God, these players get so gross so quick.
I just start like scrolling. I mean, I still click Najee, but in general, I just scroll past this range. Unless you want to go into Joku, which is like
I think
not
Njoku's totally
unreasonable.
valid. I feel like on this, you've done this more than I have on the drafters. Does tight end hit your flex pretty often? I guess it
Yeah.
can.
Dude, I had a Bowers Warren team that was just kept hitting the flex, bro. Over my stacked running backs.
Fuck it. I mean, Njoku, people are leaving him for dead because he hasn't signed. It's total horseshit. He's going to sign wherever
Yeah.
the draft doesn't fall. He's going to
I don't
find a
know if
good
we need
spot.
a I don't know if we need a fourth though. Um,
Yeah.
but
Running back
I
is
mean,
kind of beat. Do you
yeah.
like Damon Claiborne, Halani,
I like Kellen Black more than those guys.
Agony?
Um,
Let's do Njoku. It's just a good football player that won't be a zero, and I think it can hit the flex. Um,
yeah.
maybe this keeps us off of a fourth quarterback. Not maybe not either.
No, I think fourth quarterback. Um, yeah, fourth quarterback, and then maybe what's our running backs? I think we might need another running back.
We got
I don't think we need a
Hampton,
fourth quarterback actually. I mean,
Henderson, Chuba, Price, and Woody.
yeah, fuck man. Actually, maybe,
And then maybe a
yeah,
seventh receiver
maybe,
just for a
yeah.
body.
What's that receiver? I
We
can't see
got
the.
we got Tolbert, Coleman, Kyle Williams, Troy Franklin, Bateman, Devontae Walker,
You know what I like? I
Surratt.
like Mechie. I like Mechie or Leggett, man. Just kind of taking one. I'm not saying which one. Like taking a Panther wide receiver, I
Could,
kind of like
could
that.
I rattle some more names to you real quick?
No,
Uh,
that's all I got. You can click whatever you
Surratt,
want. But
Ted Hurst, Jalen
yeah, I'm not.
Noel.
I'm not. Honestly, oh no, no, you can sell me on no for sure.
All right, no.
Uh, a lot of these rookies, I'm not really like. If I'm doing a specific, I think you could do that thing of like you take Mendoza and then like okay, Raiders draft Surratt, his boy, and like I like things like that are narrative based, but just like randomly like oh yeah, Surratt's gonna outscore like this like group of 50 professional wide receivers that are under contract that have shown spike week and that are gonna play this year, which is like why does Slayton go undrafted? Is Surratt really gonna give me more spike weeks than Slayton? If he gave me 500 yards as a rookie, which Slayton gives you every year, I would be impressed. I'd be like, dude, that's solid for a round three receiver, you know? So, like, I think people get a little bit too carried away looking for the next Puka. How about give me the next Mooney? I don't need the next Puka.
Right.
Give me the next Mooney. Okay, so who's the next Mooney? It has a better chance of being Slayton than it does Surratt, to be honest. So,
I think Puka broke people's brains, bro. And it like we're weaning off of that a little bit where we're not doing like all these like shitty day two wide receivers in like the 150s anymore, but like or
yeah.
160s. But like we're still doing so they're just getting drafted so much. I'm like, stop with the Bryce Lance. Stop with the Zachariah Branch, bro. This is not going to yield fantasy goodness. And like you said, even if like I like a guy like Surratt, but like 500 yards would be like 75th, 80th percentile for him. And it's like that's just a Slayton season. That's just a Mooney season. So
Dude,
I'm
that
trying
was
to
a
avoid those
Higgins
guys.
season. That was a Higgins
Right.
season, and that was a solid rookie year. That was not a
Right.
horrible rookie year. So
And it's like, sure, you get like the well timed. I get it a little more on underdog where it's like, okay, they're more likely to fill in at the end if the guy ahead of them got hurt or they're starting to learn the offense and it makes more sense. But like on this, like every week counts the same. What am I doing?
yeah, that's why like
Um,
Kelsey on this side, like I'm smashing Kelsey on this side. Like I'm smashing him, bro. Not
so we got
even
the
questions.
We got the 3-5-7-4. At receiver, we got Puka, Olave, Evans, BTJ, Shakir, Judy, Noel. Are we good there? Do you want to add an eighth receiver? We got 5 running backs.
I would add like maybe like I like year 2 running backs like as much as rookies. So like for me, like I've been adding more Giddens. Like that's just, it doesn't have to be Giddens, but that's just an example of like a Giddens, someone that we forgot about, people forgot about, but like even a Brooks, like a Brooks or a Giddens, like it's totally reasonable because like people wrote off Tank Bigsby and I was slamming him. I'm like, bro, Etienne's a bitch in the 40s. Let me just grab my boy Tank Bigsby. I love his name. He's a physical runner. Look, I'm just saying that. I'm trying to sell you because I know you like Tank Bigsby, but I'm just saying like people forgot about Tank Bigsby. Even worse, no one's writing off Giddens. You know why? Because Giddens didn't have a bad year. He didn't even fumble the ball. He didn't touch the ball. But so people forgot about him. People forgot about Tank Bigsby because he was trash as a rookie. And like I think a lot of these players are very draftable, man. Oh shit!
You know who
You
I
know,
like even more than Tank Bigsby now? Ping ponging Jadarian Price and George.
that's great. This is
crazy. How do you feel about George? Okay, you know that's my brand play this year. Hit me with the truth on George. Talk me off of not having 30% of him.
I know you don't have 30% of him.
I don't. I'm like 18, 19%.
Okay, well, I think he's like a perfectly, like he's a player that if you told me like I have 4 to 8%, I'm like, yeah, cool. Like I don't like, I think the confidence in that, like I literally did that last year as like, because I was fading Genty and I think like the Genty fade was correct, but then like the like Amadra and Puka were a smash in his range, but then like Neighbors got hurt, which so like anyways, I was just trolling with that pick last year, but I'm like, this guy has juice last year. I'm like, this guy has juice. If he got an opportunity, like he could smash. But the thing is, he's proven himself to be closer to Marshawn Lloyd and Jonathan Brooks than he has been to anything else. So like for me, it's that I know for sure he will never handle 25 touches even for one game. So like then it's just like, okay, like can he be efficient and spike? Sure. So like I wouldn't tell anyone to be 30% or even 19%, but if you told me I'm 4 to 10%, I'm like, yeah, cool. Why not? He's like totally good NFL player. Most NFL teams have full practice squads full of him and C-Rod and even Tutons, whatever, to varying degrees of speed. But I'm just saying, like, there's good players everywhere. So, like, I think he's a good player. He just can't stay healthy. So, like, I have no reason to be confident over 8% in general. I guess that's what I would say.
That's valid. He feels very Kyron-y to me. Not like he's a lock to be Kyron, but like if I even have the chance at getting a Kyron, that's like the life-changing money, especially in like the season-long points contest where it's like, damn, I could be getting. Now, I don't think he'll be Kyron in the sense of like the crazy workhorse workload. Maybe a better comparison would be I have a very high degree of confidence knowing how they want to do a 2 running back backfield that he could be like the Kenneth Gainwell. I think he has much more of a pass catching profile than people realize. And I don't think they'll have the same dynamic in whatever backfield they have as last year because Walker was actually kind of like the softer guy. You know, their RB2 was more of like the hammer. I think Price is more of the hammer in this hypothetical. He's the one. But then they have that like traditional third down back, a Jalen Warren, a Kenneth Gainwell. I guess those are both Steelers backs. But you know what I mean? Like a guy who can catch passes.
Yeah.
And
I
mix
could
in
see
a little
him
bit.
like maybe not stylistically the same, but like kind of like a Sean Tucker, you know, like a third guy that's being. But so like the thing is like why I wouldn't click him on underdog is because I have zero confidence that by week 17 that's gonna be, even if he starts the year and he handles like work, I don't know, like if Charbonnet comes back then it all comes crashing down, and like I have no confidence in him over Charbonnet. I have more confidence in the Seahawks not drafting Price, and then he's like live for a while, and maybe Charbonnet has a complication or they ease him back in. Maybe they're tanking because they not tanking, but like maybe they have a horrible start to the year. By the time Charbonnet comes back, they're like negative record. Maybe they don't rush him back. So like there's outs to Halani, but I think if they draft Price, Halani's pretty. His best case then is like a Sean Tucker. So
the I think there's a world where the Seahawks are totally fine. Now in this draft, we took Price, so and we're like he's a Seahawk. But if you told me we get Jadarian Price in the, I don't know, name a running back that matches his profile. Honestly, who do you think Price compares to? I don't really have a good
Price
comparison for him right now.
for Price, like
Like I don't know
stylistically,
how
or what
to
are you talking about?
like stylistically. I don't know how to pin him down as like who do I think he's going to be in the NFL? Like I know it's like a little thin for the RB2 on a team to become like an RB2 in college to become the guy in the NFL, but all right, it's Jeremiah Love. We'll make the exception. But I don't know if he's like a true workhorse profile. Like he feels more like a 60% guy to me, at least early.
Yeah. Well, I think he could be a full snap share guy, but I don't think he has the juice to be like an actually exciting bell cow if he got the bell cow workload. So like, like a Kyron, we didn't really profile him as a bell cow. Now he's just literally
Right.
he's been a bell cow for 2 years. And even last year in the current NFL, like 70% is still a bell cow, right? So like
Yeah.
I think like, he's like, how people hate on Najee, like because he underwhelmed his draft capital. But dude, Najee was a sick bell cow. So just imagine like 65% of that. No, so like I'm not really in on Price's ceiling. That's the like on underdog, he could spike for 22 in the right week, and that's like fuck, I kind of needed him. But like here,
Right.
I just don't see how he separates. Like that's why like I like if we look through like every round, if you felt closer to how I feel about Judkins, then you would probably agree with why I go Judkins there is because like sometimes I just go Monty plus Judkins or Monty plus Henderson because Henderson does come back to like 52, and then like I don't have to deal with this like world where we're hoping for nutted landing spots for a player that like I like Najee, but Price is probably like best case this year is probably 65% of prime Najee. Would you agree? Like he's probably like he has even less juice than Najee, so like it's like I don't know what we're getting.
But Prime Najee though was like a 1-2 turn pick. Like that's like I would take 65% of that. Not every week he's going to get there, but like as your RB4, he'll ping pong those weeks, and I just have a
But that
lot of
was prime
confidence in
Najee with all
Seattle's
the
offense.
work though. That was
Right.
prime Najee with all
Right.
the work. I'm just saying prime Najee, but now Charbonnet is coming back and Halani's there and Emmanuel Wilson's there and like how do you feel about that? Like is that worth a gamble at 117? I don't know.
I
So
think it feels like one of those backfields where it's like the Jags from last year, or like I don't know the Bucks a couple years ago, where it was like Rashad White was like not super expensive, but he was like expensive. But Bucky was cheap and Sean Tucker was cheap. It's like I just think there's going to be a decent amount of points to be had in Seattle's backfield, and like I don't know the answer, and sometimes I'm going to get the zero there, but a lot of the RB2s are the zero, and if I could
yeah.
like hit a rookie, Emmanuel Wilson and Holani,
Mhm.
two of those three are going to be good fantasy assets for 3 months minimum. So my thing with Charbonnet, I forgot to finish the point from earlier. So his best, they say the ACL recoveries now are 9 to 12 months after surgery. He had the surgery February 20th, which puts him at a November 20th on the faster side of the timeline. Um, November 20th is like week 12. We're looking at best case week 12. He could take 10 or 11 months. It was a pretty brutal tear. We don't know how the recovery is going to go. So, like, best case, he's back week 12. There's a world where he's like just kind of eased in, like eased in. Whoever has been the best of the group during the season could be the one the whole year, where Sharps like goes into that RB2 role, at least to start out in December. And that's if he's back at all. He just might not play until like late December, warm up for like a playoff run.
Yeah. Well, that's why an underdog I'm just not really I'm not touching them. I'm more willing to touch them on drafters. But honestly, like I like this conversation a lot, but it's just like even if you think it's like holy shit, like we're talking like it's Sunday after the draft and Price is a Seahawk, and then we just realized like everything you said about Price. Imagine now that he gets any other landing spot, and then you're like, holy
Yeah.
shit, like now I'm getting 65% Najee, and now he's behind like I don't even know who, like even like an Algier and a Connor. Like he's the dude, they draft him for whatever reason, and now he's like behind Algier and Connor. You're like, dude, like I don't even think Prime Najee is beating out Algier, bro. So like
No,
I know that's hyperbolic, but
it's a there. It's interesting with Price because it's like there's not a lot of landing spots he can go to and be the guy. But I think the teams that would be willing to pay for him are far more likely inclined to be that team. But again, we saw like rumors today, like, oh, the Jags could like go up and get him. It's like, fuck, dude, that's a headache.
I actually, this might sound weird, but stylistically, I actually really like him on the Jags.
It would make sense. I just worry that like, would they let him get that 65, 70%, or would it be like a truly disgusting, like C-Rod's getting a couple, Tootin's getting a couple, Price gets more than that, but it's like, does anyone even get 60%? Probably not. It's like a 40-40-20 maybe, or like a 50.
No, it's probably like a third. It's like a 30-30-30 with LeQuint getting 10 or whatever. And it would be like C-Rod in like the kind of like that. So he would be like in the Sean Tucker plus role, and then I don't want to think about it. It's so gross, dude.
It's AIDS. It's terrible. But in this scenario, we go with the most commonly mocked, not more than 50%, but like at least the most commonly mocked, the betting favorite for whatever that's worth. Rashid Shaheed to the Raiders ass click with Jadarian Price on the Seahawks.
I never even saw that before you said that. That's why I was so like I'm not on Twitter, but I still like online. There's still articles. I've never seen that article. I mean, besides like I've seen
Kubiak, bro.
No, I've seen him saying positive things about him, but then I saw a video of Kubiak like glazing Trey Tucker without even asked about Trey Tucker. He was just like asked about like, how do you like, like what is your first impressions on the Raiders? He's like, man, like Trey Tucker every day he's out there, like the culture is set. I don't know who he said he was training with, but he's like, I keep seeing Trey Tucker out there training with, I forgot who, I guess another coach or something. But he's just talking about like the culture setting, and I'm like, Trey Tucker, man, Trey Tucker's the culture setter. I was like, dude, I'm about to run through a brick wall for Trey Tucker. But I don't know.
No,
it's just like
I saw that quote, man. That was pretty
speculation.
It was bullish. I saw the Trey Tucker quote finally. It was bullish. I'll give you that.
Yeah. And then like, but that's like, does that make me less bullish on Naylor? No. So like, it makes me more bullish on Mayer, I think. I don't know why. It might sound random connection, but it makes me super bullish on Mayer. Because if you look historically at what Kubiak has done with the secondary tight end, Foster Moreau is kind of talented. Like, I like him. He's underrated, but he is nowhere near Michael Mayer, bro. So like, I'm just saying, if Foster Moreau was cooking, imagine what Michael Mayer is going to do.
I just want to say shout out to our first ever comment in the YouTube chat. Don't know how to pull it up. Maybe I do. Oh, now I do. Shout out Mike Robb. You are the first ever commenter. So I don't know what you get for that, but I will never forget you until like, I don't know, maybe 2030. 2030. I'll give you until 2030.
Wait, who was the first commenter? I already forgot. I see. Oh, you commented.
Fuck. No, Mike Robb. Shout out Mike Robb, one of the GOATs. We will etch this into our memory. All right. So we did it. We got, it feels like a pretty decent team to me, at least. I don't know. We got Puka Nacua, Omarion Hampton, Chris Olave. Okay. Hendo, Mike Evans, BTJ. The 3v3 of Evans, BTJ, and Chuba will live on.
I'll tell you what the 3v3. I'll tell you what the 3v3 actually was. It was basically, we have to skip I guess it was a 4v4, but it was a 3v3. It was Judkins and then BTJ plus or BTJ or insert whatever Ledman or whoever you like, and then Herbert at 76 is probably the play. So looking back, because then
that's super valid. We
get him with Hampton, and then he's super back stackable, and like the offense, like I'm super into Herbert over Hurts, man. So like, I'm in.
That's valid. At least we get the Tucker Kraft fall. That feels pretty nice. Getting the ACL discount on a guy. The dog levels are so crazy on Tucker Kraft. I'm becoming less and less worried about that ACL by the day. We get Brock Purdy, potential sneaky. Could have that Stafford type season with Mike Evans maybe being this year Devontae Adams to unlock it. Get that stack. Jadarian Price, taking the nutted bet there on maybe Seahawks or Vikings. I don't know, somewhere where he can be the RB1. Khalil Shakir, great PPR scam. Bryce Young, Jawan Johnson, Woody, Judy, Tua, AJ Barner, Njoku. Maybe Njoku stacks up in Atlanta. You never know. What if Kyle Pitts gets traded and Stefanski brings Njoku along for the ride. Jalen Noel and George Holani, which Zero did not consent to, but I felt like a good bit. How do you feel about that team?
I mean, it doesn't really matter how I feel about it because, like, I'm sure like certain teams that finished super high for me last year on drafters that if I looked at them at this time
Just say you hate it.
Sometimes like sometimes the teams that I don't think look amazing are the ones that end up, performing the best. So like, is this my favorite team? I would say we probably went to like the least or the less efficient pocket of players like at least 4 times. Because forced to go into the Chuba basket instead of grabbing Herbert, for example, like stuff like that. But like I think like structurally it makes sense. Like you could have argued like Kirk Cousins over like Njoku, but I think Njoku, he has so many outs. He could even still go to the Ravens. Like just go to the Ravens with Mark Andrews. Dude, first of all, I'm an Andrews drafter. Njoku and Andrews are like my top 2 drafted tight ends. If that is a tandem in real life, that is sick for fantasy and for real life. Like you imagine Njoku and Andrews, bro? That would just fucking, dude. That would print.
You could
money,
argue
bro.
Njoku fits that offense better than Likely, given what he gives in the running game, like as a blocker, like opening stuff up for Derrick Henry. Like Likely just does not have that blocking bag. I like that fit a lot. He could go to Denver. He could go to Carolina. Again, there's only one Kenyon Sadiq. I know people like Stowers. He's not like a true tight end. He'll be more of like a power slot in like 12 and 13, I think. There's not like a lot of tight ends that can come in and take jobs, and there's a couple openings. Like I think Njoku would be tight end 1 in Cincinnati, Miami. Like there's like 5 or 6 places at least he could go. Maybe not a lot more than that, but
no, there's probably no, dude. If he went to the Packers, like him and Kraft would be sick. Like
true.
It just depends. If you're talking about like a fantasy ceiling, Njoku could fit all 32 teams right now, even that have 2 good tight ends. If he went to the Rams, is he not tight end 1 like by a mile? Like he's like, he can go anywhere, I think, and just
there's nowhere he would go and not be the tight end 2 on like a team that uses 2 tight ends, right? Like he would be the best tight end 2 in the league, and he could be the 1 somewhere. So
him and Brent Strange would cook, bro.
That'd be tough. That would be tough. Just what we need, more Jaguars receivers to debate. Would you have the time to rip another one?
Hell yeah, dude. It's been raining here, so like it's just been kind of like usually like when I would try to go like at this time I love going on like a hike or something, but honestly like it's just been kind of I like raining hikes, but like not when it's like every day it's raining, And then like I like to listen to a podcast and like I don't want my headphones to get wet. It's just kind of like this is like a California ass complaint if I'm talking about raining, like being like a deterrent. But yeah, it's been raining.
My lobster is too buttery. My steak is too juicy. We get it.
Yeah,
you got it.
I'm
not used to rain.
I'm not used to rain in April though, so it is kind of shocking.
You could ship a little bit of that this way. We're having wildfires here in Florida and Georgia, where I was yesterday. I saw it in some fire in the distance yesterday, driving back from Savannah. And I was like, is that like a factory? That doesn't look like the smoke coming out of a factory. That looks like a real fire. And it turns out it was. We have a crazy drought right now, but we could has your weather this, not to make this the weather show, but has your weather this maybe last 6 to 8 months been kind of like different than it has usually been this time of year?
I don't want to say this year. It's just I think it's like for my experience is going to be different because if you talk to people who live in California, and I think especially not like Southern California is probably a little bit more similar. Northern California is just like it's super bipolar. So like we'll have like a rare like such a winter storm that it starts flooding, and then we won't have another storm like that for like 10 years. And then like, but then like one summer will be super hot, then the next summer will be like raining. So like it is kind of bipolar here in general. Like for my whole life that I lived here, it's been like that. So
because I know it's been a crazy year for like ski towns. My uncle lives in a ski town. They didn't get any snow hardly this year. Here in Florida, it's colder than it's usually been. So it's warmer in the mountains. It's colder here in Florida. Philly,
Yeah.
where I'm originally from, was all up and down. So I don't know. It's a wild time. Shout out to Mike Robb, Hampton and Kraft. He likes that team. Hopefully we can draft one this time he loves. But I'll take a like. I'll take a like on the binary scale of good or bad.
You want to draft another one together, or you want to go against? I mean, it just depends if this fills or not.
You know, we came together, we bonded, our flesh, two became one. You know, but yeah, to fill this thing, I was thinking maybe you could hop in if you wanted to.
All right. No, I mean we could still talk about it. It's not like
Yeah.
if there's a player that fits your team, I'm gonna keep it like I mean we're still gonna talk about like the same shit. And like honestly, like even if I told you all of my sleepers and you drafted all of them, I'm like, okay, I get to diversify. So like I think in general though, like because you stopped lagging now, but you were lagging at first when we were talking about it. But it's like you asked me like what's the few differences about drafters, and I think if you come with an underdog perspective and put it into drafters and vice versa, I think it's gonna help. So like I wouldn't just change your philosophy. I would actually bring some of your underdog to drafters because I think maybe people undervalue rookies on drafters. So like that could be a thing where like last year I was like, yeah, I was drafting a shit ton of rookies still because I was like, but I was also bringing like the kind of like like why do people like Achan? It's because like yeah, he could drop a 50 or he used to be. I don't know if he can now. I mean, like that was his like one time he did that in a 70-point game, so people assume that's his ceiling. But realistically, his ceiling is like 35 points. So, but it's that thing of like I don't care about a 17 or a 15 points every week kind of guy. If I can get like a 30-point bomb and then like he's silent for 4 weeks, I don't care because like he gave me that 30 that it's going to take the other player 2 weeks to get, and that's like okay, 15 is like not like a every game thing, so it's like he might give you 15 and then 8 and then like another 15. That 130 already did that 15, right? So it's just like kind of I just don't really even look at it like I don't draft for floor on drafters. I drafters you got to draft for the nuts, bro, because like you're against everyone, bro.
Right.
There's no 15 people pods or 16 people pods. You're against everyone. I need the absolute ceiling every pick. I don't have the luxury of going for floor. Now, if you go for Shakir, it's like a floor plus because he's on a top offense. So like I wouldn't go for that profile on like the Saints or on the Browns. But okay, on a top offense like on the Rams, sure, I'll go for a floor play because that floor play can catch 2 touchdowns in theory. But I don't know. That's just like my differences.
Especially on a PPR site, I feel like it's good to have like one cheaper floor play. I kind of like it. Maybe even on half PPR, where it's like,
Yeah,
man, I could have this like totally nutted team, but I just miss a couple weeks of Puka or whatever. I don't want to like fall all the way back in the pack. Let me put that Band-Aid on it with Shakir, with
yeah.
Jack Besh. No, I'm kidding. But like with a Shakir, who's like a
yeah.
proven thing, and just stay afloat, stay in the mix.
I like what you said because like cheap floor, I like that because it's like I feel like Pittman is like okay, like dude, like first of all, we're getting cheap ceiling and floor because why is he so cheap, right? But like the next step below a Pittman, Pittman could be the one. We don't even know that. Sure. I know Shakir's not the one, but it's like okay, like we're getting the cheap floor, so it's like okay, maybe if I took some floor or if my team is stacked earlier, maybe I go for like a Higgins, like more of a. I mean, it's definitely not a floor play. You're hoping it's a ceiling play. But like, yeah, like if what's the difference? Like you go ceiling early and then go floor later. I would rather do that than like, taking floor early and then because how are you going to find ceiling later? It's just ceiling is priced up this year.
Just take Puka, man. Just take Puka Nacua because he exists every year.
Yeah. No. Or the Kyron thing is just like, yeah, Kyron wasn't even a rookie. So yeah, year 2 running backs. So Giddens,
Light work. All right.
Dude, people wrote off Kyron. I remember like people thought like Kyron was like gonna be nothing at all. Like they were drafting like who were they drafting? Was it Ronnie Rivers on that team or is someone else? I forgot who's on that team back then.
I'm trying to think who the other one was besides Cam Akers.
Wasn't there Henderson or is that the year before?
Was it a Darrell Henderson year? It might have been. He could have been.
I don't know. It might have been the year after that. I just.
Royce Freeman? Smoke, was there Royce Freeman?
It was. Well, I'm gonna look actually.
Zach Evans, Royce Freeman. I don't know.
Oh, I think it was. Wait, Zach Evans sounds super familiar. What was that? 2022 or 23?
23.
Let's see. All right, so wait, Daryl. Wait, it was. Let's go by. Where's the rush? Oh, there it is. It was Royce Freeman, Daryl Henderson, Ronnie Rivers was on that team, and Cam Akers. That's the gross, and Zach Evans. Dude, that's the grossest RB room. Zach Evans, Cam Akers, Ronnie Rivers. Bro, he was 24. He was only 1 year older than Kyrie back then.
That's a genuinely brutal crew. Besides Kyrie. Yeah. The Cam Akers thing, man, that was one of the weirdest runouts of all time. Cam Akers, they're like, nah, actually, nah, you're not it. You're not it, big bro.
Yeah, but a lot of teams did that, so I guess maybe the Rams were just ahead of it.
I cannot get there on this Justin Jefferson round 1 shit right now. And I know that might be a casual ass take in hindsight. It's like, oh, you're not like with like one of the best receivers of all time in round 1, but it's like, I don't know, man. Does he really deserve to go over Amon-Ra St. Brown, given Amon-Ra St. Brown's security and?
I mean, he doesn't go ahead of Amon-Ra.
No, but I think he's going to flip him at this rate come May, June.
Not on draft. No, I don't think he does on drafters. Maybe on Underdog, it's more of a slappy like.
Right.
Drafters isn't really a slappy website. Like I didn't even think like I saw so much KLS on Underdog last year, and I didn't really see that much on draft. No, I mean KLS is like literally like the definition of a slappy.
Drafters is low key sharp with it, minus this Kenneth Walker price. That's absurd. But I think some people were just pulling him up on some nut shit.
Yeah. No, it was because Davis autoed like 150 drafts in each contest, and he had Kenneth ranked at like the 9 spot.
Jeez. And so then other people know that he moved the market.
Yeah.
Damn. I would take that to, brands and be like, hey, I'm a market mover, baby. I can get Kenneth Walker to the 1-2 turn. I can sell your products. I can do anything.
I think it is a crazy price, but I mean, you could argue there's a lot crazier. I mean, first of all, like Rashee Rice at the 1-2 turn, is that any better?
It's really not, honestly. All right. What are some of these running back prices? Okay, I might get something I like at the next turn. Gosh.
No, but that's why you see why Justin Jefferson is appealing, because you're guaranteed that to take like a running back in the second round. If you don't pull up like a Neighbors, or I guess a Drake London. But
where are you at on Saquon, man? I'm getting a little bit more bullish on him now that. I mean, it's not great that AJ Brown's gone, but couldn't he just get like a disgusting number of touches and much better design touches with Sean Mannion coming over from Green Bay? People are glazing him. Obviously, we don't know exactly what he brings to the table, but like the reports are like he's creative. He's like putting in mad work. And I feel like it's a sneaky thing with offensive coordinators. A lot of those dudes are kind of lazy once they get the job. They're like, they don't even know like certain key players on the other team, and like they definitely aren't creative. It's like, I don't know. Like I'm at least hearing potentially optimistic things about him. So what do you think about Saquon at the moment?
I mean, I just had Saquon at the 1-2 turn, like over Hampton and over Kenneth Walker. So like, well, I actually like AJ Brown leaving doesn't make me more bullish about Saquon. It probably makes me a little bit more bearish on the offense. But like, okay, like maybe you could argue like Saquon gets like an extra, 0.7 targets per game or extra 1.5 targets per game because of it. And like, you can sell me on that. But like, I don't think the offense getting worse is a good thing for Saquon, because we see like every time like the offense is worse for whatever reason, like Daniel Jones is gone. And like, it doesn't matter if JT's getting all the work and he's ripping off long runs still. And he's doing everything that you would want a running back to do. He's not leaving the field and he's barely cracking 15 points with a touchdown. Why? Because the offense is not as efficient. So like, right. I just don't see why AJ Brown leaving is a good, and I think that's what we get stuck in. Like, well, not we, but like the market gets stuck in. Like, oh, vacated targets. Now this player's getting 180 targets. Yeah, on the worst
Yeah.
offense, and these 140 targets over here come with 7 extra touchdowns. So like, and more yardage and better scheme and blocking. So I don't know.
I really hope they go round one receiver to like help sustain drives because I think they need that for Jalen Hurts. I do think the one sneaky part about AJ Brown leaving and Dontavian Wicks potentially being in 2 wide receiver sets is like Dontavian Wicks is like a sick blocker in the run game. And AJ Brown was like giving no effort at some parts last year in the run game as a blocker. It could open up some of those like bigger runs we were more used to in 2024, I think, which would be cool. But they got to sustain.
Can I sell you on something? Well, it's not really. I mean, I guess I would be selling you since the Jacob snipe was crazy.
It's diabolical.
Well, let me get 180 targets right here then. I was gonna say, can I sell you on? Okay, hear me out.
Yep.
As part of the AJ Brown trade, if you guys got Booty back, and I like that doesn't help me with my loaded Wix bags now, but I think Booty would be such a sick fit. Just for the Eagles to get some youthful, and like I don't know if a rookie's gonna really contribute that much in year one. And I think Booty is 24, he's still young, so he has some upside, a good prospect. I don't know what how they would value him to give him away, but they're loaded. So like if they want AJ Brown, they still have to give up something besides a pick, right? So that'd be something interesting for me if the Eagles can pull like a Booty back, then it would be like, Booty, Devonta Wicks, Hollywood. Like that's a very viable now and long-term receiver room because you got Wicks and Booty both at 24.
I think that's super sharp. I think should do at least one pre-draft Jalen Hurts, Dontavian Wicks, Kayshon Booty stack. Again, is that like going to be the thing you need necessarily? No, but there's a world where Booty's an Eagle and where Devontae Smith gets hurt. And is that offense sick in that scenario? No, but you could have these 2 super cheap wide receivers who have shown spike week potential consolidating a lot of routes. And it would be kind of a fun thing to sprinkle in the portfolio. What do you think
it would be a good stylistic fit also with Devonta? Because, dude, like I'm not saying like Devonta's like a slot merchant, but like you put him in the slot more, more often like he has been, and I think that's good for him. And like you just have Booty and Wicks outside, and that would and then he plays outside in 2 wide receiver sets. But I'm just saying like letting him get easier releases, that just seems like that seems like stylistically it would be better than Hollywood. Like what is Hollywood gonna do? Like fucking wind sprinting out there? Like
no, I do not like the Hollywood fit a lot. I just don't even know what he has left in the tank. He feels like he doesn't even have that real long speed juice anymore. He feels like a 7-yard merchant at this point, and it's kind of brutal. But Booty like catches those sort of deep balls that AJ Brown had been catching at points. He's not the tallest guy, which kind of stinks, but I think Jalen Hurts throws balls that he and Dontavian Wicks will be good at, like just high point 15-yard passes and deep balls. And I don't know, maybe you piece it together. Obviously, it's not optimal to lose AJ Brown, but you're making do with a disgruntled guy. You could get some good draft capital, and you could do worse than Wicks and Booty, who are still young and potentially developing a little bit to their game. What do you think about Josh Allen on drafters versus the pod environment on Underdog? Intuitively, I don't know if it's better, but I'm seeing some of these quarterbacks look a little priced up on drafters for the more expensive guys, like Burrow 59. I don't know, Josh Allen at 34. Just mix it in the portfolio. Is that an 8% guy for you or a little less?
Well, I think so like I don't think overall the prices on Underdog are probably higher. Just because there's less viable quarterbacks on Underdog in my opinion, because like early season production, it's cool. Like I can get Josh Allen and grab like a Kirk Cousins plus like a Shedeur Sanders, and I'm cool, bro. I mean, assuming that Shedeur plays, so at some point. So I think in general, I'm probably like more into Josh Allen on Underdog, where like his, because like at this cost, he does have to give you probably like 2 or 3 mega spikes or like 5 or 6 like fairly high spikes to really separate.
Yeah.
So because Jaden and May are flipped here in price compared to underdogs. So it's like you get one at 63 and one at like 69. So it's like the same thing. So you know what I mean? So you're not. I don't know. I'm cool with Josh Allen. I think at 34, I take him. It just depends because like Garrett Wilson and Devonta and Zay have been rising. So like before, I would take Josh Allen at 32 or whatever, and then like I can expect to get one of them back. And now you never do. So then I'm stuck with like I don't know what. I guess like in this example, like I was like, okay, like I don't want to go Burden. I don't want to go Waddle. I don't want like I'm cool with DJ Moore, but like I'd rather just get Monty at that point because like this is so yeah, like Josh Allen, and then you're stuck with like a Monty or DJ Moore. I guess DJ Moore's a stack, but I'm probably more likely to push quarterback on drafters.
That's valid. Oh, this is an interesting spot because some of these receivers are calling out to me, but there's the allure of skateboard. But I don't buy that the Giants would not take Love if he's there. I think they would. So let's go at receiver. This might be unique. It might be uniquely ass. I don't care. Mekhi Lemon. We'll pull it up. Little rookie upside. Could be a PPR scam if he goes to the right spot. I'm
not mad at that at all.
So far we've got on Zero's team, we've got Amon-Ra St. Brown, Devon Achane, Garrett Wilson, David Montgomery, Quinshon Judkins, and Drake May. A little Drake May action with the
I love that.
Hunter Henry backstack coming. Question mark.
They might draft a receiving tight end, bro. Now gotta back down. I haven't really been clicking Hunter Henry that much, to be fair. So like, it's kind of like maybe 1/3 of the time when I have May, I just add him on because like I don't want all my stacks to be dead if Hunter Henry sucks, But
so do you think that could be a situation where they get like a Stowers and they go like 12 personnel, AJ Brown, Romeo Doubs, Stowers, Hunter Henry, and that's like their primary thing? Or
I don't know if that means Stowers. I don't know if it means Stowers necessarily, but I think that they're live to add a tight end. First of all, Hunter Henry is what, like 31? I mean, it's not like he's not like Travis Kelce age or like what's his name, Zach Ertz age, but it's not like you should probably start looking for they let go of Hooper, so like they do need someone else. I thought that they would get a more blocking tight end, but I don't think like Stowers is the only option, So like,
right.
If I was them, I would look more at like a Claire.
Yeah.
So
Stowers is like the most disproportionately receiving, but he doesn't have to be the only option. There's other guys who can do that. I think Delp is a sneaky receiver who can maybe end up being that well-rounded type of guy. I'm not too tapped in on the lower end of this tight end class. I was kind of just like, a lot of these names don't inspire me. Do you have any of those guys that you, as like a flyer, kind of like? Is it Claire, Delp, or anyone, or is it nobody?
I think I've taken like one Delp share just to have one. I've taken one Claire share just to have one, but like literally like there's so many like tight end is not a position that we get spoiled sometimes where like it doesn't. Okay, first of all, it doesn't work out for like 4, 5, 10 years, and then we have like 1 or 2 year period of like, okay, like we got blessed with Fannin. We got lucky, I think, with Fannin with the landing spot because
right.
A good offense doesn't give 169 targets to a McBride, right? So we got like a lot of variables of like, I'm just saying that's the McBride, but like the Browns didn't want to form their offense like that. They had to. So like, I think we're getting spoiled and people think like, oh yeah, rookie tight end. It's like, no, bro. Like literally like Michael Mayer historically would now be finally easing into breaking out next year, not even this year, So like, I think we've like kind of gone too far ahead. So like,
exactly.
I'd rather just go for like a year 2 to 7 guy that doesn't get like Noah Fant on the Saints. Like that's more compelling than like what's his name, like Trig or something. I forgot that rookie. I don't even like after the top 4. I don't even look anymore, bro. Because like, oh wow,
bro, this board is insane.
But this is what I'm saying. Like I'm getting Brian Thomas in the mid 70s, so like that's why I don't even take him at 69 anymore. But we got Chuba back too, or you got Chuba. Or no, that's
Alec
not
Pierce
you. You got Alec Pierce back. Fuck.
at 82. I'm not mad at that.
Bro,
With the
game is
lemon pull
beatable.
up, game is
Bro,
beatable as
game is beatable.
fuck. How does this happen? I'm trying to see who got pulled up. Jaden Daniels at 78 is crazy. So we had a Stafford pull up, Purdy pull up. Damn.
No, but just
What?
in general, that's why I was saying like if we went with like a like a running back, we were almost guaranteed. Even if we took Lemon, I think we were guaranteed for sure to get like a Pierce or a BTJ. Worst case like a Sutton, man, or I don't know how you feel about Sutton. I'm not out on Sutton.
I'm not out on him whatsoever. And what I'm about to do to you at quarterback is diabolical. Elite, elite. How do you feel about Amon-Ra on your team? Are you cool with him? You know what?
Are you saying? You want to trade? You want to trade or what?
I kind of want T-Law here. I'd just be nice. Were you going to take T-Law? Because I'll take Dart otherwise.
I mean, he's not even going to make it to me, so it doesn't really matter. I don't care. Like, well, first of all, okay, the only way it's a snipe if like T-Law's ADP is 74 and you took him like, I have a stack and you took him at like 69. But I mean, if you take him a half a round past ADP, it's like, I'm pretty sure the guy next to me was going to take him.
Because the thing is, I love the defensive back stack. The defensive back stack.
I was like, wait, what? Okay.
The defensive back stack. And get a little strange in there too. That's like my preferred way to play the Jags. I have some BTJ for sure. I'm above market, but almost no Parker. I think we're kind of in lockstep on that. It's just like the price is
that's
really...
not under.
Oh, that's more underdog?
No. I'm not talking about Parker on drafters. But I'm just saying like that's the way I like to play it. Well, I mean, like I was getting BTJ so early. Remember, it was like 70s, 80s BTJ. So like, yeah, I got a big bag of that. I pulled them up to the 60s too. But I'm just saying, like, I think on drafters you could play it that way probably better in theory, because like, can Parker really kill you? On underdog he could, I guess, but on drafters I don't think he can kill you. How can he kill you with his fucking 18-point spikes? Like,
maybe I am a drafters merchant at heart, honestly, because he could have that week on underdog. And get that 26 ball, right? Like that 10 catch, 120 yards and a touchdown, But here it's like you're chilling. You're chilling over a 17 game sample size. He's not going to get that 1,200 yard year.
No, I mean, well, like usually he goes ahead of Drake May. So like, okay, like this time he went one pick after Drake May, but it's like, dude, like, how could you even talk yourself into that? Even if you think he's playing in 2 wide receiver sets, he's not going to be a better pick. So like, there's just a lot of inefficiency that I've noticed. Maybe it's just dynasty people that are just super hyped about their Parker Washington bags that they got in the last round. What was it, like 4 years ago?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, like last year I was not drafting Diami. I drafted Parker Washington on drafters and DraftKings like a decent amount in the last round because I'm like, I don't like Diami, so let me just get someone. I'm not saying like, I'm not like, oh bro, I was going overweight, but like, dude, like let me mix in Parker Washington because I don't like this. I don't like this Diami guy, and then Travis is so expensive. So I probably had like 1 or 2% Parker, and I had like 0 Diami on these sites. But I'm like, what are we doing now? He's like, I made the comp that he's literally a heavier, bigger Josh Downs. Like he's gonna be the Josh Downs type of player. You're not getting. This is not like a model rod that's gonna be the wide receiver 1. You're getting Josh Downs. He's not going to play every snap. So I don't.
Nothing wrong with the Josh Downs. Nothing wrong with that Josh Downs bet in round 20. By the way, there's someone in our community who has 28% Diami Brown, and I'm not going to name them, but I'm worried for their well-being.
Wait, who has 28%? I never even saw anyone talk about Diami Brown.
It's a sleeper exposure. To be released when the fantasy database comes out.
This might be a hot take, but like I've literally considered mixing in Diami, and like I would probably mix him in on like Jaden teams. I think that's like a super sharp you know what I mean? That's like a super sharp it's like a leverage play. He's 0% owned. He has shown chemistry with Jaden. I think it's not horrible. but
It's not. It would be a little sprinkle. I don't know about 28%. That feels
no,
that's too much
no,
conviction. You want to talk about delusional convictions? I just learned that lesson last year, where it's like if the guy is good at football, I can't do more than that,
no.
like couple percent.
Well, not 20. I mean, maybe on 5% of Jaden teams. Not even 5% total, but 5% of Jaden teams. Yeah.
By the way, I love that. I love the Myers click there. That's got to be an ADP follower, right?
He's been falling on ADP. His ADP is like 94, but like, well, first of all, like I don't know why he's go like him and If him and Parker were flipped, I'd be like, oh yeah, it makes sense. Jacoby
Sure.
at pick 65. So
Sure, why not?
I don't get it.
I am
Um.
gonna. How about
Oh yeah.
we grab Mr. Jaden Reed? Sure up that receiver
Yeah.
room a bit.
I was like considering him or Jacoby, and then I was like, well, like if you were right next to me, maybe I would just pass you Jacoby for the stack. I don't think stacks really matter that much, and I kind of like the teammate stack without the quarterback anyway. So like,
That's valid.
but I think Reed is like super. Like I was literally gonna go Reed if I didn't go Jacoby.
And now I almost regret going to. I don't. I'm going to set up the back stack because I'm not taking golf or love here. These names.
And that's why like I was like, I mean, if you were next to me and you passed me Tila, whatever, but like, if you take Tila, I have no problem because like you keep doing these like 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 drafts and you get some unique followers that way. And then it's like, yeah, like, okay, cool. Like now I get like, this team is way sicker because now I have Goff and I have an extra BTJ and I have Jacoby fit in there. Usually I would only have one of them, right? So like,
Yeah, you could ping pong that pretty easy.
yeah. And now I'm like, I'm probably done at two quarterbacks unless like, and now you're kind of like open to like, if a third quarterback stack appears, you're like, yeah, I'll take a third one.
Sure, could look into it. A cheap one. Um, I kind of like, I'll just keep playing the hits on the price thing. I've been very, very light on them to this point, so get it up a little bit to a more reasonable number and just see what happens there. And then you go with the
I still
Myers.
like Price. I mean, I like Price a lot. I don't want to be like Price is a lock or even like
Right.
likely to go to the Seahawks, but like Price is gonna get good draft capital and he will probably play enough to pay off cost. So like, is he gonna be a league winner? And that's kind of like if he goes to the Seahawks, he could be a league winner. And that's kind of like, yeah, but he's probably like,
but that's just one outcome. Yeah.
yeah, but like the Buccaneers are like I don't want to get into a whole debate about this, but the Buccaneers are inviting a lot of tight ends to come visit, right? So it's like,
Oh, right.
oh,
I thought you were going to say running backs.
no, I'm saying like no, but just like yeah, like a lot of teams invite players. Like okay, the Vikings invited like the most running backs to visit. Would I be shocked if they end up drafting no running back? I wouldn't be shocked. Like I think they draft someone because like Aaron Jones is old, but like teams do that all the time. They bring in a bunch of players and they're just like, yeah, like Packers do this a lot because they look for like personality fits of like they don't want like baggage and stuff. So like are certain teams just kind of like scouting just for fun? Probably. So like I'm not really too worried. I think Price is a good pick at 111, so I'm not really overthinking it.
And when they visit with like 6 or 7 of those type of guys, it might not necessarily mean that they use a ton of draft capital. It could just be a 6th-round pick that does nothing on some, Tosh Brooks shit.
Yeah, no. So
yeah.
I think if the Buccaneers brought in like only 2 tight ends and they're both like early round, I'm like, oh fuck, like this kind of looking bad. But yeah, if they're bringing in like like the Vikings bring in like a wide range of running backs, dude, they could end up taking Kalen Black in the 6th round or something, or
Right.
5th round. So it's like okay, now like Aaron Jones is like going up to like pick 90 because like now we're like.
The Aaron Jones thing is crazy, bro. Like just the oscillation of his. I think whoever they get as that rookie running back, I'm going to want to sprinkle because, especially if they have a pass catching profile.
Yeah.
I am not sold on either of those guys. Be good values, but I also would. That feels alive for the taking.
Yeah, I haven't like. That's when people say like Aaron Jones is the best value or something. I'm like best value? Like okay, like especially on underdog, where like, dude, are you confident now? Like 1 year older now, he's after barely playing last year, he's so fresh, bro.
Right. It's like I
I,
don't know.
I have a really fun team that's like from January where I have Jordan Mason at like pick 156 or something, and then Aaron Jones in like the 170s. It just feels such like a fun, like, okay, like I might get both. They might be like the Moster A-Chan like smash, or it might just be 2 zeros, but who cares? They're so cheap. But like,
They're so
dude,
cheap.
but now they're going ahead of Mike Washington, who I know sucks at football. But like, man, like I'm not sure that Aaron Jones can even play football.
Yeah, will he be able to play football in December? His body does not seem to be on his side too often.
No.
God, I know I need receiver more, so it's a bit of a sweet spot.
Oh, I
I
like
think
that
I could
Boston
fix
click
it.
a lot.
Thank you, thank you. I'm gonna go with a guy who I'm also light on, and might get a better spot or a better outcome in the draft than we had maybe thought. It's not great on PPR site, but JCM. I just think it's more and more likely by the day that he survives this Jeremiah Love thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's it's a fun way of playing it. And I'm in a man. I'm in an interesting spot where because like if you just follow ADP, you're kind of just gonna be like jammed in a spot. I'm just like I think it's just something important from just for people if anyone's watching to think about it. Just like dude, just get the guys that you want. Like okay, in a perfect world, like could I take someone that I kind of want and then also get Juwan who I want back after ADP and then it just keeps this whole cycle. But it's like, wait, but I already did that with BTJ and Jacoby and Goff. So like I already got my I'd rather do that in the earlier rounds. Late rounds, I don't fuck around. I just
Right, you already got the unique, not just unique for the sake of unique, but like good unique fallers that rules. And now it's like I want to land this plane. Let me not get cute and like add some guys I don't want to this team for like portfolio diversification's sake. Let me just get a fucking sick ass team and not miss a pick.
and that's what I was thinking because like I do want more Wilson. It's not just for diversifying. Okay, it is for diversifying, but like I think genuinely like Emmanuel Wilson's probably a really good click. Like because
Yeah,
there's still outs like they don't draft someone and then it's like him and Holani or something until Sharp comes back. So like that I
that's
was
live.
thinking about him, but it's like I don't really feel that strongly. You know who I feel strongly about? Kellen Moore, tight end one, that
Right.
went to college with the oldest quarterback prospect. Like, dude, Juwan's been in the league for so long. I think of him like an old man, and he's playing in college with Chuck. It's just like, what are we doing, bro? Like,
Now the Jawan thing, it's like it's not even reach. This is gonna sound dumb as hell. It's not even reaching if they're still underpriced. Because ADP is we're gonna look back at ADP in November and be like, oh, I don't give a fuck about this like CLV to like get likes on Twitter. Like, give me the
yeah.
guys who are gonna score points and give me them in every round.
I think the problem for me is I was gonna take Goddard where I took Higgins, and then like because I didn't want to take tight end, but then I took Higgins, and then the best click available was a tight end. So I kind of wish I just took Goddard now. That's just like my little.
That's fair.
I didn't expect the room kind of played it in a weird way.
It's an interesting room for sure. I'm still getting my bearings with all this season long stuff, but
Yeah, I'll tell you a player I'm about to pick that I think like I'm not a Sadiq guy. I think Sadiq could be like maybe I should take Sadiq. I don't know. But I don't even believe in him and like a player that I actually don't believe in like necessarily, but I think James Conner is a good click. Like I really think James Conner is a good click. I don't necessarily believe in him, but like I kind of like it's weird, right? Like I believe in him, but it just feels like James Conner with Algier there is just like probably a really good clip.
it's going to be a fascinating. Do you put any stock in this rumor about Jeremiah Love or no?
Okay, well, I'll tell you what. If Trey McBride is going to get 169 targets and they draft Jeremiah Love, they're going to win less than 3 games because I thought like 3 games, like they're going to win 0 games. So like,
It would be giga super absolutely cooked if they do that. Please
they're
let
probably tanking. They're probably tanking, is what I'm assuming. So like them taking a running back when they're tanking probably isn't the smartest thing. Just unless he's like that generational that like, so.
That's
dude, I could stack him up with Jacoby, bro.
Yo, that Jacoby shit. Or you could go that late round Ty Simpson.
Yeah.
I have a bad read on that room right now.
I think this is a spot where like I said, like I have Garrett Wilson. Like this is a spot where I'm interested in Gino. And I forgot that I had Garrett Wilson, so like I was kind of looking. Like I've been doing the Woody Marks plus Monty pairing. I really like that. I feel like it's super cheap, but like besides that, like diversify a little bit, get more Chig on, because I don't have that much Chig on drafters. I think I want more Chig. I mean, he's pretty athletic, man. He's pretty freaky.
He is. He feels like a perfect broken play. Not to start talking about tight ends that with good athleticism that can get long receptions and trigger the chat. But no, Chig feels like the perfect spike week at cost play for that system. He's going to have a good year. He might have some frustrating weeks, but like it's best ball. Who cares? He's going to have the spike weeks to pay off.
So Chig paired with like a Juwan would be like a perfect combo, because you're getting floor ceiling, but like you're getting floor ceiling from Juwan and then like ceiling from Chig. So you're just like,
yeah.
I think Juwan had like the most. Dude, he had like the most usable tight end weeks of any player last year. Juwan had like 10 plus like almost every week, bro. It was like,
and what if he runs a little good? What if he runs a little good on touchdowns this year? Like one time.
So if the offense goes from 6th worst to like maybe 12th worst or like 10th worst, that's like an extra, could be like a few touchdowns in the passing game. Why not?
Why not? It's an interesting room. Some of these names. Dylan Sampson in the 140s. I don't know about that.
Well, his ADP is like 150, so it's not.
Oh, PPR crazy. Site. Yeah.
Yeah. Plus, people are kind of down on Judkins. Like, I think his ADP will probably be lower, maybe in post draft, but I think it's just like anchored to like people were worried about Judkins early on, so like Judkins he will never rise in pre-draft, and like Sampson will never fall even if he has to, but I don't even think he has to because like he's so cheap. So it's like right. Should he really fall? He's 150. Like, dude, he had like 2 good receiving games last year. Like really nice receiving games. So
at this price, he can hit your lineup for sure, and maybe take a leap up. His rushing was so brutal that I'm like, I just get worried with these like day 3 guys who like weren't the most efficient. Now at the receiving, which is what he's supposed to be good at, he's efficient, but it's like, damn, bro. Then the new staff could be like, we want our guy,
I'm not a Samson guy. I like faded him last year because like, well, I mean, he went to the 150s on underdog, but like, I think we can explain away his inefficiency as a rusher because we saw Judkins fighting for every yard. Like, it was not like Judkins is efficient and he's inefficient. Like, the whole backfield was inefficient and he didn't really look bad. So like, I'm okay to kind of like explain it away.
That makes sense.
Even though I'm a Judkins drafter, but I'm not like, I don't need to sell myself like, oh yeah, Samson sucks. It's like, dude, like the whole back, like they were fighting for their lives back. Dude, like Judkins would get hit 3 yards behind the line of scrimmage, fight off like 4 tackles and lose 1 yard. Like he gained like 2 yards, like, after contact, but he lost a yard. So like, I don't know. I'm not going to hold it against Samson. Plus, like, that was a kind of loaded running back class. So, like, would he be slightly higher maybe in this class? Oh, for sure. So, I don't know.
I am going to go with a man I think is on the move, Kayshon Boutte.
That's a good pick. I was trying to push him. I shouldn't have pushed him around you. But, you left me Naylor or Trey Tucker. This is like pick your – wow. This is just incredible.
Pick your wide receiver 1 on the Raiders.
So like even if Naylor's wide receiver 1, I still would think Trey possibly has a higher ceiling. I'm just a Trey guy, so like I'm just gonna if I'm building a my team of like I got like Jacoby and BTJ at value, which those are players I'm overweight on at regular cost. So like let me just put it together with like a bunch of my guys. And I don't know.
Makes
I mean, the
sense.
Tucker thing versus Naylor, I don't have like. It's not like, dude, I'm overweight both. So it's like, it's like if it's like a pure bet on talent, it would be Tucker. If it's talent plus vibes, then I think Naylor comes up more. It's not like Tucker has bad vibes, but I think they both have great vibes, man. Like, dude, Kubiak chose these guys, man. Or, I mean, he didn't choose Tucker, but he's talking glowingly, and Naylor got a big bag. Someone said it's like a day 8 of free agency ass signing, but in day 2. Like that was a day 8. That was like when the Packers brought in Sammy Watkins in like day 8. Yeah, that was just like that. It was just like, dude, like what is this shit?
What is this shit? No, it's that whole room is one of those like I think all these guys are underrated, but I don't want them to be the wide receiver 1 on an NFL team. Like it could honestly help them all. You remember how like Darnell Mooney was like ass when he was the wide receiver 1, but like once he was wide receiver 2, he could actually cook a bit more. I'm like, get that team like a good enough receiver 1 to like sustain drives, keep the ball moving downfield, and then like let Tucker and I don't want Tucker and Naylor going against like Pat Surtain, like fuck that shit.
Wait, can I sell you on something? I think right now Tucker, okay, like Tucker and Naylor at best are like the third most or the third best receiving option on the team. So like we're thinking about it like they play wide receiver, so we need a wide receiver. But it's like, dude, I'm just saying like Bowers, Mayer, and then you bring in like I think like a Surratt would be fun or like because I don't even know like you bring in an Omar Cooper. What does that actually do? I don't even think it actually does anything because you should be running your offense through Bowers, Genty, and then like the complement is Tucker, Naylor, plus if Besh can fill in. I don't like I don't know. People say like Besh and Thornton. I'm like, no, it's literally Besh and like Thornton could be cut tomorrow.
Thornton's done
no with
the Naylor shit. Yeah, the Naylor shit sent Thornton to 0. Thornton sucked last year. Like they're like, oh no, we don't need to add a receiver. We got Thornton. He's gonna be the guy. It's like, no, he's clearly nothing to anybody. So I don't know what to tell them.
Well, I would just say like I don't think they need to really add like a wide receiver 1 because I think Naylor plus Tucker plus whatever Bash or whoever is like even those 2 guys playing on 2 wide receiver sets, making it like getting deep separation, creating room for Bowers, Mayer, and Genty. That's not saying like they're running wind sprints. That's just like they're winning downfield. Like is Slayton running wind sprints? No, he's winning downfield. So could Slayton be a wide receiver 1 on a team that has Bowers, Mayer, and Genty? I think he could. It just depends on the OC and like it depends on the play caller. Could he do it with Kubiak? I think Kubiak is sick enough to try. So, like, I didn't think like Kubiak was gonna do that shit last year, bro. Like, and first of all, the Saints look like a Super Bowl offense for like 4 weeks until Carr like tore his shoulder, and then Shaheed and Olave. Like, dude, that offense was crazy for like 4 weeks.
It was with some names you wouldn't expect to go. Like even Vele was having a time.
Dude, Foster Moreau.
Disgusting work.
All right,
I like that Mason Taylor.
I'm gonna take a Braylon. Yeah, I'm gonna take Braylon on a. I'm not out on Braylon. It's not, dude. Correlated with Geno, man. Just fuck Breece Hall. Like
you're building a Jets game. I like it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I was gonna take Sean Tucker, but I'm like, do I really feel better about Sean Tucker than Braylon, who's like just turned old enough to drink? We're about to go have a beer after the stream. Like, dude, like he's 21. Like Sean Tucker came into the league. Like, watch, bro, come on. Like,
Sean Tucker came into the league on some weird shit. I feel like he was like, didn't he have like a crazy heart condition or something? Like, it was like a weird circumstance.
He had blood clotting.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I don't even know if he's allowed to drink. Meanwhile, Braylon is like, all right, I'm hitting the club. I'm getting turned. Now I can actually vibe with my – I feel like if you're 19, you can't really like build chemistry with your teammates because they're like you're like a fetus. But now that he's like old enough to drink, he can be like, all right, I'm one of the men now. He already had the body, pause, but now he's got the mind too.
It's probably harder than like Aaron Rodgers, building chemistry with like a 25-year-old. Like Braylon, who can't even go and do anything with his teammates. Like that's what Josh Jacobs was talking about on a podcast when he was 20 and he came in and all the vets are like, he had to go to people's houses to drink and like hang out because like can't go anywhere with them. So
Right.
so
And it's
it's
like
just
you're
kind of
Josh
funny.
Jacobs. You can't get a fake, You're Josh
No.
Jacobs.
I mean, Braylon could get a fake, I guess, because no one knows.
Who's going to tell him no? Who's going to be at the bar and be like, actually, Braylon Allen, you're not telling that guy he can't drink. It's a grown ass
No,
man.
I think he flashed enough, and like he's like to me, like okay, could he give you what like could he give you what a diminished Najee could give you in theory? And I think no, like he could literally give you what a diminished Najee could give you.
Right.
So like he could give you could he handle 25 touches for 2 or 3 games when Brees Hall is out? Yeah, he could. So is it gonna be pretty? Doesn't have to.
I
It
just
doesn't have
love
to be.
this
Doesn't have
Najee,
to be.
this Najee centric worldview you have. It all comes back to Najee, at least once a draft.
Yeah. Well,
That
okay,
is a
so I'll
good
tell you that
centering
not.
point.
I think that Najee. It's not about Najee. It's about what Najee gives you, and it's like, why do I like Charbonnet? If he comes back, he can. Who can handle 25 plus touches? Like a Najee, a Charbonnet, and a lot of these guys, they're more efficiency plays.
Right.
And I do like getting those guys that it's not even about Najee, but Najee just fits the mold that I go for. Like before Najee was in the league, I like those guys that can handle 25 touches, and I a lot of these guys like Halani, I actually want him to have like 7 to 12 touches at most. Like I don't want him to have 25 touches because I think he could do more with less. But then if you load him up, maybe he gets hurt again. It's like I don't want him to get hurt. That's my boy George, man.
It's George, man. Shout out.
Yeah, so an interesting click. If Booty is like available on the trade market, like I'm kind of more interested, and I don't know which one I'm interested in because like I've been mixing in like Kyle Williams and Demario Douglas, and like I feel like Demario is just a sneaky ass good click, but like I'm kind of like scared to commit to the bid on that.
Any Efton Chisholm love? I feel like Efton Chisholm could low key flip Pop Douglas. I don't know if I really believe those words coming out of my mouth, but I think Kyle Williams would probably be the 3 in that scenario.
Yeah. Okay. I couldn't even focus when you said that. Wait, like Efton Chisholm love, like, well, I actually like the reason I like DeMario is because he's like super explosive. So like, the problem, but like, I don't think that Efton Chisholm is super explosive. So like, and like, I don't think that DeMario or Kyle Williams are probably good. They're probably not league winning picks. So like, but then who is, right?
They're probably
so like,
I'll show you a league winning pick. I got to get my Raider. With the Genty correlation that I can't explain. PPR website.
I kind of like Besh on drafters because like I feel like timing Besh to be relevant specifically in week 17 would be harder than like, okay, he spikes at some random week. Like, okay, you can sell me on that. Like, okay, like they're losing by 30 points or they're winning by 30 points in week 7 and he comes in there for a half and he drops 200 yards on some Randy Moss shit. Like, you can sell me on that actually. Then like week 17 specifically, Jack Besh is it's like, bro, I don't fucking know, bro. It's like we're getting. So I think you could sell me on. Basically, you can sell me on drafters. Fuck, should I go for it? I think what would make me smile? Probably neither of these guys. So let me take the one that I like.
Love it.
I think Demario Douglas, like honestly, if it is AJ Brown, I think like it's a better fit than with Diggs, like because he could be, especially if Booty's gone, and if like I'm just thinking if it's Booty's gone and it's Dobbs, AJ Brown, and then Kyle Williams and Demario, who do I actually have more faith in? I don't really have more faith in Kyle Williams. It's not that I'm saying Demario, I'm locked in on Demario, but it's like, well, Demario gets drafted less, and I think he's a better fit, possibly. So, I don't know.
Demario is one of those weird ones where I'm like, damn, if you couldn't cut it last year as the vet, and now you get Dobbs coming in, and you get AJ Brown probably coming in, it's like your stature. Like I feel like Kyle Williams at least could ascend into that third role, where it's like I'm just weary of the Pop Douglas thing. Like I don't think he would be cut, but he just feels like he's buried.
He
Now
had like,
we
if you
know
look at
things.
his stats, he had like less than 100 yards less than Booty, which people thought that Booty had a good year. So like he didn't even. I think with like the Diggs kind of just won in a lot of ways where he would win besides the explosive. So he was limited to like he had a couple explosive touchdowns and that's it. And then like I
Yeah,
think like AJ Brown would actually like be a good fit compared to Diggs. I'm not like I don't want to pattern match, oh, Demario Douglas could be in the Diggs role, but I'm saying like AJ Brown is not in the Diggs role. So like that opens up more inside and like Dobbs's 8 out last year was like 12.8 or 13. So like he can play far, you can bring him more in for possession. I don't know. I mean, you could sell me on Kyle Williams. I'm listening. I'm listening. But it's just that was kind of ugly last year though.
it was, but it's one of those cases where it's like the rookie. I don't think Kyle Williams is ever going to be like some like crazy league winning, two wide receiver sets guy, but he showed a couple of times that he could house that long ass 60-yard touchdown. Whereas like I don't know if Pop's going to be able to get the volume. It's tougher to get volume with AJ Brown and Dobbs there than just Diggs and Booty.
By the way, he literally
And
housed a 63-yard touchdown last year, DeMario. So like I'm just saying
that's
it's
true.
a similar bet. It's a similar like I'm listening and I'm like, put my headphones on like la 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 with the but I'm probably taking Kyle Williams 60% of the time anyways. So
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. All right, we wrapped that one up. Let's take a look at your team first. We got Drake May, Jared Goff, and Geno Smith. Very solid. We got the elite up top. We got the solid, steady 4,500-yard guy, and then a little bit of cheap upside with Geno.
yeah,
H.N.
I like that.
Montgomery. That's fun. H.N. Montgomery, Judkins, Connor, Braylon, Allen, and Allen. So we get the Allens at the end. We get the Connor click as that. Hey, you never know. He could. Is there any world where Connor is the 1A again? Like, couldn't it technically? I don't think it's the most likely, but is there a world where like James Conner has that cachet where it's like, yeah, maybe he's low key healthy again, like how Javonte fooled us. I could see it.
Okay, so I think it's a non-zero chance that he's the okay, but even if he's not, he's priced as like a backup. Like he's
right.
So like, okay, is he the backup? I'm very confident that it's not Benson as the backup. So like, if he's just the Algier on the Cardinals, it's like okay, like maybe it's a little expensive for Algier on the Cardinals, but I like as an Algier fan for the last 3 years, being at like 35% every year, I'm like, dude, like now I'm like, wait, but like Connor is sick too. So it's like, I don't know. I don't think Algier is impassable. Like you can't, I don't even know if that's a word, but I'm pretty sure like Algier is not impossible to pass if Connor is just more efficient at the goal line or something. I don't know. I mean, I'm worried, man, about if I'm an Algier drafter, I'm worried about Connor. Yeah.
I'm worried about Connor, and I'm very worried about this Jeremiah Love thing because they feel like they're a crash out ass organization who's like, if you guys don't trade up with us at 3, we'll fucking do it. We'll pull the trigger on Jeremiah Love. We don't give a shit. We're the Cardinals. We're not going to win anything in the division anyway. Like, what's going to happen here?
I wouldn't mind that from that perspective because that would at least save my Pollard and Redskins bag. So like, okay, please do that then.
The skateboard would be so up, but we would take it for the Pollard bags. Amon-Ra St. Brown, Garrett Wilson, BTJ, Jacoby, nice. Higgins, the Debo Fall was sick. Trey Tucker, DeMario, nice. That's a very solid room. That just feels like a good ass PPR site ass team. And then Tucker Craft, Jawan, and Mason Taylor. Bunch of stacks going there. That feels fun. How did you feel about it?
I don't even think about PPR or not. I just like all those guys to me have like 25 to 40 point ceiling. I mean, I'm not saying like all of them, but like Amon-Ra has a 40-point ceiling. Garrett Wilson has a 40-point ceiling. Trey Tucker literally had 40 points on drafters last year. I'm just saying like I like getting those like kind of I like getting those volatile profiles that like give me a 40-point week from Brian Thomas one time, disappear for 5 weeks. I don't care because I got him at pick like 81 or something. Yeah, go disappear. Go take a week off, 2 weeks off. Like, so I'm interested to see what you did because I think you got a lot of spikers too. Because I see Higgins and Pierce already, so that's kind of what I do on drafters. I just go ultimate ceiling. I don't even care about floor. Like, just fuck it, man.
Fuck it.
Balls to the walls, 2, 5, 10, 3. This is like some shit I do on underdog. So let's see how you landed this.
We'll see. Josh Allen and T. Law feels good to stop at 2 there. Ashton Genty, Saquon, DeAndre Swift, Jadarian Price, and JCM. Do you think that needed a 6th, or is that chilling with 5?
I'm gonna see what you did at receiver. I think in general, if you're just saying like for sure that Jeremiah Love is not a, I just think like since there's still a possibility of that, I probably would have just not only for that, but like I think it could have done 6 normally, and then like I just feel like you could be entering the season. It's week 1, and you're like, holy shit, I have 3 running backs. Because like Price is buried somewhere, and Jeremiah Love is a Redskin, and Scadabo's whooping. Scadabo's outscoring Saquon, and it's like, bro, what the
fuck? Got me crashing. Absolutely crashing.
I think 5 is. I think 5 is fine, but
definitely could have potentially gone with the 6th. I was thinking about George there, but I ended up getting a stack round 20, which we'll get to. T. Higgins, Mekhi Lemon, Alec Pierce, Jaden Reed, Denzel Boston, Calvin Ridley, Kayshon Boutte trade candidate potentially. Chris Brazel, maybe a little rookie upside. Jack Besh and Keon Coleman. I don't know if one of the wide receiver rooms of all time. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing, but it's got some different textures, but some guys who at least historically have had some ceilings in the earlier rounds.
Yeah.
And then
I mean, I probably wouldn't have, I probably would have done one less, maybe minus out Brazel and just or minus out Besh, but I know you like Besh, so like maybe minus out Brazel. Like, okay, like I have 2 rookies, but these are rookies that are going to be either round 1 or one of them is early round 2. But I have a feeling that Boston is probably going to get late first capital because this class is not really that special. And I just feel like a team like the 49ers or even like, dude, like a team like the Chargers, if I don't know how I'm not saying the Chargers specifically, but a team like the Chargers where they're trying to compete and they're like, what are we missing? Like a good blocker that could separate it. It's like, dude, 6'4". So it's like you have 2 rookies that I feel good about. And then like, I probably would have just you can handle a Brazel on your team. It's not the problem. I just think like you just needed probably one more running back just because just to
can't afford injury. Yeah. It's not a running back room that can afford injury. I'll tell you that. But Keon Coleman for the little Josh Allen correlation, the Joe Brady vote of confidence. I don't know. I never liked Keon as like a prospect, but I think they're not going to give up on him. Although maybe that's the Denzel Boston landing spot, Buffalo.
People try to compare Denzel Boston to Keon. I'm like, are you guys crazy? Like,
yeah, that's wrong. that's not correct on their part. Like Denzel's better. He is better.
Yeah. No, I mean, like I would rather compare to Mac Hollins than to Keon because Keon is like, I mean, he's not even a good teammate. What is he? He's not even a good anything. He's like closer to Jermaine Burton. He's closer to Jermaine Burton than to fucking just a wide receiver. So like
he is. I'm praying for that like 125 burger from him on some last year Wick shit, and then just like, all right, call it a day. But yeah, he probably could bring back. And then the 2 spots I think of for Boston that makes sense, besides Buffalo if they go that route, or I like the concept of maybe Cleveland taking him in the 20s with their 24th pick if they don't go Tate at 6, and then Miami at 30 if they don't get Lemon for some reason. At 30, that feels like they got to get a receiver.
Bro, let me just tell you that I would absolutely like. First of all, I'm already bricked up that you said Miami. If Boston was on Miami, I would bust. Bro, he's just gonna have like every target. Tolbert, and he could be lead blocking for Malik Willis, bro. Oh my god, bro. And he's a big body, so it's kind of like I think Malik is accurate enough, but like like a big body safety. Dude, I would not if that happened. But I don't.
Bro, if I was Miami, why not take Lemon and Boston at 11 and 30, and then you're like, you have no receivers now. I know like Tolbert could be okay or whatever, but like that Boston as your big body, as the like ARSB, you're cooking. You're cooking. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's probably
And then,
like if a smart team is smart, like you know, well, I don't want to say Bears, but like I feel like 49ers. I feel like 49ers would be the actual like not for 2026 fantasy, but just like look, we have Mike Evans for probably 2 years, but like it's looking shaky after that. I feel like he from a blocking perspective, we already talked about this would fit. So like if he, if you had like 49ers wide receiver 3/2 because Ricky's a little bitch, like you would feel good about this team if you could flip over the cards. So I'm into this team. I don't even have a problem with Keon because like when would you take Keon on a Josh Allen team? But, like you're not like Gritty who's mixing in like 80% Keon. So like yeah,
no.
when Keon on a Josh Allen team, when Besh on every team. So like that's your Claypool, I guess.
Especially when, Gentry's going off for a 30 ball and they're selling out on the run and Besh leaks out for that touchdown.
Oh
The
yeah,
vision, it's a little blurry, but, you see it. And then
I can see it.
Kenyon Sadiq, Brenton Strange, and Fryermuth at tight end. I don't know. If Sadiq is good, then it's good. And if not, then it's not. But, yeah, that's that team. It's okay.
I like it. I just like on drafters, this is a spot where like yeah, like scroll the fuck down. And I'm not saying like scroll the fuck down just to scroll down, but like if there's two guys that are equal, I would just break the tie. So like I like Kyle Williams more than Demario, but like I don't like I actually like him pretty like 60-40, like I said. So like if it's 60-40 or 50-50, I'm just gonna tie break to like the player that's never drafted because like if he does what I want Kyle Williams to do, or like whatever, if you can replace Pat Fryermuth with like a guy you feel equally later about, and that's kind of like I have no problem with Pat Fryermuth. I have no problem with Jack Besh. Jack Besh is your low ownership because no one who the fuck would take him. Those are just things for you to think about, and whoever is watching it later or now to think about, like break ties, like actual ties. Like I'm not saying pass up on a real like I don't know who's a later like pass on Ridley to take like a low owned player, but yeah, once you get to a place where it's just like yeah, like all these guys are the exact same, then I'm just like yeah, bro, like wide receiver 3 on a certain team or wide receiver 3 on a different team, one of them gets drafted 15% of the time or 30%, one of them gets drafted never. Like I'm just gonna take a stuff like that. I think is just it's more fun on drafters for sure.
That makes sense because I feel like everyone's like, oh, you got to get that scroll down guy on underdog for the pot. It's like, okay, if you get Puka, fine. But like, Puka's not like a realistic, that's like literally a once in a lifetime, like a fifth round receiver comes in and is
Yeah.
like a first round pick as a rookie. It's not real. Like, that doesn't really happen. So, like, I think you're kind of right. Like maybe the scroll down guy is better in this, where it's like I'm just getting like a guy who has like a real job, and every week it's paying off. Like I don't have to have it. I don't have to have this perfectly timed 25
Yeah.
points from or 20 points from like around 20 click. I don't even need that. Give me the season long like 13 points per game. That's actually huge in this if you can get that
I
leverage.
think you could take what I said and even apply it to rookies, as in like if there's a rookie that gets drafted every draft, that's why like on underdog I was mixing in Kalen Black because I'm like I don't feel strongly about Demon Claiborne. Let me take the guy that's been meeting up with more teams than Demon Claiborne. Doesn't mean anything, but I'm just saying like if all else is equal, I don't feel strongly about either one. So like you could apply what I'm saying on drafters to like if there's a rookie that gets taken 50% of drafts and a rookie that gets taken like never, yeah, and if you think they're both equal or equal enough, then you can mix them in. So I'm not saying like draft a veteran. I'm just saying ownership discount matters when you're competing against all 5,000, all 50,000, all nine, whatever. How many teams are on this?
Yep.
Like 5,000 teams. When you're in a 1 out of 16 and a 539 finals, if Puka's a smash all year, everyone's gonna have Puka in the finals. Everyone's
True.
gonna have Kyron in the finals. You don't
Right.
even get an ownership discount.
Right. No, that's so true, actually. Like JCM like mattered last year, but it's like, yeah, a bunch of JCM teams were there. But in like this pre-draft, if you had JCM, that's so low owned, and you're getting that benefit compounded every week. So I think I
Yeah.
like that to scroll down on drafters.
Yeah, but only at the end. Like, dude, you
Right.
took Ridley. If you took someone over Ridley, I'm like, bro, like I don't even like Ridley, but Ridley has a fucking job, bro. He's going to work. He's getting a paycheck from the Titans owner.
He's getting a W-2, and he might get a 1099 if he doesn't behave himself. But uh, he's getting routes. I think I'm pretty sure They could have cut him all the way, and then they said we'll give you like 15 million this year. I was very light on Ridley originally, but now I'm like, I'm getting routes in an offense that could be better.
I'm mixing him in because I think we're overconfident in like Wandale of like, dude. First of all, I like Wandale. Watching Wandale as a player, just outside of fantasy, I always like Wandale because he's fun, man. He's just a fun player. And then like, yeah, like I was drafting. He was on one of my best teams last year. It was a Jackson Dart with Wandale and Slayton, and I forgot who else was on it. There was another giant on there, but I think I had Tyrone Tracers. I don't know. But I'm just saying, I always like Wandale. I always draft him, but it's like, are we that confident that like, yeah, like, bro, Titans wide receiver 1, and then like no one else, and then like, okay, right. But maybe Ridley in the 180s. Like, wait, Ridley's 80 picks after Wandale, and then I'm like, I don't even think Dike. What's his name? DK. I feel very low about him because like, but it just feels like, so if I feel low about DK, and I think Ellick is fine as a player, but fantasy relevance, like, who would it be? So there's not anyone in this class that's.
If they draft like one guy, like all these day 2 guys, couldn't Daboll be like, I want my wide receiver 3 to be, I don't know, Jeremy Bernard, whatever, pick your guy. That guy would have that inherent advantage over the Elick from the previous. Even if Elick's like a smidge better than that guy, these new teams come in and they like throw out these day 3 picks a lot of the time, where it's like you could get wide receiver 5 DK, wide receiver 4 Elick, where it's like, if they were out on Calvin Ridley, they would not have given him $15 million to stick around. That's like $3 million less than Dobbs, you know. And I know it's like they had money to spend, but like, okay, but they could have spent that on. They could have gave Dobbs $21 million too, and been chilling. But they're like, no,
they could have traded for Pittman.
Right.
They could have traded for Pittman for like a 4th round pick and give him $19 million a year.
Right. And instead they're like they could have done that, and they're like, Calvin for 15, while they're not in a money crunch. They still have a ton of money. I that's all to say. I think Calvin at this price, you know, if you're like 0% Calvin, he's totally cooked. Whatever. We're at a point.
There's not a point.
He could be like can he just be like the Keenan Allen from last year, but this year, you know, like that 700 yards. He compiles some weeks.
Maybe can I give you some propaganda?
Yeah, let's hear it.
Okay, so the only thing that I had invested in the Titans last year was like a shit ton of Pollard. So like I barely paid, like I paid attention, like when I needed Pollard to do something, I was paying attention, but like I never watched a single game. So like I started watching some of his, like, you know, every single route, every single target from the last 2 years. Like last year, there's nothing to look at. It was like, but even still, like the small sample size, the last 2 years, super efficient. So like, I'm not talking about like, you know, Tucker Kraft with a 2.5 yards per route run, and Reed has a 2.0, and Golden, the worst on the team, is like a 1.7 or something. I'm like, oh shit. But it's like literally the only one with a good underlying metrics is Calvin Ridley, and then like everyone else is low. And then like he looked fine on the, like, I'm not gonna say like, oh bro, he looked like 24-year-old Calvin, but it's like he looked like, first of all, he looked fine. Like I didn't see like diminished Calvin. I didn't see like prime young Calvin, but like I saw the Calvin that I was drafting when he was with Trevor Lawrence. What was it, like 3 years ago? So like I don't know. I'm just like, I think when you look at, like, you have to look at either how he played on with your eyes, or you have to look at the numbers. I did a little bit of both. I'm like, the numbers say he's still good, and then he looks the same. We were drafting him in this 5th, 6th, 7th round. I wasn't clicking him in the 5th round, but like 7th round, I was like, dude, I gotta Calvin Ridley faller, bro. Let me backstack him with Cam Ward and kill my team, bro. So I'm kind of in on I'm kind of, you know, at this price. No, if he went to like the 120s where I have to choose between him and like McMillan,
I'm out.
You know, I would still like. I think if he was always priced there, I would consider him. But I wouldn't be like, but like McMillan for sure, right? But I would consider him.
Like, I do worry a little bit about the broken fibula. Obviously, that's baked into the price. But I'm like, he could be like, I just have to be hesitant on these guys after the Amari Cooper ass click. Like, I'm not doing Tyreek Hill. I'm not doing Tank Dell. Calvin Ridley, I was doing kind of like that with the age. But I'm like, the fact that money talks a lot. Like, in the past, I would be like, oh, DJ Chark. I think DJ Chark's good and he's running. It's like, okay, it doesn't matter what you think. The team is indicating he's like a $3 million player, and that's indicative that they don't really plan to use him that much. It's like Calvin, if you get 15 million, that's like not nothing. These guys, when they pay out that money to the owner, they want to like show that, or when they play it out to a player, they want to show that owner like, oh, I'm smart. No, we did this for a reason. I didn't give $15 million to a hole in the bench. So he's going to get a shot.
When you're going over like I think the 15 million does matter, and it's not even that 15 versus like 17 or like 17. Right. I don't think 17 is better than 15 necessarily. I just think like if he got like the bare minimum asking rate, which is like what, like 10 million, right? If he got like the Tutu Atwell like 10 million for one, I would be like, I'm just like, no, because like that's like what everyone's getting. But like since that's why like I kind of felt like him and Wicks getting a little bit more. I'm like, okay, like if Wicks got like an 8 million for one, I'm like, okay, dude, Wicks is on a team. This is sick. But it's like, wait, 12 and a half is kind of like, why would you give him 12 and a half? I feel like that's kind of like, it almost shows like a Wicks or it shows a Ridley like, hey, we're still with you. Like, we think you're better than these guys. To me, if I was a player, I'd be like, okay, they're showing me like more. Because, dude, like if I'm Ridley, I don't want to get like what Tutu's getting. And it's like, okay, like 15 million. I was injured, like morally, like. So I think it's not nothing, basically, is what I'm saying. So like it's something.
Or like these like, I was thinking of it in like Keenan Allen last year got 8 million. DeAndre Hopkins, started getting like 5-7 million. Odell at the end started getting like the 5 to 8 million. I'm like, if he's getting like that 5 to 8 million veteran in his 30s washed bag, that just feels like the league is like, he gets some contract out of respect, but it's like, all right. But 15 million, just that number in the hierarchy of like the archetype of contracts makes me think that they think there's some meat on the bone. Otherwise,
I do think the Keenan one, we'd probably have to not throw away completely, but he was so cool retiring. And it's not even that he was like washed. It was like, if I'm not playing on the West Coast in the sun, like I don't want to play. Like he literally, I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure he took a discount in the sense that like, could he have gotten like $20 million from a team last year for 1 year? He probably could have gotten 20 million. Like at least
or
like
at least 15. Yeah.
Yeah. So that was like I think Mike Evans took a discount.
True. He wanted to be a Niner and compete.
I think the other players you mentioned though, like literally fall into that. Like, like D-Hop is literally so cooked that like it's and yet a cooked D-Hop was literally snatching the shit out of Likely plus Bateman. Like he was literally more like you look at his yards per route run, he cooked both of them. He was actually like not horrible. I was just like, bro, like I don't know.
Or like the Hollywood contracts where it's like the 1 year, 6 million ass deals. It's like, all right, like that it feels like the league is telling me something. I don't know what the exact number is, but I think it's like once you get to like 12 and above, I think the team's like, all right, we're not handing out 12 million for nothing, or let alone 15. So, because you could take that 15 million and put it into like a really legit linebacker, or pay off like an offensive line partially, like for a guard or something. So,
I mean, haven't we seen like I don't know for wide receivers because like I'm usually not this into the weeds of like 6 versus 8 versus 3.5, but like I know for running backs like $3 million running backs get cut all the time. So like if they have like like this guy got paid 1.5 million, but we literally like him more. We're just gonna take him along, But like, what about the wide receiver version of like Hollywood? Like, could Hollywood just be cut? Like, I'm not saying he gets cut, but I'm just saying like, if they add in like a booty on a trade plus they draft someone, like, could they eat that money? And like, I would lean towards yes, but what do you think? I don't know. Like, is 6.5 like is that eatable or is that like a little too much?
I think it would almost come down to the guarantees. Like if he's guaranteed like only $1 million, I think he could be cut. If he's guaranteed more closer to the full amount, I think it's like we just ride it out with this guy. And, if we have injuries, he's injury depth because it's a sunk cost already. But like, not to go on a Diami Brown thing, but it's like he got like 2 million or like 1.8 million and only 250,000 is guaranteed. They gave Van Jefferson twice as much guarantees, the Commanders. It's like that. I know he has the connection with JD, but like if they take Tate and they get Brandon Ayuk, they have McCaffrey. They just paid Treylon Burks more than both those guys. So I don't know. It's like once you start getting into DJ Chark, anything like 3 million or less, you're super cuttable for a wide receiver. And 6 million, I think it's happened probably.
No, that Ayuk thing is just like I feel like because I think the problem is that we were there like last year, so like maybe I'm just like I'm getting like like not even whiplash, but like we went so far in one direction that we came out the other way, and now we're going back that direction again. I'm like, wait, like I would like no, like he's literally still on the 49ers, and people are like, oh, they're holding him hostage. I'm like, bro, he was literally a terrorist in the like. Not even locker room, but like front, dude. Like, if I was an owner, I would hold him hostage, quote unquote. But you fucking fucked over our team. You wouldn't. They were offering 30 million to go get traded, like a sign and trade, right? Like they were offering 30 million contract if you go traded. You didn't want it, and now he held them hostage. So like, they're like, oh, bro, they gotta let him go. I'm like, this is where like fantasy brain needs to like. The NFL can't make this like a. You know how like LeBron shifted the NBA? He didn't really shift the NBA. That's been happening for a long time, but like. This would be such a shift if a player can just hold a team hostage and like risk fucking over his own career, and then like the team just lets him go. Like, dude, they're probably holding him in case someone wants to trade for him. Because like, why would you just let him go? Like, then you just fucking eat the money and you just that was your Super Bowl window. Like, I'm just like I'm still tripping about that one.
Well, so the thing for the 49ers, which is why I don't think they can trade him, and I think they're just trying to dick him. And like diminish the chemistry that he and Jaden Daniels will have, because Brandon Ayuk is like going to be a Commander. He gave up all his guarantees, so there would be no cap hit if they cut him this year. So they're just like trying to get a pick. They're pretty much trying to get the Commanders to give him a pick so he can like start working with Jaden Daniels earlier. But like, he's still on a $30 million a year contract, which like he's not going to rework that. He gave up all his guarantees, but like. If someone trades for him, they have to pay him the $30 million. Like nobody's going to do that. Pretty much all the Commanders beats and like even like some of the 49ers beats are like Brandon Ayuk. If he is the Commander, it'll be like 7 to 10 million a year, which kind of makes sense. Is that 1 year, prove it. You're off the big knee injury, but you're still young. No, like you got to prove it after, like you said, you were a terrorist to your organization and showed you didn't text the team back. So you lose 20 million for this year. But
and George Kittle, like George Kittle was checking on you. You didn't even hit him back. Like, bro, I was just like, George Kittle's the man, bro. Come on.
That's tough. But you remember when like Kanye West was like trying to get out of his Adidas deal and he started making like Hitler songs and stuff like that and like talking about all this like crazy Nazi stuff? It feels like Ayuk is like that on he's like, I just want to get out of this contract. I'm going to do whatever. I'm going to start driving by the stadium fast and like crying and like eating ice cream like that's melting on my hand. Like I'm getting out of this contract. I'm giving up all my guaranteed money. I want to go play with Washington. And it's like, maybe it's cope in the way like Mixon asked for his release. And like the Texans are like, yeah, sure. You can make it look like you didn't want to be here. And maybe that tricks another team into signing you. But like, I didn't have to give up that guaranteed money. He did. And I think he just wants to play with like Daniels so bad. I don't know if it's going to lead to fantasy goodness. Maybe his knee is really cooked, but like, I think they would have just flat out, if his knee was cooked, they know he would like fail physical and they just be like, we're cutting him. I think he would pass a physical. I think they're going to have to cut him. It'll probably be like July or August.
I've been hearing smoke that like he might just stay on the 49ers, which would be like the craziest, like that would be like the craziest. But actually, like that would be less crazy than Brandon Ayuk giving up guaranteed money because he wants to play with Jaden so bad. Because that feels like, if that's not fantasy community cope, that is the most irrational person I've ever heard of. Because like you can't just end up on the same team like 3 or 4 years later, bro. Like you're gonna give up your future that you worked for in your first contract extension.
I agree it's so irrational, but that's like what the 49ers beat writers, that's at least my vibe on it, is like why would he give up his guarantees willingly? Like if there was no rational, like all the rationality of Brandon Ayuk's mind went out the door when he willingly up his guaranteed money. It's like this guy's kind of crazy. He's kind of now that doesn't mean necessarily he can't play football anymore, but it seems like he's made like, I don't know, 70 million at this point or whatever, and he's like, I'd rather have like over my career 100 million and play with Jane Daniels than have like 150 and be with Kyle Shanahan annoying ass another minute. I don't agree with it, but I don't know. It seems like where it's trending. I think he's 100% going to be a Commander, but I do worry because they can keep him till like September 1st or something like that and not be on the hook for his money.
They can keep them all. Well, I mean, yeah, to be on the hook on their money. But, dude, if I'm the 49ers, I make them play. This is not about fantasy, but like,
yeah.
Well, I mean, we're assuming he can hoop. I'm just like fantasy community assumes he can hoop. I'm assuming he can still hoop because why would the 49ers go through all of the headache with him? So like I'm assuming there's at least, I don't know. If I'm the 49ers and not a fantasy person, make him play. No, because that actually sets a better standard, I think, for moving forward because like that means like, okay, an irrational player just like sideswipe the whole franchise and then we're just like, oh, like play. You're playing. Because that, first of all, that team is sick with Mike Evans, Ayuk, Ricky, Kirk. That's sick. You know,
that would be sick. I think it's like from the, again, beat writers. Sometimes they're right, sometimes they're wrong. Seems like they say he's played his last snap with the 49ers, where it's like maybe in like a perfect world they could mend that bridge, but Kyle Shanahan's like he'll put you in the doghouse, and it seems like John Lynch is on that time. I get what you're saying actually makes sense. Is like you want to set that precedent, like you make him play, even if you eat it a little bit financially. It's like, no, we dictate the terms.
Well, but also like what I'm thinking of, like the only reason I'm thinking that is because like, okay, so what? Okay, if he doesn't if they make him play. And he doesn't like, what is he gonna do? Not show up again? So then they can get out of it again, right? Because like, if he doesn't show up again? So like the options are you show up and play, or you don't show up. Doesn't he forego his contract if he's not showing up? So like, I don't.
Yeah, but then he would just go sign with the Commanders and probably show up. It would be, I don't know what he would do if he's like on the roster week 1, but they would have to pay him $30 million. And I don't know if they want to do that at this point. Like, damn, we got to pay this dude.
But how would they have to pay him $30 million if he's not like showing up? So like, no, if he shows up and he's reading a book on the sidelines like AJ Brown, then they would have to pay him. But like,
right?
I'm just thinking like strategically from a franchise, what's the point of keeping him till September 1st and then releasing him? No, motherfucker, play. Like you're playing. If you don't play, we're just gonna get some lawyer shit to like. If you're not showing up, like if you're dude, read a book on the sideline, I'll eat the $30 million. Me as a franchise, I'm making him read a book. Because first of all, I feel like the Eagles were like kind of badass about like the whole AJ Brown thing. Like they never made AJ seem like he was in control. And like the 49ers letting Ayuk go is like, bro, like that's so much power for a player that had like 1.5 good years, bro. If we're being honest, like 1.5 like really good, like amazing years in a efficient offense. Like AJ Brown has way more pull, and he didn't even get anything like that. So just like make his ass play. And that's it, man.
Do you think in a world where Ayuk ends up on the Commanders, do you think he pays off this price, or is he kind of just like, is that knee cooked like some people say, or is he going to just kind of hobble his way to some volume as like just being a body out there? Like, what do you kind of view Ayuk on the Commander experience like? Because it could go like one of like 3 or 4 or 5 ways, it feels like.
I think it gets to a point where this might be a weird answer, but I think it gets to a point where you know how like Tank Dell, like look, I'm literally like I have 2 shirts of Tank Dell. I'm not worried about him killing me, and like he has a great personality, a great work ethic, everything. I'm just like I'm not worried about him. So like now we just have like the flip side of like slightly more talented. You know, he has the talent. I think his years in San Francisco are way overrated based on every other player. We saw Kendrick Bourne have like crazy ass games on the 49ers. Look, you put Mostert on the 49ers or with McDaniel, he's going to have 20 touchdowns, right? He's going to look like prime Eric Dickerson. So I think like I'm just saying, you put Deontay Johnson with with Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy in Deontay's prime. I think he probably puts up equal, if not better, stats. So like, I think to me, I'm just not worried about him killing me because he's shown me that he is so far gone that like, how does he kill me? Do I think he can spike for 30 points? No. So like, can he spike for 17, 22? Sure. Is that going to kill me? No. So like, I don't want to deal with like baggage. I do have 8% on underdog because like I think on underdog it's like more likely to kill you. You know, he spikes for 25 in week 16 and blocks you. Like I would feel no like so we're talking about on drafters like because we just drafted drafters like full fade. I'm not touching him because like he's not gonna put together a full season to hurt you, right? Because like what's his ceiling? No, what do you think his ceiling is? I would give him 22 point ceiling, and I think that's generous. I haven't even seen him in a different system than Shanahan. 1 week, 22 points. I'm giving him the ceiling.
That's pretty fair. He feels kind of like I view him like if he gets to Washington and his mental is totally right. You might disagree with this. I think he could be like a Chris Godwin for them, where it's like this version of Chris Godwin, where it's like maybe he doesn't have that crazy explosive play, but he has such a tight bond with JD, and you have Terry taking the top off the defense. You could even have Terry and Carnell Tate taking the top off the defense, and he and Chig are just kind of like scamming underneath. Now Chig's like actually good and explosive, but you could just have that buddy Jane Daniels give him the random Sunday where he gets like 11 targets and he gets it. But I think 22 points is the realistic ceiling. I don't think he's going to get like a Chris Godwin 30 burger.
Oh, well, I'm just curious. I mean, if you told me I think Ayuk's ceiling is 40 points, I'm like, okay, I'm curious. Like, there's no point to say yes or no because, like, dude, his ceiling could be 0 points. He could just miss the whole year again. So, like, but what do you think? What do you think his ceiling is? I know you said 22 is fair, but what do you think? Like, okay, like this is his ultimate, realistic. Still, what do you think his ceiling is?
I think he could have like an 8, 1, 10, and 2. I mean, we saw Zach Ertz almost getting weeks like that.
So what is that? 19 plus 12, so 31.
Best case.
I don't. I mean, shit. I could see him getting 3 touchdowns and less yards and catches. So like, yeah. I mean, I think
because it's such a sick offense potentially.
Yeah, I think it's super interesting because like, if you ask me like put $1,000 on what do you think is more likely, who has a higher spike this week, Jack Besh or Ayuk? I would probably put my $1,000 on Jack Besh than Ayuk because like first of all, you're part of the Kubiak. Like I don't know, bro. Like there's so much better bets out there that like why would I take a bet on Ayuk than like Naylor's right there? It's like dude, like Naylor was sick as fuck as a third option.
I think it's just back to like the last time this guy was healthy and not going through a weird contract negotiation. Now we start getting like to the whole Deshaun Watson, like, well, that was like a gazillion years ago at this point. But like
that was COVID, bro. It was COVID.
It was literally COVID. I need people to understand. It was not. Someone today said that was 2 years ago. That was literally COVID-19, bro. Like I don't know how to tell you. Your life is slipping away from you. It's over. That was 6 years ago. But for Ayuk, it was like, I guess 3 years ago at this point. The last time he had a healthy year that wasn't attached to like a contract negotiation. But last time he like went into a year, contracts handled, and he's like training with the team. Let's say he's doing that with the Commanders. If the knee is like decent again, that was a second round pick for us. That's a special type of player if you can ever be picked in the second round. And it's like, I'll always have like an affinity for you, especially if there's like a weird circumstance. Now, will he ever be the player he once was? No. Is Washington going to be the same as like the same level of Shanahan efficiency? No, but it's like you got a guy that good who can be in the slot, who has like that chemistry with Jane Daniels that could be like that, just that Chris Godwin type, where any given Sunday, Chris Godwin can get that 8 and 110. And I think Ayuk in that one scenario could do it.
I think it's just I don't know why this thought experiment is so funny because it's just like I think like because I don't know, I was like super anti Ayuk last year and I'm like I'm not like I'm super anti him still, but it's like I mixed him in on underdog. I think the thing that's funny is because like I guess like I don't get what people are so excited for. Whereas like even Terry with his contract holdout, he came back after being hurt and he was balling, and like Jamar Chase held out and had a triple crown season. Ayuk before he got hurt was literally dropping passes and was literally not even the best 49er receiver. So it's like if we can just put everything into context of like the last time you saw him wasn't the 1,200-yard efficient receiver. It was literally after holding out and dropping a bunch of like he made Brock Purdy look bad. So I guess they're just to put a bow on the Ayuk thing is just like I just like if he was a super like I just feel equally excited about Deontay Johnson personally because like head case off the field, super good route runner, crispy clean. Like and people hate Deontay. I'm like, dude, like Deontay's literally Ayuk if he didn't have Kenny Pickett, if he had Shanahan. So I know it's gonna stir a lot of people the wrong way, but I'm a Deontay over Ayuk guy. So
That's fair. That's fair. I think my projection for Ayuk this year, if he's the Commander, is probably like I don't know, 680 yards, but with that spike potential of 20, like you said, 20. I think 22 feels about right of realistic spike. And but you know, I don't have my Alec Pierce, you know, in round 16 anymore. Like there's not a lot of guys down there that I feel like can really get 22 that have that
I'll give you a couple.
mind meld. Yeah. Trey
Well,
Tucker.
mind meld. I don't know. The mind meld is there from like we're going back to COVID. Like, when was the mind? Like, was it like COVID? Like, I mean, it was like 2020, 2021. What was the?
Yeah, but they're apparently like best friends in real life. Ayuk and Jane Daniels.
Well, you know who else is best friends, bro? And like, you know, Bo Nix and Troy Franklin, and he just got his replacement. So like, you know. Okay.
He got
okay. Honestly,
but what if Ayuk is the replacement? You know, coming in to be the, you know, you could have that 1 year and then maybe they're like, all right, we're off this Ayuk shit. But like, if they bring him in for, you get that 1 year of that chemistry.
I think I'm higher on Ayuk than you, so I don't understand why you draft him more. Because when you give your projection, I'm like, dude, I could see Ayuk for 850 yards. Like, but that's not I don't care about total yards though. It's just like I don't think like his ceiling, you know, because like I think Terry's gonna get his. I think Chig is gonna get his. I think Jaden's gonna get his because when you're playing with Brock Purdy, yeah, he rushes, but he's not like a Jaden who, dude, Jaden can literally get 10 rushing touchdowns. So like, you know, it's not power like Josh Allen. I'm just saying like. I don't see the ceiling in terms of like half PPR. I don't see the ceiling in full PPR because like I guess like dude, I could see him getting 850 yards and never spiking over 20 actually. Like that's I think he's a good receiver, but it's like how good is he? They get like Tyreek Hill, I'm with you. Like Tyreek Hill, did you see that injury? Like, dude, that shit was like it felt like it went like around and came back around. Like, dude, that shit was like it was not even looking the oh, dude, like that shit grinded all the cartilage, you know, and then just kept going. It's just like
you know, when like, you see it, you just feel sick. You feel sick, and that was 2025, not 2024. Like last year, I was all the way out on Ayuk. I was like, he's not going to play for a minute this year, and like Tyreek gets like that. Like, nah, I'm going to sit the year out on this. But now he's had that year. I think also like
I'm good on Tyreek, so I'm good on Tyreek. Zero.
It's like
I autoed one share and that's it.
If Ayuk has like, let's say like 20 points, but like low key with how like wide receiver production's going down, like 20 points at like pick 150, whatever. That's kind of sick if you have a Jaden team in like a playoff pod. It's like I would be assuming I'm like heavily invested in running back, you know, 2 or 3 of them through 5. I'm like, damn, if my wide receiver 3 can hit with 20 points, that's like nowadays, that's like the wide receiver like 5 on the week, you know, like that could do it.
Yeah, but just, I mean, that's like, you know, that's why like on underdog, I think I'm just like, yeah, I'll get like, you know, I mean,
yeah,
it just depends how low he is. I think like now with Travis Hunter, I just like, bro, like, first of all, Travis Hunter, he's too small to play both sides, but like, dude, the vibes are sick. Like the vibes are there. I have no worries about him. He wants to play more. He's not going to hold out. He's not like, no. So like, you know, when it's like Travis Hunter or Ayuk, like, okay, let me get Travis Hunter. If it's like Debo or Ayuk, let me get Debo. If it's like Diggs or Ayuk, let me get Diggs. So like, when will I actually ever click Ayuk? So like, okay, like I don't even like to click him on Jaden teams like necessarily, but it's just like, yeah, like if I have Jaden and you think he's going there, I think it's reasonable on underdog. But like, I don't know what you would have to do to sell me on drafters because like, dude, this guy could literally like have 22-point spikes. He hit his ceiling twice, and then just like something happened, and he just like got pissed off at something, and just like, oh, where the fuck is Ayuk? Like, and
He
Jaden's
definitely,
like, fuck, man, like, you know, like, ah, shit, Brandon, come on, man, like,
I thought we were homies. Now it's not like something I would want to build a portfolio out of on drafters, but I guess the bull case would be like he's healthier, he's like closer to where he used to be than we think he could be, like on some Javante shit. And
yeah,
he just ends up having like an actual like 1,000-yard season and like the best case scenario. Like that would be possible if it's like, oh damn, if we got like 85-90% of old Brandon Ayuk and like he's playing with his best friend. Like I remember when like AJ Brown came over. It's not the same because it's not an injury, but just like the AJ Brown came into the Eagles and he was like best friends with Jalen Hurts, and everyone's like, like Jalen Hurts doesn't even throw that much. He's never had like 3,500 yards, blah, blah, blah. And then AJ Brown just had like 1,400 yards. Now, I don't even need Brandon Ayuk at his cost to get close to 1,400 yards. You could get like you said, 850 and be like a solid click if you get the right week. But it's like, I just think there's something to
that'd be a
that.
smash. 850 would be a smash. But
We would take that.
yeah, that's his. Yeah, if he got 1,400 yards, like I'm literally like, bro, I'm quitting fantasy. If he gets 1,400 yards, I'm quitting fantasy. I'm never playing best ball again because like something in the I don't know, in the vortex of whatever, like my calculations of like, because like, would you ever calculate 1,400 yards for Ayuk? But like, could he do?
I didn't calculate it for Javante,
that,
and then it fucking happened.
Yeah,
agony. But
it's just, I'm okay. I'm a little bit sold on Ayuk because I think if they don't get Tate in the draft, I don't think they're taking receiver at 7. So like in terms of, but so like we still need the 49ers to release the hostage.
right.
Ayuk locked himself in the gilded cage. So like it's not, I don't even feel bad for the hostage, but like they would need to not take Tate. So like, it's like, I don't think they take Tyson at 7 because that's like, it feels like they would try to trade back, and I don't think anyone's trading up. So like, I don't know.
And that's also just like a range where like, because I'm doing so much early running back this year, like I'm trying to get as many of those receivers that I feel like have talent in the like 130 to 165 range. You know, sometimes there's a fall or two. Like, give me Rashid Shaheed, give me Denzel Boston, give me Stephon Diggs, give me Jawan Jennings, give me, like you said, Travis Hunter. I'm above on these guys. I'm above. I'm like, they're all talented. They just have like some sort of thing going on. Not really in Denzel Boston's case. I guess we're just waiting on the draft capital. It's a rookie. But like all these, like Jawan Jennings, we're waiting on a sign. A lot of free agents, you know, weird shit. But it's like once these guys sign, they're moving up like 40 picks and or more in Diggs's case. Like if Diggs gets a good landing spot, he opened in the 80s. Can he go back to 100? Like for sure. So I'm just like the way I'm building my teams. I get a lot of those guys, and I'm not trying to do.
I get those guys.
I'm not trying to do running back in like the 150s too much because it gets kind of gross. And I'm not trying to do one like wide receiver in the 170s of like, sure, I'll do a little Ridley, but I'm not trying to do like DK. I'm not trying to do, I guess these guys have fallen a little bit, but like before it was like DK, Pat Bryant, like Troy Frank. I was like, bro, I'm not doing this shit.
I was passing those guys and taking Trey Tucker the whole time. So
sharp.
I think, okay, so like when what you can get later, and it's like, dude, like it's sharp, and then like they draft 2 early guys, or they bring in Debo, and then it's not sharp, right? But like, okay, could we get, even if Ayuk hits the ceiling, can we just like put together Naylor plus Tucker and literally just match that, if not surpass that? So like, I don't know. I'm just like, and we don't have to deal with the headache. I don't know. I think we could really put together Besh and like Slayton and get an Ayuk season. So that's where I'm kind of at with you know, Slayton's dude. Slayton literally, like, he has a contract. He shows up to work. He gets like, dude, 550, 600 yards. That's your prediction for Ayuk, basically 650. So like, dude, he gets you the Ayuk season anyways.
Bro, I'm scared for my man Slayton. If they get like a Tyson or like a Tate or something, I'm like at 5, you know.
If they get Tate, it's over. It's over. No, it's over. No, it's actually over.
On the record, I just got to say it on the record because I don't know if I'm streaming again before the draft. Jeremiah Love is going to be a New York Giant, whether it's pick 5 or if they trade up to pick 3. I don't think they're going to trade up to pick 3. Jeremiah Love is a Giant. Book it. That's my one take I got.
Okay, well, is that your take or what you're hoping for?
It's I've been like, it's the thing that makes it, if he's available at 5, I should say. There's a world where the Cardinals take him at 3 and a world where the Titans take him at 4. I can't control that narrative in this instance. I don't know what they really want to do. I believe they wanted to sign Ken Walker. He wanted to play for the Chiefs instead. Totally makes sense. They were the only one in the top 5 that was like offering these big running backs contract. Like the Titans had way more money than the Giants. They didn't offer Ken Walker. They didn't offer ETN. And there's the opportunity cost of that 4th pick where you would have to pass on like David Reese or David Bailey or Arvell Reese. Like you have one more pick of opportunity cost. On the Titans that don't really have a pass rush, the Giants have good pass rushers. And I'm not saying this is like the logical thing, but I think Joe Shane, it like kind of dumb and like he wants to have that explosive back that he lost in Saquon. He keeps calling like Love like an offensive, like just the money talks of it. Like you offered Ken Walker and then you were like dick eating the shit out of Jeremiah Love. I think Styles is in play. I think Downs is in play. But I think like relative to the betting odds are like Jeremiah Love is plus 700 at number 5. I think compared to those odds, I would put it at like 50%, where you get good return on your money relative to probability. And I think if he's at 5, there's been a lot of smoke screen. People call it cope. I think if he's there, they take him.
It's kind of interesting because, like, I don't think any of the top landing spots are that good for Love. I'm not saying that they're bad for Love, but it's like this wouldn't be like even the Redskins. I'm not like I know people are like that one's sick, but it's like yeah, it's fine. Like what would be fine? It's like if the Rams had him, like Rams. If the 49ers had him, if they didn't have CMC, but I'm just saying like that's not like if the Packers had him and they don't have Josh Jacobs, that's sick. Like I don't know how like the Giants is sick. It's just like like you're forcing another talented running back to carry your franchise in a way because like you have better receivers, but you had OBJ for a while. So like, anyways, I think like the GM probably of the Giants probably does want Love, but dude, these GMs they're trying to make good teams and sell a lot of tickets for the owners, like. They do want superstars. So like, I think it could also be smokescreen of getting teams to try to trade up to 5 to get him. Because what my take is like, when I first saw like the draft class announced, I'm like, dude, like if I was an NFL team, I'm not touching him to the mid-first round, a running back. And the funny thing is like, I'm not into analytics, but I watched one of those videos where like the math nerd was like explaining like the true value of a running back, and he's like, if he turns into CMC or Saquon, he will be worth the 14th overall pick. I'm like, bro, like that's if you turn into like so dude, if Love turns into prime Saquon or prime CMC, he pays off the 14th pick, which is kind of funny because like my intuition was like you shouldn't take a running back high. Like that's what the math says too, which is kind of crazy. So like I wouldn't be surprised that now that the Giants have 2 picks though, I don't think he's making it past them anyways, right? So like
that's what I'm thinking. Like they get that opportunity to take a Downs at 10 or whoever falls. Ruben Bain could be there at 10, somebody could be there at, assuming like Tyson goes top 10 now. I think they'll get that defender they want and they'll get Love as like the weapon and probably number 1 on their board,
if they had guys. 1 pick, I wouldn't be surprised if we, because like I don't think the Browns are taking him, right? So like,
right,
and then the Saints and the Chiefs, if they take him, that's like malpractice. That's malpractice, right? So like, then I feel like he would actually fall to a reasonable range, and he might get a better landing spot. It's like, I'm sorry, the Giants are not a great landing spot. They're fine, but like, are you excited about the Giants? Like,
no, that's what everyone's like saying this cope stuff. I'm like, I'm just saying what I think is going to happen the whole time relative to the odds. I'm like, now I think it would be funny to own Scadabo, but I'm like, dude, I have like a ton of Rachaad White's like my 2nd most drafted running back, and I think he was more likely to go to the Commanders than the Titans. That would be horrible for me. That'd be like the worst scenario. But I'm like, I'm being objective. Like, I think he's more likely to be a commander than Titan. It makes no sense for him to go for when you have Tony Pollard. Tony Pollard, like, I'm like looking at it through the lens of like an NFL GM and not like a fantasy bro. Fantasy bros view Scatabo higher than Tony Pollard. NFL GMs view Tony Pollard higher than Scatabo. He has a higher yards per carry. He's a 1,000-yard rusher for straight year. That's how NFL GMs view it. And Scatabo just broke his leg. Like, they don't care about like PPR scams and goal line shit. Like, now that's not to say Tony Pollard can't get cucked. He absolutely could, but you have Robert Saleh, who's like a defensive-minded guy, and that Titans defense needs a lot in the front seven. I don't know. It's just very hard for me to see them passing on that for one of their best positions, which is like running back. That's a testament to their roster.
No, but like if you're the Tennessee Titans, like I'm not like, first of all, I'm a Packers fan. Like I like living in a small town. I don't live in Green Bay. I'm just saying, like, I like the small towns. I'm not a big city hype up, but like if you're in a bigger market like New York, it makes sense to, you want that. Like, no one you think Titans fans care if they don't take Jeremiah Love? They probably don't want him to take Jeremiah Love. You know who, when you're competing, and I know that they don't play at the same time, but like when you're competing against the Yankees, the Knicks, and all the, like, first of all, they are competing against the Knicks. So like if you're competing against all these things and like go to Broadway shows and go to eat at these crazy restaurants or go to these skyscrapers, you need stars there. So like I think like you might sacrifice like team building for a luxury pick, but first of all, like the Giants roster is way more set than the Titans roster. So like
you got Thibodeau and Burns, like yeah.
So
who do the Titans have that are like?
Okay, so like this is like I really like Steve, from Fanspeak, but like one thing I didn't agree with what he's saying, like, well, but he was coming to the same conclusion of like, he said like the Titans have a B- running game, so Love doesn't make sense to upgrade them to an A. I'm like, yeah, I agree with that, but like then he said the Giants have a B+ running game. I'm like, whoa,
no,
like flip the Titans and the Giants, because like Tajay and Pollard is better than Scatabo and Tyron Tracy. Like as a like
objective
NFL GMs would be like, yes, like this Titans running game was a B+, Giants are a B-, and it doesn't make sense to upgrade either one. But like
exactly.
So,
but of those two, but it's like like we're looking at it through the lens of like Joe Shane. If like even Harbaugh, it's like if you're Jim Harbaugh, you're like, sorry, is it? No, John Harbaugh.
It's John, yeah.
John. If you're John Harbaugh and you just got used to having Derrick Henry, like, sure, that doesn't mean you're necessarily going to take a running back, but there's a world in which you've become accustomed to the luxury of having a Derrick Henry, and he's not stylistically the same as a Derrick Henry, but he can change a game with the explosive plays in the way that a Derrick Henry can. And it's like, now if you have that 10th pick, you can get that safety, get your Kyle Hamilton, and you can take your like young star Derrick Henry tier. I mean, Scatabo is a great compliment to a Jeremiah Love. Jeremiah Love, you give him 65% of the carries. He was in a committee in college. He's the big play guy. You have Scatabo wear down the defense as the hammer for Love to get the big plays. I think that's what an NFL GM would think, which is all that matters. Like so often fantasy players were like, we project what we want. And I'm definitely guilty of that too. Shout out Terrence Ferguson. But like Joe Shane and the Giants, like just what they did with the Ken Walker contract stuff, like where their actions have been and the talking, it just kind of, I think Love is either a Giant or a Commander. And all I'm hearing the last couple of days, smoke screen season, we'll see. But is that the Giants will not let him fall past 5 if he's there.
Let me give you a comp for Scatabo. This might be a weird comp because it's going across sport lines, but it's like, okay, just imagine a likable version, but like super polarizing in the same way of like a super like no weird stuff, but like a super likable Draymond Green. Because like there's people who think Draymond Green is like he's like a top 3 power forward of all time. Dude, he's responsible for all these championships. Like, there's people who are like, dude, he's a triple single. He doesn't do shit. He gets carried. And it's like, that's how the Scatabo conversation is. Because, like, I listen to, like, some people, and they think, like, he's the best running back of all time. And some people say he's the worst. And I'm like, dude, he's people talk about him like he's 240 pounds. He's like 205 pounds. Like he's not even a big guy, which Draymond is undersized. Right. So I kind of like that comp of like a polarizing player who's, dude, he's small. He's smaller than Gibbs, I think. Like he's not even big. Like
right. And he runs. People like cite like to like explain why he's so good. Like people don't understand how data works. It's like they're like, oh, his like forced tackles per run is like the highest in the league. I'm like, yeah, because he was running with a disregard for his own body that no other running back runs with. And like defenses were like surprised at like the absolute disregard. Now he was running through people's faces because they didn't expect him to run so violently, but it's like, A, teams will adjust that. B, even if you physically can't because he runs so hard, like the Giants will know, like the reason teams looked and acted and like talked about how surprised they were that he ran that hard is because your body will not hold up if you do that, especially if you're like 200, what is he, 15 pounds max. He's not Mike Washington. He's not Derrick Henry. He's not a big bruiser. So he's not going to sustain. And people will be like, oh, the hip drop tackle happened by Zach Bond. That sucks. Why do you think Zach Bond hip drop tackled Scatterbo? Because he didn't want him to like run through his face like that. They're like, okay, you're going to try to hurt me. I'm going to try to hurt you back. I'm not saying that's right, but I'm saying that's how defense is going to like view him. And they're going to do things if they think he's trying to hurt them and put them into the turf. They're going to put him into the turf if he doesn't do it himself. So I think Scatterbo's like a good running back, but like not for the reasons people say. Like he's good in a committee where you can use him as a little bit of a hammer. But the pass game is really nice. And he's like good on like the 1 yard line is like a high conversion rate in a goal to go scenario. Like he could cut Jeremiah Love out of some touchdowns, but you can't give this guy one. He's not CMC. You can't give him a CMC load because he will break down. And I think teams know that.
Okay. Well, first of all, most years CMC can't even handle a CMC workload because it is like a workload that I don't like. I haven't played Madden in a while, but if I played Madden, I wouldn't even give a workload to my Madden running back like that because that's like, bro, like, dude. First of all,
it's crazy.
Like, there's some games where he gets like 35 touches. I'm like, bro, like 12 targets, 10 receptions, 25 rushing attempts. I'm like, bro, like relax. You're not Derrick Henry, but I don't know. It's like, I think he would be a perfect compliment, like you said. Like I would be like, bro, like I would love to grab Scatterbo in the 12th round as my like, kind of like. Or whatever. Maybe he's more expensive. Maybe he's like Manungai price. Or
sure.
But then at least we have clarity. And like, if I'm a Jeremiah Love drafter, I'm a little bit worried because like, dude, this guy, if I get tackled at the 1 yard line, or if my guy gets tackled at the 1 yard line, they're gonna bring in this fucking fridge of a fuck, man. So like, he's bro, like tear your ACL again because like. Fuck.
Speaking of Kenneth Walker, it would literally feel like Kenneth Walker Charbonnet all over again, where it's like. Love is getting you to the goal line and he's explosive and all these things, but then they bring in the meme. They bring in the white meme who the crowd loves and he punches it in. He's good at punching it in from the one and he gets the crowd hyped and all that.
It would be worse. It would be worse than Charbonnet and Walker. Well, just because like I have like, I mean, I know Walker's a better, like I have Walker as a better prospect, but I don't think the NFL like, I don't know. I think like Charbonnet's profile is super compelling to NFL teams. So it's just they're just different styles. But like I have high regard for Charbonnet, and I think this would be like if it was like I don't even know because Gibbs didn't even play with Jamal Williams, did he? He just played with
I think
Monty.
Yeah.
It would be like if Jamal Williams was coming in to cut Gibbs or something, like not even a Monty. Like it would be like that tier of like. Jamal Williams is good at football. Wait, first of all, Scatterbo is good at football. Okay, everyone who's good at football, you know who else is good at football? C-Rod is good at football. There's plenty of guys on the practice squad who are good at football. So let's not get carried away in that, oh, he's good at football. Let's load him up with a CMC workload because, like you said, it's not a 1-2 punch, bro. Like I'm drafting Scatterbo as the punch because like Jeremiah Love is like my lightning.
Right, Scatterbo physically wears down the defense. They're tired. They're like woozy, and then Love houses it, or Love houses one almost all the way, and then Scatterbo punches it in, or like Neighbors catches a bomb and then Scatterbo punches it. Like
you don't want to tackle Scatterbo in January, bro, or in December, bro.
That would be a great ping pong attack of like a rushing style, and you kind of read what the defense doesn't want to face in that moment, and you hit them with it. it kind of makes sense. I mean, I'm not saying a running back at 5 is perfect, but it's a shitty class, and he's a weapon. So I think it's just very likely to happen relative to. He's like plus 700. Love is, at least yesterday he was. It may be up now, but
Yeah, I
I
think if
just
it was same roster, not New York, and they have 2 picks, like okay, you go tackle and you go defense. Like that would be my wish list. But okay, since it's New York, you know, man, like yeah, you can, bro, like Scatterbo is fun, but like, come on, man. You want to sell jerseys? You want to sell tickets? Like Titans
right.
fans are gonna come, bro. I promise. If the Titans don't draft Love, they might get more fans coming to the games. Because like, if I'm a Packers fan and we draft this irresponsible pick, I'm not even watching games this year. Like, this is a lost cause. Like,
Exactly.
this is actual like this is terrorism. And like Salah's like, holy fuck, I'm about to get fired again. Because like, dude, bro, look at that roster. The only position that was good last year was like running back. But like literally,
Right.
like what else was good? Like I guess
Seriously.
receiver was fine, but like, dude, so
And even
now
then,
you have like
uh,
it's like a gritty ass build because you have like Love, Pollard, and Spears. That's like a gritty ass build because you
that's
like,
some
bro, this
gritty
is like
shit.
overkill.
And
Yeah,
they're like, that has to be the pick there for months. I'm like, what are you fucking talking about to me? Where I'm like, the Giants don't have that running back that can. Pollard can rip a 40-yarder. Scatterbo that's not his game. He runs a 4.7. He's the hammer, but
yeah.
he can get you 20 yards. He can get you 12. He can get you a bunch of sixes. But like, they don't have a guy who can rip that big play. They have QB1. They have wide receiver 1. Their offensive line is underrated. There's not a. They wouldn't take Malinois, and they don't need one of these Arvell Reese, David. They have Thibodeau and they have Brian Burns like on the outside in their 3-4 defense. So they would be looking at Downs, Styles, and Love, and it's like Love was the best. You go Love or Downs, but like you could do both probably.
You kind of sold me on the Cardinals doing it as a troll because I'm like
They could
Cardinals
do
are
it as
rebuilding, but I'm like, okay, hear me out, hear me out, hear me out. Now you want to talk about good compliments? Like, first of all, this is super irresponsible. But I'm just saying, like, if the Giants are gonna
yeah,
do it and the Cardinals do it 2 picks earlier, first of all, okay, in this case, you have Algier for a couple of years. Love and Algier is sick, and just fucking toss Connor aside or whatever. You can keep him around as a veteran, like RB coach, dude. Tell me that for the next couple of years, a hammer of Algier. I'm just saying, like Love and Algier would be like, bro, you could actually like, you could tell me like Marvin Harrison, Michael Wilson, McBride, Love. Okay, but first of all, the rest of your team sucks ass. But like, at
right.
least be like, dude, this is sick. Like, I would be like, dude, I'm coming to Cardinals games because like this is sick. But like, yeah, Pollard, Tajay Spears, and Jeremiah Love, like someone's getting fired after one lame dunk year of head coach. Like Salah barely grinded his way back to the head coaching job. He's probably begging the GM,
100%.
like, please, please give me a defender. I will make the top 5 defense this year if you give me a defender. And you know what? He probably
Right.
will. He probably will.
That's what I'm
So
saying. Like there's no way he wants. Apparently, it's Dayball who wants Love, and it's Salah who wants the defender. It's like, what are you fucking talking about that the offensive coordinator is going to win out over the head? If you wanted Dable to have more control, you would have made him the head coach and Salah the defensive coordinator. But that's not what you did. So
I
it's
don't
the
think like
offensive
he
coordinator is
already
not
got
going to.
Wandale. He got Wandale already.
Right, right. And they can take a running back on day 2 or whatever. It doesn't have to be your first pick. You need like at 4, you need like a when you don't have a Thibodeau, you don't have a Brian Burns, like especially Brian Burns, like a captain. Like the way Saul runs his defense, he wants that Fred Warner. Go get Sonny Styles, or you need that like Bosa on the edge. Go get Bailey or Reese if they fall. Like there's or Bain. I don't know. Like just the
Yeah.
way Salah wants to win, he's not. I don't think most likely that he's going to get a running back there.
Dude, you could always trade back up to the late second. It's like, dude, like when the Packers traded up to the early second to grab Watson, I was like, dude, I wanted a first round receiver ideally because we were kind of close, but it's like, dude, like early, like you trade up and get a Watson, fans are gonna
Yeah.
like you taking a shot. But it's like, but if we take like a crazy shot, like we just mortgage like, all of our future first and we get this guy and then we literally win the same amount of games or we lose one more because it's like literally one player could not save your franchise. So like if the Titans think that Jeremiah Love is going to save their franchise, they're probably going to say they're not going to. I don't even think they sell more tickets. Why would you sell more tickets with a bad pick? Like true fans of a franchise that isn't a big market, like they care about team building. Like I've talked to them, they just like, bro, like even Dolphins fans are like, fuck this, dude. If we draft like 2 receivers, I'm out. Like I just want like a late first receiver. They don't even want an early receiver because they want to
They don't even
tank
want
for next
nothing
year.
like that. Yeah.
Yeah, they want to tank for next year. So it's like I would feel bad for Titans fans. Like holy shit, our running game was our one thing that we had, and it's like, and now we're just loading up. So I don't know.
And you know what makes me think, like, I think this sort of thing, it's like a micro thing, and other people might not believe it, but I do. I think like coaches, like they remember like when they last saw that player, what happened. Like if they coached against them and that guy did well against them, they like remember that shit. Last year when the 49ers played Pollard in December, he went 14 for 104 and a touchdown, averaged like 7 yards a carry. And when they were watching tape from the week before, he went 25 for 161 and 2 against Cleveland. So it's like they're watching tape of a huge Pollard game, and then he puts up another huge game on them, and they're going to be like, we actually don't need this guy. We're probably going to trade or cut him after this because we're taking a running back at like one of our top 5 positions or top 3 positions. What are you talking about? You're the Titans, bro. Take a fucking defender. Maybe I'm not saying it's impossible for Love, but it just doesn't make sense.
I think that is like that matters because like, okay, why does Malik Willis, go with Hafley? Because it's like, dude, like Hafley saw him, so like, I don't think that means like that Willis is amazing, but it's just like, look, it's either what you know or who you know. We know that Willis doesn't know shit, but like, okay, but now he knows someone that like, he faced him every day at practice. No, but he saw him every day in practice. To your point, like he was the defensive guy, so like, okay, like. So, like, I guess, like, in general, I would be like, if I was drafting Willis, I would feel a little bit better. But, like, yeah. So, like, the Pollard example, he was cooking, And I think, like, non-fantasy minded people that, like, I watched, like, every Pollard touch last year, every target, every anything. It's like, dude, like, he looked as good as he did on the Cowboys. So, if you're a defensive coordinator or if you're a fan of football, you know this and you're like, we're upgrading this like to like a slight upgrade. Like, is it like how big of an upgrade is it? Like, so
he was 16 yards away from 1,100 rushing yards, and people act like he's like the redheaded stepchild. It's like he's a better running back for generating longer plays and stuff, and on a median than like Cam Scatterbo. And even if you think like, Scatterbo is actually going to be better, it's like, okay, well, he's not a lock to be healthy. I know Pollard's not either, but like Pollard doesn't play this crazy breakfast style. He's pretty physical, but he doesn't like seek out like devastating contact that like looks like he can break his neck. Like he has some savviness to him, and it's like I don't know.
No, I guess like Pollard used to be so shifty that like he's not as shifty. Like first of all, that like when he was backing up Zeke, he was like when I'm talking about like ETN, like that footwork was better than ETN. Like that was crazy ass footwork. Like he's not there anymore, but like. Dude, first of all, Scat couldn't even have a dream of himself doing that shit. Like that was crazy what he was doing, bro.
No, to do that on the Titans too, like he was putting that team on his back, like in a way that he was ripping crazy long runs too, like every game higher than Scatterbo's career high. He
ran cold. He ran cold on touchdowns last year. The year before, he only scored touchdowns from like 25 plus yards out. So like, because they never got closer. So like,
right. It was the Will Levis. Like, he hasn't had a good. His last year in Dallas, he was coming off the broken leg, still got 1,000 yards, and then he goes to Tennessee, has the worst quarterback play in 2024, still 1,000 yards. Last year, rookie quarterback with bad coaching. I mean, I like the upside maybe one day of Cam Ward, but the system wasn't good last year. Still got it almost 1,100 yards. Like he could do it again. You don't have to move on from that guy for now. Like, why would you move on from him right now when you could get a key defensive piece that you do not have? I don't know. I just don't get it.
But it's a serious question about market dynamics because, like, I know, like, I was never a Pollard guy, like, early on because, like, well, first of all, like, I mean, I don't think there was a point to be super in on him at the 1-2 turn. That's like crazy, right? In my opinion, because that's like the whole Bucky thing on steroids.
Yeah.
But it's like, okay, like he burnt a lot of people. He never burnt me because I never drafted him there. And then so he burnt a lot of people, and now no matter what he does, he will never be higher than like, dude, he gets cheaper every year after. But it's like, okay, so like, but so my
It's
question
crazy.
is, if that's how it happens when a team burns you or when a player burns you, how are the Bears getting like chance after chance after chance, and they just keep getting like sky high prices? Like I'm just like, bro, like can we just like get really burnt by the Bears so I can finally draft them? Because I'm like, I'm getting this Pollard guy that I didn't like at the 1-2 turn. Now I'm getting him. What are we getting him in the 10th round this year? Like,
And this year, he's
even
finally got the best offensive coordinator that he's had in like 3 or 4 years. And he's
yeah.
got an ascending young QB. They're adding receivers to help sustain drives. Like he might get 7 or 8 touchdowns if he's the guy. But even if he's like not the guy, like he's just good enough to do those things. When you don't have a defense, again, I don't know. I just think NFL teams view Tony Pollard in a higher regard than Cam Scatterbo because of course they would. Like, look at the resume. They're not fantasy bros. They don't care about PPR and
I forgot
memes.
there was
And
some
like,
player that they wasn't there a player that they asked last year, like someone they're like, oh, how do you feel that you're like a top 2 pick? He's like, you guys are picking me in the top 2 rounds. Like what? I forgot. There was a player that wasn't there a player like that? Because like real life players don't look at it like because we just have so much overconfidence. But do you think it's because Pollard let people down, or is it that 1 year that but he didn't even really let you down that he probably wasn't even the reason you lost that year because he
right.
picked it up at the end of the year. What do you
Yeah.
think is the reason why Pollard is so cheap every year? I just
I,
don't get it.
I think if like a running back lets you down one time relative, not even like objectively a bad year because he didn't have like an objectively bad year, but just like relative to that expectation. Like you said, he was like a 2-3 turn and he probably just barely cleared 1,000 yards. And people are like, fuck, I thought I was gonna get this crazy epic running back ceiling from this efficient guy. It's just it just didn't happen. But I think now it's like people just make these narratives like, oh, this guy sucks. Oh, this guy's mid. And it's like, no, he's actually just pretty good. He's pretty reliable. He's not going to get you 40 points in a week. He doesn't need to. But NFL teams don't care about 40 fantasy points. They don't care about any of that shit,
He
especially not
probably
when
could
they're
on the
roster
right
building.
team though. Probably could on the right team, which is
He
the
could.
funny part.
He
I just
definitely
so like
30.
I want to get to a point. I want to get to a point where like the community forgets about Bucky. So like there's these
Oh,
players
no.
that I actually like. No, like I like Bucky. I want to draft Bucky. I don't give a shit about Pollard, but like it's like me and Pollard are like mercenaries, like working towards a common goal. It's like, bro, like I don't like these efficiency backs, but like Pollard's like a workhorse. So like okay, like now he's like a right. What is he like a right? No, like what's it called? Like the fucking right wing, right wing slappy.
Oh, like
Like
the right wing slappy.
Pollard went from a left wing slappy to a right wing slappy. Could Bucky get there someday? I hope. Because like, man, that'd be fun to draft Bucky for me.
Yo, I just had a crazy epiphany just thinking about like Bucky and like Liam Cohen and all this shit. Like, what if Pollard is this year's ETN with like the new offensive coordinator coming in who's like nice and like he just sun runs like last year he had almost 1,300 yards. What if he has like 1,500 this year, like total, but also gets those touchdowns with like the Cam Ward leap, the sick offensive coordinator, like some more weapons. Like he might be the ETN because we're like just bored of it. I know he's older and maybe not the same prospect, but he's good. Like, I don't know.
Okay, I want to reply to that, but can I? Okay, I don't think he could be the next ETN because ETN was unhealthy and then he just like
Right.
I think people if he was healthy and just had a down year, people probably he wouldn't be so cheap. So I don't think ETN is the right comp. Can I just tell you
Yeah.
that Tony Pollard is better than ETN at football? Like he's literally
Mm.
better right now. Like no, like
Mm.
if they're on the same team, because this is what I was saying to other people, but like obviously like right now you can hear me talk and it's not like a texting and there's not like a Nick Bach tone of voice, but like if the season started and Tony Pollard was going like first of all ahead of Tootin, I'm like, oh, that makes sense. Like, okay, finally the market respects. Like, I wouldn't even be like, this is crazy. Like, you know how Javante rose to the 4th round? Like, if Pollard was like between Javante and like Judkins, I'm like, okay. Like, or if he's like by Judkins, like, okay, like, yeah, this is where like 1,000-yard rusher that we're expecting a leap in the offense would go because we don't even have to project it. Like,
And like, shouldn't if he dodges the Jeremiah Love dart, isn't Pollard like as soon as he can rise to pick 70, gonna rise to pick 70, like above Chuba? Because then he would have more security than Chuba, right?
I'm gonna say something that might be controversial, but maybe it shouldn't be. But even if Jeremiah Love goes to the Titans and Pollard doesn't get cut, he is priced cheaper than Charbonnet was, or like these handcuffy. Like Charbonnet was like the premium version, but like who was going at pick 115 last year? It was a bunch of garbage,
Right.
dude. Like Algier was going at like pick 140. So like, okay, at the worst case, you're probably like, and then you could just be like, okay, Jeremiah Love gets hurt, and I would just have like, we just have Pollard again. So like, I'm not
Like,
hoping
couldn't
for
he just
injury. I'm
be
just saying
like Blake
he's
Corum can
priced.
be? He goes behind Blake Corum and Kyle Monangai. Like, what the fuck is happening?
That's what I'm. Okay, so like the Blake Corum thing, I get more than the Monangai thing because like Monangai is what, a 7th round pick. He's like the least surprising to get replaced by like a 4th round pick this year.
Right, right. If Ben Johnson gets to spend more than a 7th, like if they get Katron Allen or Nick Singleton, those might be better than Monangai.
Wait. Well, Katron might be better. First of all, Singleton would be pushing Swift for his job. So let's just not get carried away. Okay, I'm joking about, but first of all, like Katron is probably
like
better than.
He's better than Monangai, right? Probably as a prospect at least.
I would say but like Singleton would be like he would be pushing to take work away from Swift, like more work than Monangai would. I think Katron is. I don't even feel that confident. He's probably better than Monangai. Probably not worse. So like, okay, I'm with you because like, if Pollard is priced like a handcuff.
He's priced like a guaranteed handcuff and not even the top one, but he's probably statistically the starter, like probabilistically the starter. But he's priced like he's definitely an RB2, but a better one. Like, no, this is wrong.
I don't get where I'm just confused because I'm with you and I'm just like, I don't know if like I'm watching something that maybe I'm watching incorrectly. Like, I don't want to be like cocky, like, dude, like maybe I'm watching Pollard through the wrong lens. Maybe I'm just like watching through a real life football and I'm not seeing like, okay, he's not as breakaway. Maybe he doesn't do something, but I don't know what people are watching, bro. Like when I watch Pollard, I'm like, this is a good running back. Like what the fuck? Like,
because when people hear that the Titans are the favorite to draft Jeremiah Love, but it's only like a 45% probability in the market, they take that as 90% because he's the favorite. But it's like, yeah, because there's like another team that's like 30% and another team that's like 20%, another team that's like 5%. It's not even like the half. It's not even a 50-50 outcome for most of this process. But they're pricing it like it's a 90%. And it's like, we just don't understand how probability works. I don't know.
But then every year we have like two surprise like trade ups like that no one expects, right? And even in the early rounds, like usually it's in the maybe round 2 or 3, but like dude, like in a weak ass class and people were just throwing around like a couple, like a 4th and a 6th next year and like a 3rd and dangling. No, like bro, some team is gonna get desperate of trading out of some of these picks. So like, it's gonna take a lot to move up like super high, but
so it's like, wait, so the Titans wouldn't offer Kenneth Walker or ETN like, I don't know, what'd they get, like 15 million, 13 million, something like that?
Kenneth got 16, I think, per year.
16.
I think he got 16 per year. ETN got a little bit less, but I think for his age, I think it was great. For what ETN got a bag, like ETN got a steal. So,
but it's like they won't offer those guys that when there's like no, like you think about the 2v2 of it all. It's like, would you pay Kenneth Walker and then draft the Arvell Reese, David Bailey, or would you pay a defensive? They couldn't even pay a defensive lineman. They didn't go get a Max Crosby. They didn't get a Trey Hendrickson. Like, they passed on that opportunity to go get guys they could have afforded. Yeah, and they kept Pollard, who they could have cut cleanly. So they
Well, I
didn't
think
try
the
to get the top
problem.
running backs. Yeah.
Okay, well, I think the problem is that they already are ahead of the like they got Pollard at the time was a good contract for running backs, but now it's super cheap as the running
Yep.
backs have outperformed, right? So like, okay, they're at the tail end of like, can you imagine getting into an ETN contract now and then he's gonna be Pollard age and you still can't even get out probably? Well, I guess you can get out after this year of Pollard for ETN. So like because what Pollard's 28, gonna be 29. ETN is 27.
But if they cut
Bro,
Pollard
I'm
this
not
year,
getting it. But why would
they
you
would
get
have.
into an ETN thing and now you're like paying almost 2x for I don't know. I guess
Right. And then it's like, why would you pay Love if they draft Love? That's like 12 million, and it's like, okay, well, he's like way better than Pollard, maybe whatever. But a comparable defensive end is like 30 million for what they would be drafting. So you're gonna like send Pollard on a good deal packing to take the seventh highest paid running back or whatever, but you won't take. They didn't go try to get. They couldn't get like a defensive back or a defensive end or even a linebacker. Like, who did they really add on defense? They added like some guys, but they didn't get like a game changer, Max Crosby, Trey Hendrickson, Miles. Like, they didn't get that. And this is their
I really
one
like
chance to get it.
that. No, I really like that. Look, when you're a defensive head coach, you got to get if not the guys that you want, you need to get at least a guy that you want. Because like, how else could you, bro? You get thrown into a shitty team that has no players. Like, how do you, like, bro? First of all, how does he succeed? How does he keep his job? And how does he, if he gets fired, how does he prove that he was good? Because he has nothing to work with. So like, I mean, like, if I'm Salah, I'm lucky I get another chance. But like, I need one player. With one player, I'll build the whole team around. Because like, with Jeremiah Love, he's like fucking on the hot seat from week one, bro. It's like he's a lame duck. No, is he not a lame duck after 1 year? Like that's like he's
no, that would
bro,
be immediate, and it would not add a lot of wins over what Pollard can do for that room. It's not like he would average 6 yards per carry, so like it would just not add wins in a meaningful way. That linebacker, that pass rusher would, or the Titans trade back. I don't know. That's possible too. Like, I think
I'm not even joking that Pollard is better than ETN. So when you said like, why would they offer? Like, dude, the teams are probably thinking like, dude, we literally have a running back in the same tier as ETN, so we don't even need him like that. Like,
right.
Why would they offer? Like Kenneth Walker. But he's kind of expensive, bro. He got a lot, man.
Yeah, but apparently the Giants offered like what the Chiefs did. He just obviously picked to play with Patrick Mahomes and not New York. But they were the ones who tried.
I would have picked the Giants. I would have picked the Giants if I'm Kenneth Walker. You know why?
That would have been fun. Yeah.
You know why though?
Less pressure in terms of winning.
Less pressure in terms of winning, but you already won. And look, you get the monkey off your back. Well, there was no monkey because no one cares about running back winning Super Bowls. But like, you're literally a Super Bowl MVP. Now you go to a big ass market, and it's like Cam Scatterbo would be your compliment, and like he's worse than Charbonnet. So like, I'm not even worried about that. And like, bro, just ball out, and you're gonna have the keys to the city because people love Kenneth Walker. Imagine Kenneth Walker and like, maybe he wants to win. So I respect it if he wants to win, but like, dude, big city Kenneth Walker would be crazy good for just football, not even fantasy.
It would be fun to see him on that big stage. Like, not that the Giants. I think the Giants could become a big stage with Dart, and Harbaugh potentially. I have my reservations about some of the things Harbaugh does, but he seems like a decent enough coach. And I think if you're like Kenneth Walker or Jeremiah Love, like, you don't mind a Charbonnet. Once you've already been paid, right? Like, or once you've been drafted, like, you don't mind a Charbonnet keeping you fresh, so you don't have to get cut on that contract.
Yeah,
I guess Walker just wants to really be the guy. But if you're Jeremiah Love, you'd be pretty pumped to go to New York because you're the 1A, but you're getting paid, but you're also not being run into the ground, and you're going to be efficient and fresh for that second contract. Not that Jeremiah Love has to say in any of this, but
yeah. Well, when you get drafted 5th overall, you get so much money, it takes the pressure off. By the way, I saw Hartman's in here. What the hell? I didn't expect we are gonna get a viewer in here after such a lengthy, like, dude, we're in minute 45 of the Pollard saga. Like, this is how you know you're deep in the woods when you're like, I was never a Pollard guy, and I'm like, bro, like Pollard at this cost, like the last 3 years has just been like I've changed my mind about Pollard. I'm like, dude, he proved that he can handle a workload, and we get a discount after. Wait, so we paid 1-2 turn, 2-3 turn before we saw it, and now we pay less after we saw it. But it's like it doesn't even make any sense. Like I was like, I didn't even like him on the Cowboys because Cowboys are retarded. So like I don't know. I'm just filling in Hartman that this is crazy work. That after you prove it for 4 straight years, and even your injured year was 1,000 yards, now you get a discount, bro. What are we doing, bro? No, Sus. What are like? Not even about Pollard, but just like any other players. Like, what are we doing, bro? Like, what are we doing, bro? It's just
The
like
market has gotten some things more right with the running back prices, but it's still got its glaring gaps to the point where the game is clearly beatable. Also, what's up, Hartman? How's it going? RB about opportunity. He's only bad if they pick Love and hold him. That would not be good. I will say it would not be bullish. I think there would be some running backs that go after him that I think would have a little bit of a runway. Like maybe one of the Vikings guys, JCM, they would have a cleaner path to the upside. I think it's very live that if they take Love in Tennessee, that the Giants call, maybe the Commanders call, maybe Seattle calls. Some team could call and be like, hey, we'll give you like a fifth to offload $7.25 million off your books. And just out of like a respect for Pollard, maybe they don't have that. Maybe they're like, dude, we're paying you. We have a lot of money. You're going to help our team. You're going to help teach Jeremiah Love. Or maybe he requests a trade and they honor it because he went there under the pretense of being a starter and he could still do that somewhere. I don't know how that would play out, but I feel like it would be more likely than not he would be gone. But I
yeah.
also feel like he's probably not a Titan. And so in that case, it's like Pollard or Chuba. I'm going Pollard, right?
Let me ask Hartman a serious question, and like,
I agree with this, by the way.
I guess. No, so okay, so why does Pollard go closer to Tyler Algier historical range than to Scatabo this year? Like current prices, he's closer to Algier than Scatabo this year and historical Algier prices. So he's already priced as a handcuff. Like he's literally like an expensive handcuff. We're pricing in that Love is there and he stays, which is like crazy. That's like we already hit a multi-leg parlay before the draft.
It just feels like the bet should be a little bit more middled in the context that it's possible Jeremiah Love isn't a Titan. Like I feel like he should be pick 95, like it's just too discounted relative to the odds that Love is a Titan objectively.
If
But people are just
Pollard was
afraid to hit that landmine, but I'm like, no, like let me buy low. I want to buy low because I believe.
I think if he was between Jalen Warren and Rico Dowdle, I'd be like, holy shit, I'm buying low on Pollard. Like that would already feel like buying low. Like I don't know. Just like 115, like people taking Kenny Gainwell over Pollard, I feel like have literally lost it because last year I drafted some Kenny Gainwell on drafters and it was like the scariest click. So now people have confidence in Kenny Gainwell after 1 year. I was just like tripping balls, bro. Like Kenny Gainwell over Pollard is crazy.
I think the real fear is he goes somewhere that's a committee. If they pick Love, he should probably go like 80 if Tennessee doesn't take anyone. That's pretty fair. I'd probably have him at like 70. I'm still workshopping that take because I think he's in that like Chuba, just volume running back. Like what do you price like 1,300 scrimmage yards at? Or I guess scrimmage yards at. And on
He
an
would have to
ascending
be
offense.
between. I mean, he would have to be between Judkins and
Ramondre?
Chuba. I mean, I can't.
Like
Yeah, no,
Ramondre
it's
or
like
definitely Pollard, right? Over
no. I'm
Ramondre?
saying he should. I know the market's not going to put him there, but he should be between Judkins and Chuba somewhere. If he's the lead, because RB prices are elevated. We're paying pick 93 for Corum and Manunga 90 something as the clear 2 as a 7th round prospect that's going to get replaced. So like, yeah, if he survives the draft, why shouldn't he be right behind Judkins, who people don't even like the offense?
Now, I guess it's like possible, like what Hartman's saying. Like I've always thought of it like, oh, like Pollard's going to get to pick his spot. Like he could go to Washington and be the one, or Giants. And Hartman may disagree. I think it would be like the lead the lead guy, maybe like a 55-45, 60-40 guy. Seattle, he would definitely be the one. Minnesota probably too,
Yeah.
but like he could like just get traded to like somewhere he doesn't really want to go, but they're willing to pay him. They have the money, and like, what if the Raiders
Minnesota,
have
he
the
would be
Raiders
the
have all this money?
no
Like, what if the
Minnesota. He would
Raiders
be the
like
one.
fuck it, we'll make the two, you know? Like,
Wait, who's gonna be the one in Minnesota if he went there? There's no way he's the two. Who's
no,
the
he
one?
would be the one there. He would be the one in Minnesota. But I mean,
I
like
don't even know what
he could go somewhere where it's like a shitty committee, where he maybe doesn't get to pick his spot as much.
Dude, if he goes to the Raiders and backs up Genty with Kubiak, he pays off 115. Like, I'm just like, there's a lot of places where well, first of all, we already know what Kubiak would do if he was. I'm just saying, you can put him on a place that you think is bad, and he could still, it wouldn't be
Pollard in the Walker role and Genty in the Sharvin. No, I'm kidding. We've made it to the 3.5 hour portion of the show. Let's fucking go. And we've got a couple more viewers now. Hell yeah.
I feel like we put, some of our, was this like, this wasn't planned. But this was like some really good tape of our takes. This was like good tape for people to watch of like, yeah, these guys know ball, because we went deep into the woods, of like people chasing for upside think that it has to come from upside that no one has seen. But the thing is, I'm getting upside from Pollard and you're getting upside from Price, who could literally his upside could be like 65% of Najee. It could be like Achilles Najee,
100%. Shout out Hartman. I mostly agree on the bullish side with you guys though. Yeah, Hartman's a sharp dude. He sees the vision with Pollard. Not necessarily the Love thing is not a lock. He could go to a good spot. I do have to consider more like the downside. I can't just be like, oh, he's definitely going to get to go to the nuts if he leaves. Guys get traded to suboptimal places all the time. Just ask Tank Bigsby and Brian Robinson now. Pollard gets paid a little more, but there's a lot of teams with money that could have him as their RB2, and he could get fucked. So that's definitely something I should consider. Shout out Best Ball on Call, lurking, watching in the TV. Appreciate you stopping by, man, for a little stream here. The late night tip is this the new meta? The midnight and on streams. I mean, we're up, even though East Coast Merchant.
Considering it's 9:20, it's like a perfect time for me.
Hell yeah. 12:20, something light, something light here on the East Coast. But are there any other first round picks that you're like, that you feel any conviction on? Anything you're like, man, I feel it in my gut that this guy's going to this place?
Well, this is not how I draft, because like I just mostly see like where people are over, like the way I draft is like how people seem overconfident in one outcome, where it's just like, okay, look, I was confident that AJ Brown is not an Eagle. I'm not as confident where he's going. Now I'm slightly more confident that he is going to be a Patriot, but that's like a different. I'm just saying, like, look, and that was probably more of a layup, but like, I think like a lock. I think a lock. I don't even have a lock, but I think if the 49ers are planning to get rid of Ayuk, like, I don't know if it's a lock, but like, take Boston. If you're actually done with Ayuk, if you're sharp, take Boston. And I do think that would probably be the one that I feel the most conviction. Just with Mike Evans, like I said earlier, I guess people weren't here earlier, but like, yeah, you're lucky to get 2 years out of him. You're not guaranteed to even get 2 good years out of him. So kind of set yourself up of like post CMC, post Ayuk, post Evans eventually. But like, I don't know. I don't think like Ricky's their future. So like, I would probably go first round receiver late, get that 5th-year option.
Do you think there's a world where what about Kenyon Sadiq to the 49ers? I know they extended Kittle, but as the league moves towards more 2 tight end, you get 2 potential freak athletes. Now I guess we'll see what Kittle's athletic profile is like going forward post Achilles, but I think he'll be decent. He's getting up there though, but age-wise, Sadiq could learn a lot from a guy like that. Like, what better tight end would there be to learn from than George Kittle if you're a Kenyon Sadiq archetype? And he could just
Maybe
not just
Gronkowski. I don't know.
yeah, exactly. But Kittle's like a pretty good like athlete, not the biggest, stockiest guy, but just a freak athlete. You could learn from him, learn a little bit of the blocking and the route running stuff, and not just like be like an apprentice, but like actually contribute in this like two tight end meta of like you go Evans, Pearsall, Kittle, Sadiq. You have Kirk mix in. You don't always do two tight end, but that could be pretty sick.
I think, well, it could happen. I think there's a few reasons why I think it probably won't happen is because, like, they seem fine with Tongas. They brought him back. Does that mean that they're done at tight end? Well, I think first round tight end is usually a bad call unless, like, Brock Bowers. Okay, fine. Like Loveland and Tyler Warren last year, and there was people who had their question marks about one or both of them, being first round picks. So, like, I think if you look at any model, Sadiq is not close to any of those three that we saw. And like at that point where we see like there's more tight ends that are kind of like NFL ready, at least from a production standpoint, that there's no point to, because with a Kittle, you kind of want like you want someone so he could be like the Loveland. You want like a Komet. You don't want Kittle to be the Komet. So there would be no point to get a Sadiq, in my opinion, with Kittle. Whereas, like, like I think on the Panthers, if the Panthers want to burn a first round pick, it would make sense because like they kept busting through tight ends for the past like 6. Like I don't even remember like who's the good last Panthers tight end. So like you want to take a shot. I'm more open to that. I think like I understand you want him on the Bucks. Like it would just be the weirdest like just because like he was going to be available in the Bucks pick anyways. So like you just let Cade walk and let Evans walk and just do that. Like if that's like, so I think
but
like
so many of these
Panthers,
teams don't really do that scouting like super heavy. They talk about until like free agency is over. Like a lot of these teams like really locked in on scouting like the last 6-8 weeks. Yeah. I mean, they like would have known who Kenyon Sadiq is, but there wasn't the combine, necessarily, or was there the combine? Is it combine and then free agency? I could be wrong on that, but
it was.
I'll have to get with my people on that.
I think it was free agency first. I think.
I want to say it was free agency then come. I could be totally wrong on that. I'm gonna look like
yeah. No, because because we already got Mike Evans on the 49ers, and then people started trolling Tate about his 40 time, so it had to have been.
But I think like the full extent of their scouting doesn't take place until like this last month or 6 weeks, and you're gonna, one day this is not like a guaranteed Cade Otton to the Bucks. And then Kenyon Sadiq to the Bucks thing. But I do think there's a world where it's like, yeah, we got Cade Otton back for $10 million. It's like an average contract. He keeps us afloat at this position. But okay, now we're like diving into this class and we're like, damn, we kind of like Kenyon Sadiq. He ran really fast for a tight end. His RAS is kind of crazy. Oscar Delp is like sneaky. Yeah, let's see it.
Oscar Delp makes more sense, but I can give you my hot take.
At cost for sure.
No, but like also like, okay, there's going to be so many decent receivers. Like, are they as good of a prospect as Sadiq? No, but like the wide receiver contracts are so like skewed that you have like it makes more sense to get a first round receiver, and you're probably not going to have Godwin for too much longer. So like, you want to set yourself up with like a Mika plus, like that makes more sense than like double tapping tight end. Even if you don't like Cade Otton, I don't care about Cade Otton, but I'm just saying like from a drafting a first round tight end.
They're showing McMillan and Tez. You fuck with Tez Johnson or not?
I like them last. No, I liked them last year. No, I remember me and TB Bucks were drafting him back when he had no ADP, and it was like I was clicking him and Ty Felton, or we were, and then like I was like I looked up because this was before I even did any research, and I started clicking him, and I was like, he's how many pounds? Oh fuck, like. I was like, bro,
he's got a cool name. He's got a cool name, and that hooks you. Then you see the BMI, and it's agony. But he actually could hoop a little bit, Tez Johnson. I I've seen like on the underdog like mock draft, like the needs and like wide receivers up there for the Bucks. I'm like Chris
No, I
Godwin. I know
agree. I
like
agree.
Amika
Long term,
Buka, Jalen McMillan. Long term, Godwin's not there, but even McMillan, like Buka, like as long as you have Godwin, like you gotta improve that defense. Or I mean, like Sadiq, wouldn't that be kind of fun?
no.
Get the
I like
he said,
I
"Fuck
could
that shit."
have I could no. Here's the thing. Okay, give me a similar team that I like. No, but like, let's say the Commander or Redskins. Like I'm not a Chig guy, but like, dude, you signed Chig. Just why would you? Even if they traded back to like the late first, like why would you take Sadiq? Like it's just like it's not because I have a decent amount of Kate Otten. It's not like I have a decent amount of Sadiq too. I have some Sadiq. It's just like I'm hoping for Sadiq's case that he falls to a team that has like no like okay, like Dolphins would be sick. First of all, like
Yep.
for me, like Dolphins would be sick but like why would you take a first round tight end? Like so we get into a he's kind of raw. I don't know if you agree. He looks super raw. The bust rate is like decent. So
I'm leaving this up for the rest of the show, by the way. But Kate Otten
but
is
the thing is,
fine. Guy with a suspicious amount of Kate Otten.
let me be honest with you. I have like 25% Godwin. I have like 13% Amika, and I have like I'm filling up my McMillan bags, and I'm telling you, I have more Godwin than Kate Otten. And if I was the Bucks, I would take receiver over tight end. It's not because I have Kate Otten. I have a shit ton more of Godwin. I have the full Bucks stack, so I'm just saying receiver in the first round makes more sense financially from a team building perspective. And like Kate Otten is fine. Like first of all, Kate Otten could be your tight end for the next 10 years. One of your tight ends for the next 10 years. Godwin is out after like how many more years? Like 3? Like he's probably not even there's a chance he's out after 2. Like
But what would you say would help? By the way, I actually don't think they take Sadiq. I think they're much more live for like a Delp type.
yeah.
But objectively, wide receiver 4 or a second tight end that he does so much different than Otten. Like Otten's like more of that inline blocker, and he can like get cozy in that like 6-yard A dot range. But like Sadiq would be that like 4.3 whatever speed, like a seam stretcher. Gives you
Like
something
yeah,
different,
see
like a power slot vertically.
if
A
I have to
straight
hear
catcher.
it if I have to hear stars talk about seams again, like the seams and the crossers again, bro, like Kate Otten on the crossers and then Sadiq on the seams. Okay, let me tell. Okay, so
But it's real though.
you no, but like let me change the framing because you said what makes more sense: wide receiver 4 or tight end 1. First of all, if they draft receiver in the first round, he's not wide receiver 3 or 4. He first of all, he's already a better player than McMillan as a rookie. If they get a certain few players that they could get.
Yeah.
Okay, which first round receivers would be worse than McMillan? I love McMillan. I've been drafting him the last 2 years since a rookie. Like he ran hot on touchdowns as a rookie. That wasn't a great rookie year. That wasn't.
I don't know if Omar Cooper's better than Jalen McMillan. If they could take Lemon, if they could get
Really?
Lemon, I'm with it, and maybe even Concepcion. I don't think Omar
Dude.
Cooper's better than Jalen McMillan. That might be a really bad
Okay.
take. That ages poorly, but like,
Let me give you a
they
take.
do different things. But
They take
Kenyon
Boston.
Sadiq over Devin Colt. Like,
Boston is better than. First of all, I think Conception is better than McMillan, and I think Omar Cooper is better. Maybe not in year 1. Some of them. I think if they take Boston, he just takes that role immediately because that would be it. First of all, that would be perfect. You get a better McMillan, a bigger McMillan, to fill in. Not that Mike Evans like what he does, but the Mike Evans like schematic like positionally. And McMillan could fill that in if they don't go receiver. There's not many first round receivers they could tap that would be worse than McMillan, who was fine. He's a solid round 3 receiver. I think we forget, like, just because he ran hot on touchdowns as a rookie, he had a horrible rookie year, bro. Dude, the separation was not there. He ran hot on contested touchdowns and touchdowns overall on a team that was scoring like 60 touchdowns. So like he scored 8 of them, which was impressive. But
Yeah, but he was like a pretty sick like downfield threat, and like he had multiple hamstrings as a rookie. Like he was battling through some shit. He had like I don't know if he had an IR stint, but like he went out with a hamstring, came back, went out with a hamstring again.
yeah,
Like would you rather send Jalen McMillan to the bench for Conception or Devin Culp to the bench for Kenyon Sadiq?
wait, Delp to the bench for Sadiq?
Devin Culp, the tight end too on the Bucks.
Oh,
Like like you don't want to send McMillan to the bench. You want to send Devin Culp to the bench.
well, in a league where I mean, I guess like you do need tight ends, but it's tough. It's tough. I think I like there's certain players that like I think stylistically Omar Cooper would just not like this is what I'm saying of like I think Boston is going to be more valued by NFL teams because like any team that takes Boston, look, Boston might not smash in fantasy. He's going to make the team better. I think, in my opinion, from a stylistic standpoint, because even if you think he's just Pittman or even if you think he's whatever, first of all, if you can get a Pittman on every team, you would take a Pittman, a younger Pittman without back injuries. And that's like, I'm just saying, like, there's certain receivers that would just, I think they would just come out of the box. I think Conception would come out of the box better too. I think
I will
Omar
say
Cooper would be stylistic. I don't know.
he would be so bad for. I hate Omar Cooper on the Bucks because like they need speed, like they lack that like true burner guy, and not I
Yeah.
don't even mean like some like cringe like John Ross but like they need some speed, and that's another reason I think Sadiq could make sense. Like you like he would be like honestly almost like their fastest receiving option because like McMillan isn't the fastest guy. Godwin's definitely not the fastest guy, and Ibuka's more of like that tactician. Like Omar Cooper,
Yeah.
like what are we doing? Like what is he doing that Godwin doesn't already do? Like if you want to try to maximize like Baker, rookie deal Ibuka, rookie deal Buck. I know you might not believe Buck, but like just this core, this group that like the Bucks might not have for a bit. Um, Unless Tom Brady walks back through that door at age 60. Like they're not probably gonna have a core this decent for a bit. Like
Do you
get Sadiq.
know? I okay. So like, I'm just like, I'm first of all as like a tactical thing. Like I would like, I'm just out on first round tight end in general. Like we took Kraft and Musgrave. We double tapped tight end at the 2-3 turn, which is like, first of all, we over invested, right? Because like you're never supposed. That's like taking 2 elite tight ends, man. Basically, right? And that's, but like, yeah, okay, that's fine. Second and third round, and then we're not gonna touch tight end for a while, and we haven't. But like it just doesn't. I do like first round tight end just feels like such an opportunity cost because how much is he going to be making right off the bat? That's like way too much money from a tight end where you just paid a tight end. Why pay a tight end and then draft a tight end in the first round where you can get a 5th-year option on a receiver, which that 5th year is going to come in handy when Godwin is like, should I retire? Should I do like the Mike Evans, go to the go
Here's
to a
the
different
count.
team?
Here's the counterpoint.
I'm
Kenyon
listening.
and I just on Hartman's point. At first, I thought he said Bryce Lance knew Mike Evans. I'm like that is kind of bullish if he was like raised by him, Loki. I knew Bryce Lance knew Trey Lance, and I don't think that worked out too well, but it was new. My I worry about Bryce Lance, the hands in the hands department, but I mean the athleticism is there. Maybe as a dynasty dart throw, year one best ball, I'm kind of worried about it, but I'll touch on that and say I was just going to say on Sadiq, maybe the bull case is sure you pay more on the rookie deal, but if you get this like really talented tight end, like they don't change teams that often. Like if you end up being the Chiefs with Travis Kelsey, you're getting like discount over the like relative to the value because like the high end tight ends are underpaid and
Yeah.
wide receiver 2s and 3s are overpaid. Like you want to have Kittle, you win a lot with Kittle, you win a lot with Prime Kelsey. If Sadiq ends up being that sort of guy, no guarantee he would be, but if he turns into that, you're getting like what's essentially like a legit power slot receiver for like a discount for a bit. So maybe your rookie deal, it's not nutted, but
I think
long
it's
term it
yeah.
could be.
I mean, okay, if I'm not saying like Bucks are 0% chance because dude, like you might see Sadiq go super early to a team that you might go to the Saints, and I'm like, holy shit, like my Juwan bags are dead. But it's like I'm not even looking at it from a bag perspective. It's just like, you know, if they go Sadiq, I'm just like, I probably believe less in the Bucks as a franchise because like, you know how like I'm a Packers fan, but I have so much respect for KOC. I always draft Vikings. You know, Sam Darnold on the with KOC, sign me up. JJ McCarthy, I was like, I'll be in, but I'm not really excited about it. But it's like if KOC lets me down one more time, like I'm not just blindly following. So it's like if the Bucks do something that stupid, then I'm just like, okay, like I'm probably just betting less on the Bucks. Like instead of going 12, 13, 14%, I'm just gonna go like max 10% because like that's just the most irrational in real life perspective. Like in real life perspective, that's just like I want to give the Bucks benefit of the doubt as a franchise, especially they've been fun for fantasy. They've been fun, made a Super Bowl run with Brady. Don't let me down, Bucks. I don't care about my K-Dot bags. I will literally never draft K-Dot again and still don't want them to draft Sadiq because that just doesn't make sense. Like even if I have Sadiq shares, I don't want them to go to the Bucks. I want them to go to Dolphins, Panthers, go somewhere where there's no weapons like to compete with.
What one thing I just remembered though on the Bucks, like, oh well, they paid K-Dot and they can't get Sadiq. Remember who they paid last year? Chris Godwin. They gave him a 3-year extension, and then they take Emeka Egbuka with Mike Evans and McMillan on the team. So they have a precedent of like nobody thought they would do the Egbuka thing. Now that's not to say that they'll do another thing nobody expects, but like they can be like, yeah, we paid Godwin, but we'll take Egbuka too.
I think there was a people kind of talked it away though, which like Godwin. First of all, Godwin's injury was worse than we thought. And I think that people didn't realize like the Evans return, like that it was not locked in that he was going to retire at Buck from what I'm seeing. Because like
then the Bucks watched K-Dot tape and he was worse than they thought.
Maybe
when they start scouting Oscar Delp and Kenyon Sadiq, they're like, oh shit, K-Dot is worse than we thought. There's like some real talent in the world. We can actually create yards.
Maybe. But I think the way that they build teams, like this might sound weird, but K-Dot's a perfect fit with the way that they construct teams of like they have so many good receivers and so many running backs and everything that like they just need someone. It's kind of like, remember how like Higbee was on the Rams before of like,
yep.
And why do we like Higbee? Because look, he's getting 90% of snaps, 100% of snaps. The coaches trust him. He does enough. And it's like, that's kind of like how K-Dot is. I think he's a younger, better Higbee of like, well, Higbee's washed as fuck now with injuries, but like, he's kind of like that of like it. That's why like I know that you think I'm just bag defending, but if the Packers didn't have Kraft, then it's like okay, we have like, Musgrave as our like seam stretcher, and then we have K-Dot as our every down. And I'm like, okay, cool, like we can get by because like he does everything. That's why I like what his GM said. Like he does everything very well. It's like, yeah, I wish Musgrave was consistent. Like he's not. And it's like, does he have a higher ceiling than K-Dot? Well, he can't even get more than 35% of snaps because he's not consistent. So like, what is his upside? I know like I'm just nitpicking with Musgrave, but it's like, but he's a 3rd round pick just like K-Dot, and he can't even be on the field. Like we have the Titans like tight end 3 as our tight end 2 last year because Musgrave can't play. Like
I actually do think that I don't think the Bucks are the most likely Sadiq spot. So this is all just, a bit of a mental exercise and a K-Dot and hate fest. I actually think he's most likely to be a Panther or an Eagle, but that's just me.
You said Eagle?
Yeah.
Oh, that would be so bad for my Goddard bags. Or actually good because he's just athletic. So he's not
they would run hella 12 personnel. Like you go Devontae Smith, Wicks, Sadiq, and Goddard. Because they already ran a ton of that. They were running like a ton of 12 personnel last year with like Grant Calcaterra. I was like, all right, what the fuck are we doing?
No, Grant ran more routes than Goddard 2 years ago. Like he played more snaps.
It was straight.
Okay, but wait. So I have a question. So last time we talked, you were like, "Oh man, if the Eagles run it back with just Devonta and no 1st-round receiver and just Wicks, like I'm done being an Eagles fan." Or so, I don't know if you said that, but you said like something like
I wasn't too pumped on the idea of it, and I'm still not. But I think that if I think they're very live to sign like a Diggs, Debo, Jawan type, because one of those guys has to find a home. I mean, they're all going to find a home, but like the Eagles would be like one of the best destinations for them. Step in that wide
I'll,
receiver
I'll
2 role.
I like that. I think I'll mention it again because I don't think Hartman was here. But like as I said earlier, if you guys can get a 24-year-old booty, like that's what me as a Packers fan. If we're giving up Adams, because we didn't trade Adams like in that kind of way. Well, we did, but I mean, first of all, like what player would you even get from the Raiders? But if you could trade, if you could trade like that would be like like a Kaminga ass return, right? It's like literally Kaminga. He's Kaminga, like NFL version of Kaminga, super good, probably underwhelmed, but he never had a chance. He was in a committee with shitty quarterback play, and I'm in. I don't know if Hartman likes it, but I'm pretty in on Booty on the Eagles, and that would hurt my Wicks bags. But I just think that would be so not in, and that would make me draft Hurts again. Like I want to click Hurts again. I just can't click him over Herbert and T-Law with the amount of weapons. Like, dude, he has a cornerback as his wide receiver 5, a second overall pick, and he goes after Hurts. Like, who's throwing to Hollywood and Wicks? Like, nah, man. Like, bring Booty
Yeah,
back.
I would love Booty. Thank God Dotson is off my football team. Although he did have the one Super Bowl catch that was kind of crucial to set the tone. But and Ayuk, hey man, I would love it. I feel like he's a commander through and through, but I would take him on the birds. Musgrave runs routes wrong and makes Love throw picks. This is a factual statement. Packers fan, how do you respond?
Okay, well, I disagree with runs him wrong. One time he tripped over his own feet and fell, and then he loved to
Terrence
throw a pick.
Ferguson
I
would
wouldn't
never.
say, yeah. Well, I mean, if Terrence Ferguson did, I wouldn't even hold it against him because, like, you're a rookie, mistakes happen. But that was just super funny when he fell and loved through a pick. But it was like, yeah, I don't know if he ran the wrong route. He got a little bit too overzealous.
It's yeah, the Luke Musgrave comp to Terrence Ferguson today almost sent me into an uncontrollable rage of the ages. But we it's too late in the show to do the Terrence Ferguson thing. I'm down to keep going a little bit, but I can't go just because the Terrence Ferguson thing would become a 2 hour debate, and that's a show for another day.
I think it's just like a lot of times that we're excited about players. Like I think Musgrave is a close like you don't want to have to say like they're the same player, but like people compare Mayer and Terrence Ferguson. I'm like Mayer is a much better prospect than Terrence Ferguson. If you want to compare them, sure, it's close enough. But like I think Musgrave, dude, I was so excited for him, and a lot of times these tight ends let us down. And you know who never let me down?
Yeah.
K. Dot never let me down. He never let me down.
But he never got it up either.
Two
He never
years ago,
got
I
you
was
hard.
pretty. No, 2 years ago, I was rock hard when Evans was out. No, when Godwin was out and he was consolidating, I was bricked up. So,
He had you bricked up for 4 weeks. I'll give you that.
yeah.
I'm trying to think of any other last minute topics. Any
So first round picks are like a not like I don't think those are as compelling as like kind of like round 2, 3, and beyond that land on a certain team and they don't necessarily become fantasy friendly or fantasy relevant, but they just destroy like a wide receiver 3 that we like. And that's why like I'm avoiding a lot of those wide receiver 3s unless like they do have wide receiver 1 upside, like a Trey Tucker or a Naylor, even if they get nuked, but they do have the wide receiver 1 upside. So like those are kind of interesting. I'm thinking about players that would nuke players that we like.
I would definitely have to be interested in getting some booty. Might have to be a little more convinced to be that in though. I think booty. It was very interesting that he was holding out today with the Patriots, like early off-season work stuff.
Yeah.
I think it's very possible he could be in an Eagles trade, like 1-for-1, like with the AJ Brown picks. I think it's very possible he could be in a 3-way trade with the Raiders, where it's like,
Dude, I was just thinking that, but with the Packers, I want booty, bro. Like, I want booty.
they were saying that maybe there would be a 3-way trade with the AJ Brown thing. this is not like a 100%, but like a potential. Max Crosby goes to the Eagles, AJ Brown goes to the Patriots, and like Booty is part of goes to the Raiders.
See, I'm hoping that they do
And
something
then
with the
of course,
Packers because there's the connection with the Packers. I mean, I don't think the OC has any say, but just I feel like there's some familiarity. Dude, that'd be sick, man. If we can get, but
yeah,
I mean, you guys probably need Booty more than we do.
we would need it pretty bad. He would probably take over like the Wicks, not like a stylistic, but just like a wide receiver 4, depth, legitimate NFL body. I think he wants to like he would be wide receiver 3 on the Patriots though, and then like be wide receiver
Yeah,
4 on the Packers. I think he wants to go like be one of the top 2 guys. And I think
yeah.
it's like I think people disrespect his talent a little bit. Like he's pretty one dimensional as like a deep threat, but like he's sick as a deep threat. He makes like insane catches, like contested, whatever. And he keeps getting a little bit better each year. Like he started to break out late 2024. Last year he put it together a little bit more. I don't know. He could go somewhere and have like 80% of an Alec Pierce year, right? Like
80%.
806,
I think
instead of
80%.
1,000, but like 800.
He would probably need a good coordinator, coach, and decent quarterback play. So he probably won't get there. But I think like if he went to the Dolphins, he would probably have. First of all, he would get paid next year, and then he
Yep.
can have 2 revenge games. He can have 2 revenge games on the Patriots and do the Diggs thing where he goes off for like 17 targets and like he
And
only
Malik
plays well
Willis could
against
low
the
key.
yeah.
Malik Willis low key supported Christian Watson in that one game. The Ravens game. He did his thing. Got him like 114 yards or something. I want to say, off top. So no,
Yeah.
I could see that. The question I want to ask you that like has been bugging me. Everyone is saying the meta this year is like, at least in the 20 round drafts, it's like you got to get these receivers, these day 2 rookie receivers in like rounds like 17, 18, 19, 20. I'm like
Oh,
not buying that at all. I'm like, I don't want this fucking Jalen Polk ass, Jack Besh ass, Jalen Noel ass, Kyle Williams ass, like all these outcomes. Like, okay, sure, you could get a Lad, but like Lad was going like 100 picks higher than those guys because he was actually good. Like,
yeah.
give me the good players. I don't want to just be like, oh well, a round 2, a round 3 receiver could like walk in like round 2 and round 3 receivers and like this meta where like teams value blocking so much. Like, bro, like Luther Burden, who's like better than every single receiver in day 2 this year, obviously, is like struggling to get on the field over like Zacchaeus, bro, for like part of the year. Like it's hard for a day 2 receiver unless they're sick to like immediately contribute. And sure, like they can contribute
Yeah.
late, but like, is this class even good enough? Like, do we really think Ted Hurst is like good enough? Do we really think Jeremy Bernard and Zachariah Branch are good enough? Like, maybe pick like your 1 or 2 spots, but like just to spam,
Zachariah Branch is crazy. Like,
that's
but
crazy.
no, I
Chris
mean that
Bell
they
towards
like
ACL, like,
no,
so
but
go
even
ahead.
like those 2 players are so different, and then that they're even like next to each other in discussion, or like they do completely different things. So like, first of all, if you're targeting, okay, but your question is, do I agree that the meta is last round rookies? Like, obviously, I don't see how that
Like
would be the
two,
meta. I think I mix in a rookie here and there. I'm more interested in like, well, for I don't know. It just I just see it as like I just feel like there's probably 2 prospects this class that could go to any team and have a fine rookie year. Between fine and great, where it's like, when you're taking Tate so high, you want him to be great. So I pick 50 to 60, right? ADP. Those players I'm more interested in a Tate and a Boston that I think are more just have underrated stealings and traits that people aren't seeing instead of going like dumpster diving. I'd rather like I think Boston at 140 versus like Serrata at 200. It's like, bro, what are we doing? Like, first of all, like 60 ADP difference on like a 2-round draft capital probably of like. And I think Serrata could fit a lot of NFL teams too. So maybe I don't think it's the meta though for sure. I mean, yeah, I
Branch's
like.
burden if he was asked. That's so valid, bro. He had like half his passes were screens. Like it's just not a fantasy front. I'm not saying he can't like stay in the NFL, but it's like, is this profile, is the Zachariah Branch profile winning me one fucking thing? What is he gonna get 6 screens in a game? Is he gonna like take the Kenneth Gainwell role in Pittsburgh, like with Aaron Rodgers? Like, what are we talking about? Like, these guys aren't that good, bro. It's the weakest draft class. I get it's deep, but it's like it's deep in an ass class. Like, okay, it's like less smelly shit. It's still kind of shit. Like,
let me tell you a real meta that people aren't talking about, which is like people are not interested in the rookie running back class, and I'm more interested in it because it's just the opportunity. And like, look, if the 2027 or if the 2017 draft class finally wants to age out or get hurt, multiple of them, and then they get a nut, nut outcome, like that's more likely than like Zachariah Branch. And I mean, honestly, like Surratt, if Surratt does anything in year one, like even if he does like 400 yards, I'd be like, holy shit, I'm impressed. Like, this is nice.
yeah,
Wow, he actually translated.
A solid showing, and he could build on it. And that's another thing is like these guys often build in year 2 and year 3. It's like rare to see a lad. Like, we've been spoiled by the lad, but again, who was a way better prospect. That's why he went like 100 picks before these guys, like pre-draft, like even he was like pick 100. And like the Pukas and stuff. That's like not normal. You'd be happy to get 400 yards from most of these guys. And it's like, why would I not just bet on Jalen Noel, who is a better prospect than most of these guys and had the year to learn? It's people like hold it against him. He had like he was blocked, man. He had Christian Kirk. He had Stroud playing like ass. Like, if the offense is like any better, Christian Kirk's gone. I mean, just on the face, Christian Kirk's gone. He is the slot receiver. Like, give me these year 2 guys. Give me the year 3 guys. Like, it's hard to, especially in this league where again, like these coaches are like implementing complicated schemes and you need to be a better blocker because the run game gets more important. Like, the year 2, round 2 bet that like if they have good underlying stuff, like that's the better bet. And they're less drafted or as cheap. I just don't get.
Why do you think I'm so into Boston, man? He's just like, first of all, you want to run the ball? We got a good ass blocker. We got a guy with. It's not just about size, but you're a good blocker. I'm just saying, like, yeah, certain guys that are slot only, you better go to the Jags with Liam Cohen, who runs like 11 personnel at the highest rate in the league, only 65% of the time. So like, you're still capped, right? Even a Parker Washington is gonna have his snaps capped, which is like, even if you, first of all, they're probably gonna run less 11 next year because they're gonna need to establish a more like ETN and Tootin were not super efficient down the stretch, which was the problem. They started getting into more of a passing script, and I don't think that was against the Bills. You don't want to do that, like, if you don't have to. You actually want to just, kind of make the game closer, I think. And they did a good job for what it's worth, but I think the Bills had no weapons to fight back. That was Josh Allen versus the Jaguars. And James Cook, I guess.
And Parker was a year 3 breakout. Like, people wrote him off. It's like, no, he's like the low-owned archetype. Like, people were passing on like Alec Pierce and like I don't even Jalen Naylor last year, like take Ty Felton, and like there's all these, like Booty was a great pick. Like there are viable wide receivers like Troy Franklin, a year 2 guy. Quentin, when QJ broke out, he was a year 2 guy, like year 2 or year 3. I think year 2. Like, it just takes time for these guys. Unless you think they're sick as fuck, like Ladd or like Tank Dell, and they're getting the crazy offseason glaze. Like, maybe Chris Brazzell is that guy. I could maybe see it for him, and I'm not even like a Brazzell guy, but like he's the archetype that, okay, he could be sick. Like, grab some hit, but like to spam the shit out of like 12 low ass probability guys when you could like take a bunch of already guaranteed 500-yard guys, and maybe one of them's the Alec Pierce and another's the Parker Washington. Like, what are we doing? I think
it's pretty easy. Well, like, okay, like Parker Washington was not a, like, I probably clicked him once or twice more than Diami, which is like, I think I auto drafted Diami, and I took Diami once to like troll stars. Like, I probably had like 5 or 6 shares of Parker. This is not a guy I was clicking. Alec Pierce was more obvious, and Michael Wilson was so obvious. I don't think we have as many of those bets this year of like locked in 2 wide receiver sets going in the 180s. Okay, so if the offense, if anything changes, like this is a smash, right? 2 wide receiver sets when the league is just when they're running the ball and these like first of all, like Michael Wilson and Alec Pierce are huge. Like they're actually like they're not a liability like a Josh Downs. Like I'm sorry to Josh Downs. Like if he, first of all, if Josh Downs was Alec Pierce's size, he would be a Hall of Famer, right? Probably. I mean, with that kind of if he could keep that route running, this okay. Well, anyways, so when you get to this year, and I think the best bets that are similar, like I don't want to say like this is the next Alec Pierce, but like similar bets would be Trey Tucker, like Jerry Judy, Naylor. So like those are 3 guys that come to mind, but like those aren't as like Alec Pierce. Like I think Trey Tucker to me is probably closer to Alec Pierce, as in like pretty good prospect that never had good quarterback play, which is like Naylor was just stuck as the wide receiver 3, but he had first of all he had good quarterback play the year that he broke out, and he had KOC. I think Trey Tucker would be the closest to Alec Pierce, which like he was stuck behind with Minshew as his quarterback. I think that's like like we have to cut him some slack. I think Trey Tucker was a much better prospect than people remember. Like he was.
Yeah.
First of all, he's gonna have better draft capital than probably Surratt even. Maybe a similar draft stock, but if Surratt goes like early 3rd, but I don't know. I think there's a lot of guys that people forget about, like Slayton probably is fine if they don't draft receiver, which they probably won't. They're going to take, like we established, they're going to take Jeremiah Love. They're going to take a safety or I mean, shit, I would take a tackle over a fucking receiver for the Giants. Dude, the Giants fucking have Mooney, Slayton, Calvin, Austin, and Neighbors. You need more? The fuck? That's more than the Eagles have, and the Eagles were just in the Super Bowl. Like, what do you fucking need more?
Hartman's question is interesting. Is there a year 3 breakout this year? I'm pulling up the list of just all the 2024 receivers. I'm going to rattle off a couple of the guys who I think could have that true breakout. They're at different prices, but you let me know what you think. I think Ricky Pearsall, of the more expensive-ish guys, like top 100-ish picks, is the guy who could most like disproportionately break out relative to his price. Like I think we're going to get like the Lad re-breakout, but like Ricky Pearsall takes that leap. I think Jalen McMillan with like Evans gone could like that leap. And I think this is like my disgusting, really deep sleeper, but I think Devontae Walker. I think the Ravens are live to either cut or trade or just bench the shit out of Rashad Bateman. And they apparently like Devontae Walker a little bit. If they don't end up with like that first-round receiver, Devontae Walker like had that late season like little spike, and like he was very raw coming out, but he had some traits to like. I could see him being like oh my God, like this guy had like 100 yards in like 2 years, and then like this year he had like 706. Like, so I would say Pearsall, McMillan, and Devontae at like 3 parts through the draft would be my.
I think 3, like year 3 is just super specific, where it's like, you know, like some guys like bad quarterback play, Alec Pierce, so he broke out in year 4 was like, okay, we can admit that his breakout would have come sooner if he had a better situation. So like, I think
like Parker, Michael Wilson.
Yeah, no, but I think but like that's why I'm lumping in like delayed year 3 breakout. Trey Tucker, in my opinion, is more realistic than even a Ricky breakout. Like I would say like Trey Tucker breakout is more realistic than even a Ricky breakout, just because Ricky's been in a good situation and like he barely flashed, bro. Like let's just be honest. I drafted a shit ton of Ricky because I like Shanahan's system. Can we just be honest that he hasn't really like he flashed a decent amount, but like it wasn't like at the level of even dude. It wasn't even like he probably flashed less than Keon Coleman. Like if we're being honest,
bro, he had more 185, more 100-yard games and more like 85+ yard games than Waddle last year, bro.
I like Ricky. Don't attack me.
And he played half the year.
I'm just saying. First of all, we're paying a premium for Ricky because Shanahan's system and the draft capital. I'm just talking about like how to find the next Alec Pierce. We have to go deeper into like context of like,
bro, fuck the next Alec Pierce. I'm trying to find the next JSN, bro.
The next JSN is not Ricky Pierce. The next, okay, you want me to tell you who the next JSN is?
Fine, the next white JSN. Sorry, the next Cooper Kupp. Sorry, go ahead. Who you got?
The next Cooper Kupp. Well, like it just depends on when you say the next JSN. Are you saying ADP range that smashes, or are you saying next 1,700-yard receiver? Because we might not even get that. So there might be 0.
I'm saying like the next like elite wide receiver in like yards per route run, like just smashing inefficiency that can like once everything breaks right, they get 10 targets a game.
You're not
I
you're not
think
gonna like my answer. You're not gonna like my answer. So maybe I should tell you this year's Olave. Maybe you're not gonna like my answer,
who's the answer?
but you're not
Don't
gonna
say
like
like
my
Roma
answer because
Dunze or some shit.
it's I don't it's the most obvious. Like I'm not talking about 1,700 yards, but I'm just saying like to go from where he is to that next level. It's just an obvious pick, and it's Zay Flowers, and people don't like that because what if you can't score a touchdown? But it's like okay, like but people said that about Olave 2 years ago. I'm just saying like people said that he weighs more than Olave. I think he weighs like 2 more pounds than Olave. I'm just saying like it's not like I don't care if he's yeah, it's obviously Zay Flowers is the obvious. It's just so obvious that it's boring. It's like why Tate is the wide receiver one and it's not even close because it's boring. It's boring. We want to find the next sleeper of Concepcion is but no, he's not. It's Tate and then everyone
Nothing's
else.
changing for Zay Flowers. So if anything, he's going to have more target competition through the draft. I'm telling you, bro, the
I
next JSN, it's Devontae Smith, and we all know it.
no, so the reason why I'll say it's still Zay Flowers, and I think Devonta's it's a fair to put him in there. The reason why is because he was super efficient when the offense and the team collapsed, and he was first of all, if the team didn't collapse, I think that his breakout would have been much like he probably hits like 1,400 yards last year. I think because he got really stunted, and you could say he had a big game at the end. Okay, cool. We want that in fantasy. So like, I don't think him having a big game is a bad thing. Like, we want players who do what Pitts did, right? So I'm just saying, like, I think his breakout was stunted last year. I think he would have had more touchdowns if the offense was better. He was the like, if you look at the Ravens' efficiency, he was the only player with like a above 2 yards per route run, and it was like not even. It was like at the Olave old. It was like 2.55, which is like above Olave's old mark, where he finally blew up after the concussions. So what's changing
He's
is
definitely
the OC is different. The OC's coming in that they're way more creative. There's gonna be more motion. They're talking about moving Zay around even more, and not just in this bullshit screen game. Actually moving him around because he plays outside like 82% of the time. So like, yeah, move him around, get him some more release, let him play inside more, let him play like 75-25. If you get him a little bit more like from 19% to 25% easier releases, you could look at a 1,400, 1,500 yard season, I think, based on the efficiency. So
but he's the one counter to that I would have. Like, he definitely has gotten better as a player, but like, he's had no target competition, like none. And he could get real target competition in this draft, depending on how it shakes out. Now, he might also not, but like, was certainly going to add something day one or day two I think, at receiver or tight end. Like, they could go Sadiq. They've been mocked to Sadiq. They've been mocked to, I don't know,
no,
just a mix of these receivers.
Sadiq, I don't think
Uh,
Sadiq really changes. I mean, so the thing about Zay Flowers
Maybe not.
is how do you so like he never really like is like a target hog. Isn't he was a super efficient, but they're running the ball so much that like I think maybe if the new OC if they pass a little bit more and his percentage goes down, I think it's still gonna be enough volume basically. It's like yeah, JSN had a shit ton of target share, but they didn't even pass that much, right? Like Darnold didn't even like he had what 485 attempts, wasn't
Something like that. I wanted to find um, in the last 5 games where AJ Brown has not played, Devontae Smith averages 16 fantasy points a game.
that's
And
fair.
I don't know how much of that was touchdowns. I think a little bit, but it was a lot of yards, I remember. And I don't know if that includes the playoff game where he like put up like 140 on the Bucks, but I'm just saying, like, it's like the JSN thing. Like, we saw when Metcalf was out for a little bit, it's like, oh, this dude is like just an absolute target monster. And
Yeah,
apparently the Eagles like beat reporters and like people within the building are like, we think he could take that JSN type leap, year 6
but they're
breakout
saying
loading.
they're saying they're saying the same thing about Zay, but I'm all in on the Devonta because it's like look, one of them is going to be the Zay. I mean, one of them is going to be the JSN. One of them is going to be the Pickens. It's like
Yeah.
two of these guys could be just absolute smashes. But when you look at their pick next to Burden, I'm like, bro, like I'm not even sure Burden is the wide receiver or the second option on his team. Like, first of all, it's probably Loveland and Rome that are more, you know, I don't know. I don't see like the people who are clicking Luther Burden over Devontae are just delusional.
It's crazy. No, it's like the thing with Devontae is like that dude was the motherfucking Heisman. Like that counts for some shit, and not in like a gimmicky. Like at Alabama, was a wide receiver, won the Heisman. His first couple years, he was like kind of efficient, but like he was also catching passes from Jalen Hurts before like Jalen Hurts was like good at football. Like that was like when Jalen Hurts was like, we don't know if he's gonna make it, and now it's like okay, he's like there's still questions about whether or not what his vibe, but it's not like the early career Jalen Hurts was like, yo, this guy's like, is he a running back?
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck is this deal?
He's a fullback playing quarterback.
Exactly. It's like, oh, this guy's like the 35th best quarterback. And now it's like, okay, he's whatever he is. Not 35th best though, but he could just Devontae could just go fucking scorched earth, like 100-yard game, 100-yard game, 100-yard game.
And if he could just like
if he could physically hold up at his slight frame, like there's nothing stopping him.
Dude, I've seen Hurts throw so many hospital balls to both. Well, first of all, to Goddard a lot, to AJ Brown a lot, and to Devonta. Look, if you told me that Devonta and Christian Watson switched places, and you're like, who has a JSN season? Okay, cool, but it's like it's not because I'm a Packers fan, but it's like they take a lot of shots. It's fairly accurate, and it's like, yeah, but you like. I just like it doesn't have to be. I mean, if him and Amon-Ra switch spots, like yeah, dude, Devontae. I mean, shit, he could maybe push for like 2,000 yards, but with Hurts, man, it's just like I trust Lamar more than Hurts, which is crazy because like I used to never trust Lamar. I'm like, dude, like I think Lamar could make Devontae have a JSN season over Hurts. I don't know. Hurts just gives me like these weird vibes that just everything looks like it's like in slow motion sometimes when like that game where he fumbled it, recovered it, and fumbled it again. It's like, bro, like, come on, bro, just go down, bro. Like, what the fuck? I'm
getting like Carson Wentz vibes, like late Eagles career Carson Wentz vibes from Hurts, where it's like that dude took so many hits, his body just started breaking down, and he just looks slow. Like if you watch old Jalen Hurts videos, he ran so much faster, and his like release was faster. It is starting to get a little weird where it's like, yo, like, are you good? Is your body good?
Hartman even says 3 years ago it started that.
Hartman says, for real, I need the next JSN. I missed on the last one. Amen, brother. I missed that one too. 4% as click. So we are going to nail it this year. Zero says Zay Flowers. I got the Devontae. But I think we both – I actually like Zay Flowers a little more this year than I did last year. So I'm not like as light as you might think. P-Wash, is that for maybe this year's JSN? I mean, he did have that breakout late. The one thing with like Parker that like concerns me is like just in terms of this particular archetype of ceiling, like there's just so many mouths to feed there that he could have that like sick weekly ceiling, but I think like you're still gonna have BTJ and Myers and like all them like siphoning volume. It's like when I look at like who's the JSN, it's like this is the guy. There could be like other guys like a Cup, but like come on, like that's not BTJ isn't Cup, like but like Ravens receivers are like a Cup, or like Wicks is like a Cup, like there's a clear alpha and then just the supporting cast that's like not real people to me.
So what would you do if what would you, I know this sounds weird, but what would you do if like Wicks is like not JSN, but he's like the Pickens, where it's like, dude, like he just like, dude, he was super target dominant on the Packers. He always had the drop issues, and for some reason, him and Hurts, it's like, it's like, bro, what would you do what would you do if it's like CD and
what would I do? I would ejaculate uncontrollably. What do you mean? What would I do? I would paint the room white. It's like a little bit of a cream right now. I'd paint it white.
Dude, I would be so bricked up, and I'd be like, holy shit, bro! Like the Virgins were so right, but so early. Maybe I would start listening to some of the Virgin clicks, like 2 years later. Just go back to the Virgin, like KLS 2 years from now. Yeah, bro. Like we're so back. Yeah.
Year 3 breakout KLS. Speaking of like breakouts, like delayed breakouts, like bro, all these like round 2 rookies that everyone's talking about this year or Trey Harris. With Mike McDaniel, like he's proven that he's a good blocker. We know he's like a decent athlete. He could, if you're just in a Mike McDaniel system and you execute and you have good athleticism, you're live in some regard. Again, it's just to the theme of these year 2 and year 3 guys.
Him
To
and
me,
him and
like
Vidal, him and Vidal are my highest drafted Chargers because like everyone that talks to me and like sells me on Hampton, it's like Chargers offense is good. I'm like, okay, so like the bull case is the Chargers offense is good. Let me just get a good prospect, Trey Harris, and let me get Vidal who's good at football. If that's the bull case, like this isn't a talent bet. This is just like a Mike McDaniel thing. Why would you not go for Trey Harris? Year 2, he was flashing at the end, bro. If Keenan Allen wasn't there, I think he would have just, bro. He was snatching chains at the end, bro. Like I don't know if you remember that. It was just like such a small flash.
Yep.
And then they sucked in the playoffs. So like, well, they got beat. But
it was there. If an OC makes Hurts look good, then they get a head coaching job. I'm sure praying that, man. I'm sure praying that, Sean Mannion, I was glazing him a little bit earlier. Again, it's a total mystery box whenever you get that brand new offensive coordinator hire, but good reports so far out of Philly in terms of his work ethic and creativity. The last couple of offensive coordinators, 2 of the last 3 we had that weren't Kellen Moore, and Brian Johnson and Kevin Patullo. Those dudes were like lazy as fuck. They were not watching tape. Like,
yeah.
Dude, I forgot what the quote was from Goddard. I'll have to find it for next time. But like, dude, Goddard didn't even know, like, there was like a game. Was it like he didn't know like their top like linebacker was like hurt or something? Like, because like Patullo wasn't like researching anything, bro. He was like woefully unprepared, and you could tell it with how he would call plays and just not even knowing, like, AJ, you're completely alienating one of your best wide receivers, like an all-pro guy. Again, Mannion feels more in that like LaFleur McVay mold rather than like this fucking Nick Sirianni inbred, promotion that we had going on for a bit.
Okay, well, first of all, as someone that like I'm a Packers fan, and like all I hear from the fantasy virgins, and I mean like actual virgins that are like so deep in the weeds that they came out the other side. They're in China right now. Like they're not even they're not even in America, bro. But I'm just saying, like they're always like, oh, LaFleur's on the hot seat. But I'm like, you as an Eagles fan, like first of all, like me as a Packers fan, I'm so glad to have that we don't have to go through the turnaround of like losing offensive coordinator. Now we need to like restructure everything. It's like, is there a benefit to just is LaFleur as good as McVay? No, he's not. Okay, is he as good as Andy Reid? At this point, Andy Reid is cracked. Like I don't even know, but I'm just saying, like,
he's old.
Is he the 7th best? Is he the 5th best? Even if he's the top 8 coach, do you just get rid of him and just what do you do? So like that's why when people say like LaFleur's on the hot seat, like would you ever put a coach like LaFleur? Because I don't want to go through a Nick Sirianni thing or like I've already been through. I've been through McCarthy era. That was already bad enough. And he was an offensive guy, but he basically didn't even coach. So like,
it's one of those things where it's like offensive coordinator wise, I wanted us to like go give Todd Monken the bag because what's worked so well for us on defense is the stability of Vic Fangio because he's like a boomer, so he's not going to like take another head coaching job. Now I guess Todd Monken was able to like fleece the Browns for the bag, and that's probably going to be a disaster. But like, I want like a boomer offensive coordinator who like is creative enough, just so we have the stability for Hurts, bro. He doesn't have it in him to learn a new system every year, bro. He hasn't had the same offensive coordinator twice in the like 2 straight years in the NFL. One time, he's been in the league like 7 years now. Every single year it was a new offensive coordinator, and
that's why I don't get why Sirianni is like. Why is he? Just bro, like first of all, just get a coach that's on defense or offense. Like I think offense is probably better to get, but like god damn, bro, the Sirianni just pisses me off when I look at him. His face is just like, bro, put a beanie on, put a paper bag. I don't want to see his face. Do you feel that way as an Eagles fan? Like you just don't want to see him anymore. You're just like, why are you showing someone who's literally doing nothing? Like, what does he do?
I'm not gonna lie.
What he does like.
I love him most of the time just because he channels that like inner Philly dickhead, of like just being rude to people for like somewhat unjustifiable reason. But it's like, he's one of ours. But I would hate him if he was on like any other team. It's like a pretty common phenomenon for Eagles fans. Like a guy we would hate more than other people in another city, we would love if he was ours. All the NFC North coaches will be there a long time. Who do we have? We got LaFleur. We got Campbell.
Well, I can see KOC. Like, dude, first of all, if you fumble with Kyler, like I mean, first of all, like I don't know if he's gonna be there a long time. Like, if you have a decent year, it's like above average, then okay, like yeah, he's probably there for a long time. I think if you fumble with Kyler, you're probably like, damn, like maybe we're not.
He would be like a Stefanski thing where it's like if they fire him, he would get scooped immediately. But I could see them like that would be such a disaster for them to do because it's like, dude, just get the man a quarterback. Like he worked miracles long enough with fucking Kirk Cousins and Nick Mullins and all this shit. Like just get him a fucking real quarterback for the love of God. But yeah, no, a lot of those guys have crazy security. LaFleur, Campbell and Ben Johnson have like no shot to go anywhere for it.
I think LaFleur, we just got him so young. Like, dude, he's been our coach for like 7 years, and he's like, what is he like? I don't even know how old he is. How old is this guy?
He was one game out of the playoffs last year. Was that the Vikings? They low-key did finish decent, right? Like their record was not that far behind the Packers, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, but that was after the Packers, like I feel like the Packers kind of mailed it in after the Parsons. Well, they were eliminated from the playoffs they were pretty much eliminated from the playoffs. Like they ended up not that far behind. Matt LaFleur.
Josh Dobbs, not a real quarterback.
Dude, I'm pretty sure like Ben Johnson versus LaFleur is going to be going on in like the 2040s at this rate. Because like Matt LaFleur is 46. Dude, he'll be there until he's 66. If he sucks, then he's not. But I think it was a good start to the career. I mean, you can't expect everyone's going to be like McVay, right? If you expect that, then there's only one NFL team and everyone else just disbands.
I think LaFleur probably has. I think LaFleur probably gets like 2 or 3 more years. If he doesn't make like a conference championship, like they're gonna.
He's already made 2.
Has he?
Or bro.
Has he though? I thought he made like 1, maybe.
Oh, hold on. First of all, he's been longer than. No, he's been here for. Well, hold on. No, he definitely made. Hold on. I remember 2. I don't know if I'm
you could be totally right. You could be totally right.
No, well, 2020 was NFC Championship game. No, well, he was there since 2019, and LaFleur led. Now I'm curious. I'm pretty sure, unless I imagined 2, I'm pretty sure it was 2. All right, playoff history.
So did he make it his first 2 years and then not since?
Yeah, okay. First year he made it to the conference championship. Second year he made it to the conference championship. Next year after that to the divisional. 1 year hiatus to divisional. And then last year's wild card. But it's like, dude, playoffs.
So he's an Aaron Rodgers merchant.
Dude, with Aaron Rodgers, we got 1 game further than with first year starter Jordan Love.
Is Jordan Love top 10? I think this will be my last question as an East Coast merchant.
Oh, man. Man. Okay, so what he said in real life. So
in real life.
Can you list me 9? Well, sorry. Can you list me more than 9 quarterbacks that you would rather have for the next 5 years? I mean, I don't know.
May.
I mean, okay, that's 1.
Josh Allen.
Okay, that's 2.
Lamar.
Next 5. Maybe, this year, sure, but I don't know about next 5. Okay, fine. 5. Lamar.
We can hold off on him if you wanted. If you think his body.
I'll put him in.
Joe Burrow.
Okay, I like that. Herbert.
Mahomes.
Okay, like I don't know. Do you But like T-Law's never even thrown 30 touch. Well, okay, T-Law, I guess we could. I mean, would you? Are you for sure? Like, I don't know. I think T-Law. Yeah, I would probably take T-Law over Love, but like I would have to think
It's
about
close.
it.
It's close. I would take Purdy though, and I wouldn't really think twice about it.
Okay, so that's 8, and that's me putting T-Law. I would probably think about it longer. So that's 8 quarterbacks. Who are we forgetting? I feel like we're forgetting.
Caleb. No, I'm kidding.
There's.
What about
Okay,
Jaden
Goff,
Daniels?
Goff
Jaden Daniels
over Goff. Up.
or over Love? Or do
Well,
you
I'm
want
just
to stay on the
listing.
health?
No, I'm listing quarterbacks that aren't Love who I would take over Love. So I'm just saying Goff. We forgot about Goff. So like
Forgot
Goff
about
for
Goff.
sure.
I was gonna say Jaden, and honestly, I think I'm a dart guy.
Okay, well I will go Jaden. So there's 10 quarterbacks, and
So
I
we don't
think
have to do the dart thing.
okay, first of all, I'm not going that far. If Dart shows something this year, which like, dude, he showed a lot as a rusher, but like I'm talking about as leading an NFL team, like you have to give Love credit for what he's done in
I would
the.
take Love today. Love is
But
better
like the
than Goff, I
Tila,
think.
I don't know, but like Goff has pretty long track records, so and like, dude, Tila as a prospect was amazing, hasn't lived up to it, but we've seen such flashes that we're like, next 5 years, like I don't know, I might still like if we could trade Love for Tila, I think I would still do it.
I think I would take Love over T Law and Goff. Low key. T Law,
Over,
because
yeah.
like if you gave Liam Cohen Jordan Love, and then you put Trevor Lawrence on the Packers, like is is Trevor Lawrence still having the year he just had?
Well, let me ask you a question. So the guy that got his chain snatched by Will Levis, and we can say he's a rookie, whatever, just got paid a big ass contract from LaFleur. I'm just saying, like Malik Willis looked great with LaFleur. Do we want to give all the credit to Malik Willis or all of it to LaFleur? Probably somewhere in the middle of like, I don't know. I would probably give it to 75% LaFleur compared to like any other coach that just like gave up on him for no reason. I'm just saying, like they just threw him away.
You
Like
know who the Packers like coach whatever organization has been crediting the Malik Willis development to, the person they credited that to?
Halfley, bro, just on defense grinding his ass.
Type shit. Now Sean
No,
Mannion,
the
they've
quarter.
been saying.
No, I know the quarter. Yeah, the quarterback coach. That's fair.
Which I hope, man, that he can do some of that, work some of that magic on Hurts. We'll
I
see
think it's
though.
fair. I think the reason like Goff this year maybe is like yeah, next 5 years I would take Love. I guess like if he's asking about right now, then I would probably in the 12 to 15 range is fair for Love. I don't care about Love. People think I'm a Packers fan that I care about Love. I care about results. Aaron Rodgers had 3 good years and already won a Super Bowl, and I'm like, I don't know if he's as good as Favre yet. Like I don't want to go like over like I don't know if he'll ever reach there, even though he already had 3 good years, like MVP, Super Bowl MVP. I'm just like, I don't need to go too far ahead, but he's flashed enough where like a lot of these guys are just like they're good in fantasy, but like Anthony Richardson was better than Jordan Love in a 1 game sample in fantasy, I guess. But like, was he really? Like he was just ass. So I'm still riding with Jordan Love. I still have hope,
And
but like, yeah, if we don't get to an NFC Championship in the next 3 years, then I would say Jordan Love's on the hot seat more than LaFleur, in my opinion. But
and the thing is, like, once you start getting into like 8, 9, 10, 11, it feels like splitting hairs, at least at the moment, where it's like so much of it, like we can be influenced by the season they just had, or like some player personnel stuff around them that like feels tougher to parse once they put up the good stats. I'm like, when I think about it, it's like, is this guy like really worth like the 50 million? Like, is this like, can you win with this guy? Are they worth the 50 million? I think Jordan Love probably is worth that. Like, you would not want to trade Jordan Love and like try to like piece it together with like Jacoby Brissett, where it's like, if you're the Dolphins, you definitely want to get rid of Tua and try like whatever. We just know it's not going to happen with Tua on the big contract. But Jordan Love, I think you can win with him. I think
yeah,
LaFleur just has to keep belt to ass. Like when they have the lead, like keep pedal to the metal and like go belt to ass with it.
I think this year we'll see. I think he's angry. I though like the only quarterback that like last year we would have brought in that I would have thought not an upgrade, but like not like, you know, how you said it, it would be pointless to replace. Like if we got Sam Darnold, I would be kind of in. I'm just saying.
It'd be interesting.
I'd,
All right, everyone. Thank you for tapping in with us, popping in. Fun chat. Zero, you have anything else you want to say before we get on out of here?
yeah, we gotta do again in the future because it was like, man, like, bro, it's like 4 hours and 40 minutes past, and I feel like we're like, on an ESPN show or like doing our own show or something. No, it was just like I forgot we're on the air because like I was like, damn, that was pretty interesting.
Easy to rip. If I didn't have to pretend to be a responsible adult and go to bed at a reasonable hour, I probably could have kept going. But it is what it is as an East Coast merchant. But appreciate you, Hartman. Appreciate it, Best Ball on Call. Appreciate it, Mike Robb. Everyone tuning in. Thanks for coming by. Have a great night, and hope you guys have happy drafting the rest of the way in this pre-draft meta. See you guys later.
See you guys. Peace.